HQN Books and Harper Audio present Snowfall on Lighthouse Lane by JoAnn Ross, performed by Ashley Klanick. Chapter 1. October, Washington State Coast. Life, as Aidan Mannion knew firsthand, could be dangerous. Anything could happen. You could be hit by a taxi while sightseeing in Times Square. Run headfirst into a tree while skiing down a diamond run pretending you were Bodie Miller. Or you could be a cop who got up one morning, headed off to work on the Joint Police Department of Homeland Security detail you'd been assigned to, and out of the blue, end up in the ER getting a slug dug out of your thigh, while your partner was being wheeled off to the morgue. He watched the fishing boats chug along beneath a gray quilted sky from the deck of his family's vacation house. Out on the horizon, a storm was brewing, bringing to mind all the ships that had sunk into the sea off this wild, rugged Washington coast, including ancestors from the Harper side of his family. He took a long drink of coffee. It was black and thick and sweet. It was his 30th day waking up without a hangover, which has to be an improvement, right? Too bad no one's around to give you your 1-month chip. The dry response had him realizing he'd spoken out loud. It also made him laugh for the first time in a very long while. "You were always such a smartass." "Takes one to know one, dude." His former partner shot back with that flash of grin that was the last thing Aidan remembered seeing before all hell broke loose. When Bodie Warfield's ghost had first appeared on the ferry headed to Honeymoon Harbor, Aidan had thought he was a hallucination. That was weird because after attending Bodie's funeral, with all the pomp and ceremony that occurred when a police department lost one of their own, he'd purposefully waited until he'd gotten here to the coast house to start drinking. Having witnessed too many drunk driving deaths during his LAPD patrol days, no way was he going to risk causing another. But after drinking himself to oblivion for the first several weeks and waking up with a hangover the size of Mount Olympus, he'd come to the conclusion that being a drunk was getting boring. So he'd just stopped. Cold turkey, the same way he'd quit the cops. But Bodie had continued to hang around. "Don't ghosts get cold?" Aidan asked. Bodie glanced down his California beach-tanned chest at the Hawaiian print board shorts he was wearing, instead of the leather biker dude duds he'd been wearing when killed. "Surfers are too chill to get cold," he said. They'd been an odd couple. The laid-back surfer, who'd changed his name from Broderick to that of Patrick Swayze's surfer bank robber character from Point Break, then had joined the cops mostly to piss off his liberal psychologist professor parents. And the Marine-turned-vice cop, who still carried an edge from his bad boy days. But that difference had made them a great team, like Starsky and Hutch, Men in Black's Agents J and K, Lethal Weapon's Murtaugh and Riggs, and Miami Vice's Crockett and Tubbs, who even Bodie had reluctantly admitted would win on the chill factor. "But hey," his partner would say whenever the topic would come up, "they were just actors playing roles. We're the real deal, Mannion." And they had been, until they weren't. "Someone's coming," Bodie said. Apparently, death gave you preternatural senses, because it was another few seconds before Aidan heard the car rumbling across the bridge over the creek fed by glacier waters that would soon be icing up for the winter. The house had been built on the cliff where the mighty Pacific, ill-named, Aiden always thought, since there was nothing peaceful about it, constantly warred with the land. The towering sea stacks offshore, many with trees still growing atop from when they'd been part of the mainland, were proof that wind and water would always eventually win. Built for a whaling captain nearly 100 years ago, the house was 2 stories with a widow's walk around the top. Seth Harper, who'd taken over his family's construction company, which had originally built the house and was engaged to Aiden's sister Brianna, was the only person, other than his immediate family, who knew what had gone down the night Bodhi had lost his life, the night Aiden had lost his way. The driveway was long and lined with towering, shaggy Douglas fir trees. He walked around to the front of the wraparound deck and watched the familiar SUV come into view. "It's your dad," his partner said, without even bothering to look up. "Seems to be." He knew his parents worried, but he'd reminded them that he was no longer that wild-ass boy who'd gone off to war. All he needed was a little time to adjust, something he could do better on his own. During their twice-a-week check-in phone calls, he hadn't shared the fact that he wasn't exactly alone. "He's bringing change." "And you know that how? What, is my life written down on some big Life and Times of Aiden Mannion board somewhere?" Aiden had been raised Catholic, but life had turned him a hardcore agnostic. Had it not been for his former partner's ghost showing up, he would have gone full-out atheist. But maybe there was something to the life-after-death thing, after all. Unfortunately, every time he tried to pry some details about the afterlife from Bodhi, he'd get only a shrug and the response that it wasn't his place to tell. But not to worry. It wasn't boringly pastoral, and the music was a hell of a lot cooler than just harp players. That was encouraging. Not that Aiden was in any hurry to find out for himself. He'd assured his mom that, yeah, he might have issues, but she didn't have to worry about him being suicidal. Part of him wondered if his imagination had recreated his partner to help him overcome the gut-wrenching guilt that, in the beginning, had hung over him like a cold, wet shroud. If that was the case, it seemed to be working, so he wasn't going to dig too deeply into the question. He watched his father park the SUV and climb out with a cooler that Aiden knew was filled with meals his mom had cooked. She'd sent John Mannion out with a similar cooler last week, and every week since Aiden had arrived back in Washington. "You don't have to keep coming all the way out here," he greeted his dad. "The freezer has enough food for an army." "You know your mother. She believes in the food pyramid, which is why she sneaks green stuff into her dishes. I also picked up a pizza at Luca's." "Loaded? Is there any other kind?" John carried the cooler past Aiden and Bodhi and into the kitchen. "If you moved back to town, you could have all the pizza you wanted, and Luca won't make you put vegetables on it. I'm happy where I am." Sure, he was drifting. Okay, maybe stalled. But what was wrong with that? Wasn't a guy entitled? He had, after all, been shot. Maybe not that badly, but it should give him a pass. "I went to Mom's birthday party. And that wedding," he pointed out. 4 months ago, and you only went to the wedding because your sister guilted you into it because her fiancé's, who used to be your best friend, mother had come back from Yellowstone Park to officiate. It had been hard enough to sober up enough to drag himself out to the family Christmas tree farm, just out of Honeymoon Harbor for his mother's birthday celebration. But at least that had been just family, who, except for his grandfather, who seemed to have lost his conversational filter, had treated him with kid gloves. Then Brianna had taken him out to the barn, supposedly to show him all that had been done to fix it up for summer theater companies while he'd been away, and to tell him how she and Seth Harper were trying to decide whether to have their next year's summer wedding here in the barn or in the garden of her bed and breakfast, Heron's Landing. And speaking of weddings, she'd mentioned offhandedly, Seth's mom is going to officiate Kylie and my ceremony tomorrow.
You mentioned that too.
You should come.
Why? Kylie was yours and Zoe's friend. I barely knew her, and I've never even met Mai.
In the first place, you can't hide away like a hermit forever. In the second place, you should go because you've been ignoring my fiancé who used to be your best friend. And it's not like an hour or so of socializing with a few old friends is going to kill you. And third, she ticked the reasons off on fingers tipped in a turquoise polish that reminded him of the Caribbean. We're all worried about you, Aiden, including Seth. And me.
You're playing the Catholic guilt card,
he'd grumbled. She grinned, looking not the least bit guilty. It's my superpower. And so, unable to say no, he'd caved. And while it had admittedly been good to talk with Seth, it still weirded him out thinking about his best friend and his sister having sex. Unfortunately, Brianna hadn't warned him that Jolene Wells would also be there. That was probably because his sister had no way of knowing about his and Jolene's past.
You sure have a lot of secrets for a guy who always came off so uncomplicated,
Bodhi said. Aiden glanced over at his father, who, after putting the pizza in the center of the table, had begun loading up the refrigerator. Fortunately, he didn't appear to hear a thing. That meant Aiden's ghost, hallucination or imagination, was a private one. Aiden followed his dad to the kitchen and got out some paper plates and napkins.
It hasn't been that long,
he belatedly responded to his dad's comment.
4 months.
4 months, 1 week, and 5 days, he thought. There had admittedly been those lost weeks when he'd first arrived.
I need your help,
his dad said as he popped the top on 2 bottles of beer.
I'm not drinking. Good for you. This is a non-alcoholic winter ale your brother made. Because nothing says I'm an alcoholic like drinking a non-alcoholic beer. Or it could say I'm a smart guy who wants to keep my wits about me while the morons around me are getting plastered.
John Mannion suggested in that deceptively mild tone that somehow possessed as much power as Aiden's former drill instructor's shouts.
Why don't you withhold judgment until you taste it?
Shrugging, Aiden took the bottle, tipped it to his lips, and swallowed. But not before rolling it around in his mouth. He may not be an expert, but he'd drunk enough beer over his lifetime to recognize good stuff when he tasted it.
This is really great.
Good enough if you gave it to a guy without a label. He might not realize it was alcohol-free.
Can you imagine Quinn doing anything that wasn't?
No. Quinn Mannion had always been the quintessential perfect eldest child. A real-life Eagle Scout with the badges to prove it, along with being head altar boy at St. Peter the Fisherman's Church, had made him a hard act to follow, which was why Aiden hadn't even tried, instead going for a gold medal in rebellion. Quinn had been making big bucks as a corporate lawyer in Seattle when he'd up and quit, come home to Honeymoon Harbor and started a brewery and pub, following in the footsteps of their ancestor Finn Mannion, who'd been forced to shutter the Mannion family pub during Prohibition. The beer was as perfect as everything else Quinn did. It was dark, with an honest-to-God beer flavor that carried a hint of seasonal spices.
He makes a summer version, too,
John said.
It's got a citrusy taste that's great for cookouts. It got a lot of buzz locally, so he's going regional with it next summer. This is the first season, but I suspect it's going to do as well as his Captain Jack Sparrow.
That beer had won a bunch of awards, Aiden knew. It had also made it down to L.A., where it was strictly a draft beer, because according to Quinn, most distributors and bars kept kegs cold all the time, allowing for a consistent flavor advantage. The kegs also protected the beer from light, and proving that Quinn hadn't exactly given up capitalism when he'd walked away from his big bucks lawyer gig, he'd told Aiden that kegs had bars buying and selling a lot more than in bottles.
Damn, I miss beer.
Bodie heaved a huge sigh and shook his sun-bleached hair.
And pizza. It's a bummer having to live vicariously through you, since you've never exactly been Mr. Party Guy. But the past few months have been brutal. You could leave.
Aiden shot back, then cringed when his dad, who'd been dishing up slices of pizza, glanced up. Damn.
I didn't mean that the way it sounded.
He backtracked.
I meant you didn't have to hang around to keep me company just because Mom's worried about me. Parents worry. It comes with the job. But this is a busy time, getting ready for the Christmas tree selling season, so I'm only staying long enough to eat a slice of pizza and offer you a proposition. Okay?
While his mother could be a velvet steamroller you could see coming from a mile away, his dad had stealth ninja skills that had you agreeing to something before you knew what had hit you. Like that judge who'd been tempted to throw up his hands and send Aiden to juvie, but without attempting to use the power of his office, which John Mannion had far too much integrity to ever try. He deftly worked out a deal where, so long as Aiden stayed out of trouble for the last 2 months of high school, he could enlist in the Marines when he turned 18 and have his juvenile crime spree record expunged. Because his father had gone to bat for him, risking his own reputation, Aiden had started growing up on the spot by keeping to his part of the deal. Later, the Marines, as tough as his Afghanistan deployment had been, had proved to be the best thing that had ever happened to him. They sat at the table where he and all his brothers had carved their initials, to the feigned consternation of his mother. The fire in the kitchen fireplace, which, before electricity had made its way to this upper part of the Olympic Peninsula coast, had served as both heater and oven, added a wood-scented comfort. Bodie was sitting on the edge of the counter, tanned legs swinging.
Axel Swenson had a stroke.
John Mannion broke the comfortable silence.
That's too bad.
Aiden and the chief of police had had an adversarial relationship, which, he had to admit, had all been on him.
How is he? Okay. There are some memory issues that may or may not clear up, and lingering weakness in his right arm, but he's going to undergo therapy for that. That's good to hear.
Brianna had called and told him that their grandfather Harper had had a TIA, commonly referred to as a mini-stroke, because it supposedly doesn't leave behind the damage of a real stroke. While Jerome Harper continued to insist all was fine, Aiden knew his mother worried about her father more than she let on. Although he knew enough not to talk about this with his grandpop, Aiden hated the idea of losing the gruff old family patriarch.
Yeah, Axel might have a chance of coming back to work, but his wife put her foot down. She wants him to focus on getting better. Then she's booked that cruise to Alaska he's been promising her for the entire 45 years of their marriage. Sounds about right.
And a lot like Seth's parents taking off to see the country in a motorhome. Apparently, boomers aged into nomads. But not his parents. He couldn't imagine them ever leaving the farm they'd gotten married on, built a house, and raised 4 sons and a daughter on.
"Here it comes,"
Bodhi warned.
"I'd like to see those glaciers before they're all gone, myself,"
his dad said.
"Maybe your mom and I can book one of those cruises next year, after the new trees are planted."
"I'll bet Mom would like that." Aiden couldn't remember the last time his parents had taken a real vacation, other than a few days here at the coast house. His dad took another pull on the brown bottle with the snow-flaked fir tree on the label.
"The thing is, it's going to be hard to find someone to fill Axel's shoes."
Bang! The damn ninja star hit its mark.
"No."
John lifted a brow, but didn't bother to pretend not to know that Aiden had jumped a step ahead.
"Why don't you just hear me out?"
he suggested.
"I did bring pizza and beer.
What would Mom say if she knew you'd stoop to bribery?"
"As it happens, we're on the same page about this. Well, except for maybe the triple meat on the pizza, which she needn't know about."
His mother had always been into healthy eating before farm-to-table became a concept. Her one exception was her award-winning fried chicken that had been passed down through generations of Harpers before her becoming a Mannion by marriage.
"My lips are sealed." "Mine too, unfortunately,"
Bodhi moaned.
"That Italian sausage would be making my stomach growl."
He put a hand on his buffed-up abdomen.
"If I had one."
It was all Aiden could do not to roll his eyes. While he liked pizza and burgers as much as the next guy, Bodhi had always worshipped in the church of carnivores, with fries and onion rings on the side. Their woman captain, a 40-something vegan who was into yoga, had always sworn Bodhi's arteries must look like the Pacific Coast Highway at rush hour, and claimed he was a walking heart attack waiting to happen. Unfortunately, Bodhi hadn't lived long enough to test the validity of her accusation.
"I'm not talking about a long-term commitment,"
his father said.
"Unfortunately, Axel had a stroke on the night we were at Mannion's, celebrating his 25th anniversary on the job. He could have taken that as a sign it was time to get out of law enforcement,"
Aiden said.
"There is that. My point is the position is open, and we need someone. Now. You're the mayor. Appoint someone. Anyone but me. You're the only viable candidate. Don't get me wrong, we've got some good young deputies, but they're green. We're also a small town with a small budget, so the others who have more experience under their belts are either volunteers or retired from other cities and don't want to get back into full-time police work. I fully appreciate their thinking. This isn't the same as what you were doing in California," his father said. "Instead of working the rough streets chasing down bad guys, you'd mostly be helping out Honeymoon Harbor citizens."
Previous generations of Mannions had been doing exactly that since their arrival on the Olympic Peninsula. Though he was the only police officer in the family that he knew of. The tallest building in town, discounting the clock tower, was the 3-story gray town hall built in 1876 by one of Seth Harper's ancestors. The bronze plaque on the side of the building named Finn Mannion as mayor, the same position his dad had held for years. Partly, he'd say, because no one ever wanted the unpaid job, and that kept anyone from running against him.
"Take it from me, any streets can be rough these days," Aiden said. "Your dad obviously doesn't watch Dateline," Bodhi said. "Hell, if you watch that show enough, you'd never leave your house."
Aiden bit back the smile, not wanting his dad to think he was smiling at the idea of Honeymoon Harbor's former bad boy playing Andy Griffith for the Pacific Northwest version of Mayberry. His mother used to claim that just because his name meant he'd been born from fire didn't mean he needed to be constantly setting them at every opportunity. He'd admittedly been the family black sheep, a wildling who'd constantly rebelled at what he'd viewed as the constraints put on him growing up with the town's mayor as his father and a high school principal mom. He routinely got into fights, could have papered the wall of the bedroom he'd shared with his brother Burke with parking tickets, and had once gotten caught TPing the house of a guy who'd stood up his teenage sister Brianna for the spring fling. Luckily, he seemed to have inherited whatever family gene had made his Uncle Mike the Mannion family charmer, and Aiden would have been the first to admit that he'd talked his way out of more trouble than a lot of guys would have gotten away with. But even his family name and charm came screeching to an end when he swiped a 12-pack of Coors from the back of a delivery truck outside Marshall's Market. That had caused the judge to issue his ultimatum and give 17-year-old Aiden a choice. The military after graduation, or he could leave the courtroom and go straight to juvie. "The city council approved me hiring you this afternoon." Given his former reputation, that showed how desperate they were. "Good for them. Now you can go back and tell them to come up with another candidate because I'm not interested." "We're not meeting again until next month. Are you suggesting the town go without a police chief while we're doing a hiring search?" "You could always contract with the county sheriff's department." "They're good people," John allowed. "But although Honeymoon Harbor has always been the county seat, we value our independence and prefer to run our own town." Which, as mayor, his dad had always done well, while managing to handle expanding growth with environmental concerns. "Even if I were to consider it, which I'm not," he said quickly, holding up a hand. "The operations I worked in LA weren't play-by-the-book deals. I spent a lot of time undercover that definitely didn't involve playing with others." Other than his partner, who'd always had his back. "How do you know I even have leadership skills?" "You know, I watched a documentary on the History Channel last week," his dad said mildly as he appeared to sidetrack the conversation. But Aiden knew that he was just buying time to set up another ninja attack. "How, since 1775, Marines have embodied our country's standards of courage, esprit, and military prowess. You may have taken off the uniform, son, but you'll always be a United States Marine. There isn't anyone who'd be better." "He's got you there, dude," Bodhi chimed in again. "Besides, now that you're not drinking yourself into a stupor trying to get over misplaced survivor's guilt, you're going to need something else to do. I gotta tell you, dude, I'm getting cabin fever hanging around here." Aiden hated to admit it, but they both had a point. Now that he was sober, he was beginning to get bored and restless. And there was also the fact that he owed his dad. Without this isolated coast house to crash in when he'd gotten out of LA, he wasn't sure how far off the rails he might have gone. "How long are you talking about?" "Well, ideally, you'd settle in and like the job." Aiden crossed his arms. "How long? If you find you don't feel like the job's a good fit for you, only until we find a replacement. Say, sometime mid-February." "That's 6 months." "He can do math, too," Bodhi said. "Why don't you sleep on it?" his dad suggested. Then, savvy politician that he was, he turned the conversation to the Seahawks' chances of making the Super Bowl while they finished off the pizza. "Having been a detective in a previous life, I happen to have noticed that you failed to mention a salient fact," Bodhi said as they stood in the doorway, watching Honeymoon Harbor's ninja, disguised as mild-mannered mayor, drive back down the tree-lined road toward the coast highway that would take him along the Strait of Juan de Fuca to Honeymoon Harbor.
Which would be...
But Aiden knew exactly what he was referring to.
That the guns for drugs deal we were on was going to be your last bust? You were getting out and transferring to the youth gang suppression unit.
The unit had been established to try to keep kids from turning to gangs in the first place, so cops like him and Bodie wouldn't have to be rearresting them. And it would hopefully save the lives of the kids, innocent bystanders, and police officers.
That was the plan. After the clusterfuck, you were also offered a police shrink and paid leave to get your head back together. I didn't want either one.
He'd already been on the brink of burnout. That night had continued to play through his mind and pushed him over the edge into the deep, dark pit he'd finally begun to crawl his way out of. But he hadn't done it alone, because damn if somehow Bodie hadn't shown up as backup.
Would you rather have ended up being the dead guy?
His partner asked.
What the hell kind of question is that?
But Aiden knew. And yeah, given a choice, he would have willingly changed places and been the one having amazing grace played by a kilt-wearing, bagpipe-playing homicide detective at his gravesite.
You always talked about how your father spent years serving your hometown, and how that big brother of yours is such a Boy Scout. But guess what, dude? You've got the same blood running in your veins. You may have joined the Marines because your only other choice at the time was juvie, but we've dealt with enough kids back in the hood to know when a basically good teenager is acting out. Which you definitely must have been to get the judge to force you off that dangerous path everyone thought you were headed down. But the deal is, deep down inside, you're a stand-up guy. The kind who'd stand up for your fellow jarheads. You weren't there. I didn't need to be. I've watched you in action. It was like you had that protect and serve motto tattooed over your heart. How many funerals of gangbangers and their victims did you go to?
Aiden shrugged.
I've no idea.
But he did, because every damn one of them was embedded in his mind. He went to the funerals of the teen bangers, not just to watch for the killer to show up. That happened more times than you'd think, but also in respect of their friends and families who'd loved them. The same with the victims, but those had been harder, because many had been so damn innocent. Like the toddler shot sleeping in the tub, the one place her mom thought she'd be safe, during a drive-by shooting at the wrong house. Getting back to my question, would you rather have had your parents burying their son in that flag-draped casket instead of mine?
That's an impossible choice.
Struggling out of the quicksand pit of despair those memories triggered, Aiden opened another bottle of the winter ale and wished he hadn't dumped all the real stuff down the drain 30 days ago.
Aren't you glad it wasn't your choice to make? Or mine either? Life's out of our hands, dude. All you can do is ride the wave you get and stay upright as long as you can. Then if you're lucky enough to survive the wipeout, you get back on the board and wade out into the surf again. No one makes it through alive, Mannion. And to quote the great Mark Fu, it's not tragic to die doing something you love. Isn't Fu the guy who died surfing?
Although Bodie had a degree from UCLA in philosophy, of all things, mostly all he'd ever talked about was someday quitting the cops and joining the pro surfing circuit.
Yeah? He bought it on his first ever session at the Mavericks Big Wave competition at Half Moon Bay. That made it kind of a sucky omen, but he wouldn't have wanted to go out any other way. So, you'd rather have drowned than gotten shot?
Tanned shoulders shrugged.
It's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. I got the same rush from chasing bad guys down a dark alley as I did doing barrels in shallow water.
Aiden had learned that surfing move was more dangerous than in high water because, not that he'd ever intended to try it himself, sand apparently was like concrete when you hit it, which left more than a few surfers with broken necks.
You never really loved being a big city cop.
Bodhi pressed his case.
It was too impersonal. That's why you went to all those damn funerals. To make a connection. But bro, those were some really effing painful connections.
Aiden didn't answer. There was no need. Sometimes he figured he'd gotten more than a lifetime of violence in Afghanistan, which was why he'd only lasted 6 months on the SWAT team before asking for a transfer. SWAT had felt too much like war. The gang and narcotics unit working with Homeland Security had been just as bad, triggering nightmares he wouldn't classify as full-blown PTSD, but had made him so edgy he couldn't stop wondering if maybe he had slipped up somehow that night Bodhi was killed. Clusterfuck indeed. Hell, maybe his dad was right. Maybe playing police chief for a few months might not be such a bad thing while he figured out what to do with the rest of his life, now that drinking his way through it hadn't turned out to be a viable option.
Women like men in uniforms.
So
you could try it out on that redhead from the wedding.
Are you talking about the bride? Who, if Bodhi hadn't been able to tell from the 2 Wonder Woman figures on top of the wedding cake, wouldn't be the least bit interested in him.
No, the other one. With the sexy streaked auburn hair. The one you were pretending not to be scoping out, while Gidget was doing her best to pretend to not notice you.
I've no idea what you're talking about. But he did. At the time, he'd tried to tell himself that long, deep burgundy hair with the sunlit copper streaks was as impossible to miss as a flashing red stoplight. The fact that it was tousled in a way that looked as if she'd just gotten out of bed had caused the numbness inside him begin to stir.
Dude, there were so many sparks flashing back and forth between the 2 of you. I'm surprised that flowered arbor over those 2 brides didn't burst into flames.
Gidget's name is Jolene Wells. She grew up here too. But I was a year older, so we didn't move in the same crowd. That part was true, especially since Jolene hadn't belonged to any clique. The mean girl Queen Bees had called her out for being trailer trash. The nerdy girls hadn't seemed to notice anyone else around them, given that their noses were always stuck in books. And the girl jocks were always out on the field doing their own energetic, athletic things. Being a guy, Aiden hadn't missed noticing that sweaty, super fit girls could be hot, and had dated enough to know that they could be every bit as energetic in the back of his truck as they were running, kicking soccer balls, shooting baskets, and slamming each other's shins with field hockey sticks. Jolene and I barely knew each other. It was a flat-out lie. Aiden had never forgotten those secret nights when they'd lain on the deck of his boat, anchored in Serenity Cove, talking and looking up at the stars. There'd also been a lot of making out that had on more than one occasion required a cold shower when he'd gotten home. But as the daughter of a former teen mom, Jolene had had no intention of risking pregnancy. Also, he'd been trying to stay on the straight and narrow to avoid going to lockup, where the actual juvenile delinquents would probably love nothing more than pounding on the guy whose mom had kept sending them to detention. Granted, he'd screwed things up with her, but he'd been about to try to fix that until another fateful night years ago, when time and tide had literally shifted and... Nope, not going there.
Okay, if you're not really into her, which I'm still not entirely buying because there sure as hell was something going on there, the redhead wasn't the only fox there. Like that cute brunette who had the sexy librarian glasses, pinned up ponytail and pencil skirt thing going on. Chelsea Prescott is a librarian. So I overheard when she was talking about cataloging romance novels with your sister. Who'd have thought the Dewey Decimal System could be so sexy? Life isn't all surfing and sex.
Aiden's mind, distracted by an unbidden memory of Jolene Wells stripped down to a thong and a barely-there lace bra, had him automatically falling back on that sex and surf line he'd repeated so many times. Just to yank his partner's chain because they both knew that despite his laid-back attitude, Bodie had been the sharpest and most successful undercover cop in the unit. Aiden had often thought that was because bad guys never bothered to look beneath the stoner surfer act he was able to slide into like a wetsuit. Maybe life would be better if it was all about surfing and sex. Bodie shot back, on cue. Seriously, though, Mannion, have you considered that part of your problem is that you need to get laid? Maybe I don't have a problem, and maybe I don't need to get laid. He hadn't even thought about sex until that damn wedding, when a certain bedhead, tousled redhead started invading his dreams. Despite leaving him hot and bothered, they were an improvement over the nightmares that had driven him deep into the bottle. Said no guy ever. There's also the fact that you also told me how your dad worked his tail off to save you from landing in corrections. It had been a long night on a stakeout down the street from a major gun dealer's house, where they'd stunk up the car with takeout from a food truck. So maybe you owe him. What, did you learn that guilt card from watching my sister while we were out at the farm? It worked, didn't it? She got you to sober up for 2 days in a row so you could go to that wedding where you and the redhead connected. We didn't say a word to each other. Jolene had seemed as eager as he'd been to avoid any memories of that night. Not that he hadn't thought about her. A lot. Especially when, during those long, lonely nights as a Marine sniper, when he'd spent hours lying as still as a stone, waiting for a shot, and she'd filter through his mind. Memories of her pressed up against his body, even though she'd only ever let him get to second base, had helped him keep him determined to get home alive. On the way home from basic training, he thought back on all those rom-coms his sister made the family watch when it was her turn to pick a film for movie night, and had, for a fleeting moment, considered holding up a boombox outside her window, like John Cusack in Say Anything. Or he could make a fool of himself by serenading his girl from the high school bleachers, like Heath Ledger in 10 Things I Hate About You. He couldn't overcome his fear of heights to climb up a fire escape like in Pretty Woman because, 1, he didn't have a fear of heights, and 2, there was only one fire escape in Honeymoon Harbor, and that was on the courthouse. With all those things going through his head, before leaving for basic training, after stupidly breaking up with Jolene, he'd been headed to the beach, where he'd heard she was at a party. That wasn't his first choice, because if he was going to make a fool of himself, he'd rather do it in private. But if he could talk her into taking a walk, or even better, a midnight sail with him, he'd do whatever it took to make things right. Be honest about his feelings, and although it was selfish, and looking back, Aiden realized that they'd been way too young to be thinking about forever afters, to ask her to wait for him. I noticed the zone of silence between you both, which only made it more obvious something was going on. Maybe to you, because you've got this ghostly superpower thing going on. That's true. But others noticed too. Your sister and that red-haired bride were talking about it. You eavesdropped on my sister? I was just kind of hanging around and overheard the conversation. And by the way, you never told me your sister was so hot. She's marrying my best friend. And besides, a player who goes through women like tequila shots isn't allowed to say anything about Brianna. Not even when you're dead. Aiden dragged a hand through his hair. For the record, my playing days are over, and I didn't say I wanted to do her. Sorry, he said as a storm moved across Aiden's face. Wrong choice of words, and I apologize if you thought I disrespected your sister.
I didn't just think it. You damn well did. And if you were real, I'd have knocked you on your ass. I was merely pointing out that she's got a cool, blonde Hitchcock vibe going for her. The kind that makes a guy want to muss her up a little. Which, damn it, had Aiden thinking of Seth messing her up on a regular basis. There probably wasn't enough Clorox in the state to wash that image out of his head. Correction, you are not allowed to so much as think of my sister, period. Fine. Bodhi lifted his hands. Am I allowed to at least say that I didn't exactly eavesdrop on she who must not be named? But the way she and her friend kept looking over at JoAnn, then back at you, then her again, like they were watching a match at Wimbledon, was a clue that I wasn't the only one curious about whatever backstory you two were hiding. There is no story. Not one he'd ever tell. He suspected JoAnn would be even less likely to. It was ironic and crummy that by going to the damn wedding he hadn't wanted to attend in the first place, he'd probably taken away from her enjoyment of it. Because if there was one person on the planet JoAnn Wells undoubtedly never wanted to ever see again, it was him. What the hell are you doing here anyway, Bodhi? It was not the first time he'd asked the question. He'd yet to get a decent answer. Hanging with you. But why? Why not? Because if you've been sent here to earn your wings by getting my life back on track... It's a Wonderful Life was fiction. At least I think it was. But I'm not interested in getting any wings. And no, I wasn't sent here to fix your life, as fucked up as it is right now. Bodhi frowned and scratched his blonde goatee that he'd taken to wearing a few months before he'd gotten blown away by that AR-15. Even though you might as well have been the guy who died, given how you've been hiding from life out here. I sure wouldn't mind seeing you headed in a new direction that'll make you happy. They'd been partners long enough that Aiden could tell when Bodhi was holding back. He also knew that for all his beach bum vibe, the guy was as tough as steel and impossible to drag anything out of until he was ready to share. So he could wait him out. It wasn't as if he had a hell of a lot else to do with his days. You're not real, either. You're just a hallucination. He'd gotten a concussion when a round of shots against his chest protector had knocked him off his feet onto the pavement, head first. It made sense his brains would have been scrambled. Would a hallucination tell you to get laid? Not only had Aiden not been thinking about sex, he hadn't missed it. Until that moment, he'd spotted the one woman he had no business thinking about, walking across a summer garden, her full skirt swinging like a bell, and felt both his gut and groin tighten in a totally inappropriate way. He'd wondered at the time if she'd come back to town for good. Although he'd originally planned to return to the house as soon as the vows were exchanged, instead of cutting out. He'd wandered through the crowd who'd lined up to get plates dished up by Italian chef Luca Salvadori, who'd catered the event, listening to gossip that had been amped up to 11 by news of a hometown girl being nominated for an Emmy. Not being an awards show watcher, except for occasionally tuning into the CMAs, Aiden hadn't even known there was a category for makeup. But he was glad that JoAnn had managed to escape Honeymoon Harbor, where she'd been a target for those spray-tanned, bleached mean girls and a subject of what he knew to be bald-faced lies about sexual conquest from guys who would never desire a girl like her. Although Bodhi was right about them circling each other on the fringes of the gathering, there'd been a moment when their eyes had met, causing a rosy color to bloom in her cheeks. Undoubtedly from embarrassment at what had happened the last time they'd been together. That was enough to tell him that she didn't want to have anything to do with him, for more than one reason. Still, as he turned away, Aiden was glad she was doing well. Better than well. He had been surprised to hear from his sister that they'd both been in Los Angeles at the same time,
And not only that, she'd been living in Beverly Hills. What would he have done if he'd known? Probably nothing, because what would an Emmy-nominated makeup artist from the hills want with a cop living in a downtown studio apartment that had holes in the walls from where previous renters had hung pictures and was surrounded by city infill construction? He'd also been relieved to overhear Jolene's mother tell his mom that right after the reception, Jolene was leaving for Ireland to work on a miniseries. That meant their paths probably wouldn't be crossing again, which Aiden had attempted to convince himself was a good thing. Chapter 2. November, Los Angeles. For a woman born literally on the wrong side of the tracks in Honeymoon Harbor, Washington, Jolene Wells was living her dream life. Not only did she live in the Beverly Hills Triangle, it might be a rental apartment in the Flats, a.k.a. south of the tracks, from when the old Pacific Electric streetcar traversed Beverly Hills. But her famed 90210 zip code was the same as where Jason Priestley and Luke Perry had hung out. Maybe their characters were fictional, but still. And as the leasing agent had pointed out, she was steps from Rodeo Drive, which, while way too pricey for her budget, offered some wonderful window shopping. It was also pet-friendly, not that her lifestyle allowed for as much as a goldfish. But that didn't stop her from watching ABC7's Eyewitness News Pet of the Week adoption segment and thinking maybe, someday. She'd also, with a lot of hard work and some Tinseltown luck that could have come right out of an old MGM musical script, almost won an Emmy as part of the makeup team for a 6-part miniseries set in 1950s Ireland. Although, as the cliché went, it had been an honor to have been nominated. Privately, she still thought it sucked losing out to yet another Tudor series. How many versions of Henry VIII did the world need, after all? Still, the amount of press the series had received wouldn't hurt her fledgling business, which she was getting closer to getting off the ground. She'd been making her own organic skincare and makeup going back to her early days at the salon where she'd been discovered, and nearly every actress, and quite a few actors she'd worked with, had asked to buy it. Unfortunately, her life had been so busy that she'd kept putting off the actual business part of the idea. But while the indoor scenes had been filmed at the same Wicklow County studio as Braveheart, the location shoots had been done in the West. During those long, winding bus drives being shuttled back and forth between the Kerry and Clare coasts, she'd had plenty of time to think and plan. Now, she just had to figure out a doable way to implement that plan. And if heaven would send down an angel investor, that'd be the icing on the cupcake. Although the press gained by her nomination had caused a burst of even more lucrative film and TV offers coming in, she'd been seriously considering a change. All those movie stars had shaken Hollywood up when they'd come out with stories of abuse. But the brightness of their movie star status had overwhelmed so many of those working unnoticed in the trenches. Makeup artists, hair and food stylists, wardrobe mistresses, grips, animal and child wranglers, fixers, and all the other jobs that films couldn't reach the screen without. She hadn't minded that making a movie involved hard work and long hours. She'd learned a strong work ethic from her mother. What she hadn't expected was that the moment she walked onto a location, she'd be seen by many as new prey. That was why, right before leaving Ireland, she'd signed her name to a lengthy online list of women and not a few men who'd decided to go public about the harassment behind the scenes. Behind Hollywood's bright lights. Even knowing that might hurt her future employment opportunities, she decided to leverage whatever little bit of influence she had received from her Emmy nomination to speak out. Besides, who really cared about people who the guys at the top of the food chain considered easily replaceable? So, needing a break from those long hours an overseas location entailed, She'd decided to spend the rare downtime until the new year looking for an investor and mentor who could help her grow her startup and get her products out into the cosmetics and day spa marketplace. So far, the producers of Shark Tank had turned her down twice, but she'd sent in a new audition video mentioning her Emmy nominations, so hey, maybe the third time would be the charm. It could happen, right? Her flight had been delayed on the tarmac at Kennedy, and now it was dark as her flight glided down its path into LAX. On an average night from the air, the city looked like jewels spread out as far as the eyes could see, with the mountains supplying spots of dark contrast. But this was November, and going with the idea that there was no business like snow business, the abundance of holiday lights could undoubtedly dazzle from space. The moment she turned on her phone after landing, it exploded with emails and texts. But since everyone was eager to get off the plane after the delay, she decided to check them out once she got to the limo. If any major had occurred, like World War III breaking out while they'd been in the air, surely the pilot would have announced it. Her limo driver, provided by the production company, proof that her nomination was worth something, was waiting for her in the baggage area. In some towns where she'd traveled for work, the black-suited woman with a name tag reading Charlene, holding up a sign with Jolene's last name, would have drawn some double takes from passengers trying to figure out if she was someone famous. Here, neither one of them earned so much as a glance. It was only after they'd escaped the LAX traffic and were on the 405 that Jolene decided to check her messages and emails. Most were from various bloggers and entertainment reporters, none of whom she was in any mood to speak to at the moment. Scrolling down, she noticed a text from a reporter at The Hollywood Reporter with a subject line asking for a comment on the attached photo. Opening the link, she found herself looking at her actor boyfriend outside a club with an actress he'd been working on in Australia. A reboot of The Thornbirds, a decision she found ridiculous, given that Richard Chamberlain would always be Father Ralph. Still, since Chad Dillon possessed the combination of egoism and insecurity she'd noticed in so many actors, she'd kept her opinion to herself when he'd gotten the callback, then won the role. In the photo, the actress who played Meggie, Tiffany Rule, was showing off a diamond as big as the iceberg that had sunk the Titanic on the fourth finger of her left hand, while her new fiancé, a.k.a. Father Ralph, a.k.a. Jolene's former boyfriend, was grinning down at her as if he'd just won the Powerball. "Good luck with that," Jolene murmured. Tiffany, at 25, had already been divorced twice, most recently from an A-list director who, apparently bewitched by her charms, or more likely Jolene thought cattily, her blowjobs, hadn't required her to sign a prenup. After inheriting half of his considerable fortune in a surprisingly quickie divorce a mere 6 weeks later, which suggested he'd been a very bad boy doing something he'd wanted kept silent, Jolene suspected those very same Barracuda divorce lawyers who'd gotten serial bride Tiffany her windfall were already at work, crafting a prenup to ensure that she'd keep every penny when marriage number 3 broke up. Jolene wasn't surprised Chad had been unfaithful. They'd been a couple for only 4 months, and for 3 of those months, they'd been working in different parts of the world. While he hadn't ever found time to make it to Ireland, she'd traveled once to Perth for the sheep station scenes, and the second time to Kauai, that, as in the original miniseries, served as a stand-in for the remote tropical island where Meggie had her tryst with Father Ralph. In Perth, Chad had taken her on a romantic tour of a part of the world that was the polar opposite from her native Olympic peninsula. But in Kauai, he'd claimed work pressures, and most of their time together had been spent with the cast and crew, including Tiffany. Had she caught vibes? Well, duh. What man wouldn't notice a hot blonde who looked like Malibu Barbie? Which was so not Meggie from the book. but knowing the casting director, she wasn't surprised Tiffany had gotten the role. Chad had assured Jolene that even during his and Tiff's, yes, that's what he'd called her, which should have been a flashing red warning light, love-making scenes, he'd been thinking of her. She hadn't believed that for a moment. Still, again, it wasn't as if she'd been in love with him. Although she'd overheard the script supervisor tell the cinematographer that you could probably hear the wind blowing between his ears. He'd been cute and convenient. And she admitted, though it might sound cold, utterly disposable. Which was why she wasn't curled up in a fetal position on the limo floor, her wounded heart shattered. Only one man had ever possessed that much power over her. She'd told Chad from the beginning that marriage wasn't in her plans. Neither was love. She'd had both those fantasies sucked out of her growing up. She'd made her own way, happy with casual relationships. To be honest, if they hadn't spent so much time apart, she and the poster boy for narcissism probably wouldn't have lasted 2 months. The only thing different was that she was usually the one to walk when things started looking as if they were edging towards something serious. Rather than trusting a man with a relationship, she preferred to count on herself. Having dropped out of school at 16 after a life-altering event she'd locked away in a far corner of her mind, she'd worked with her hairdresser mom for a year, sweeping up hair, cleaning the salon bathroom, dusting the product shelves and occasionally touching up a client's makeup. It was then she'd discovered that she enjoyed helping women feel happy and good about themselves. Women like her and her mom who couldn't afford to go to fancy salons. Which was why, after earning her GED, she'd followed in her mom's footsteps and attended cosmetology classes at Clearwater Community College. Hearing from one of the instructors that there was a lot of money to be made in Los Angeles, after receiving her degree, she'd bought an old clunker and made her way south down I-5. She'd ended up spending too many nights in that old car, and it had cost her time and money she couldn't afford to transfer her license from Washington to California. But eventually, she'd gotten a job in a quirky West Hollywood salon where both she and her thrift shop vintage clothes fit right in. She'd been content for the next few years, making friends and enjoying the laid-back SoCal lifestyle. And although that song about it never raining in California hadn't turned out to be totally true, there was a lot more days of sunshine than where she'd grown up. She'd just turned 21 when a producer, scouting the salon for a shooting site for his 1950s film, had signed her to work as an assistant to help with hair and makeup. Because, since she looked as if she'd stepped out of a mid-century time capsule, she obviously had the era's style down pat. She'd spent every spare minute learning her trade, eventually landing jobs on TV shows and the occasional movie or miniseries that had, this year, resulted in her Emmy nomination as a key makeup artist in the Outstanding Makeup for a Limited Series or Movie, non-prosthetic category. While the Creative Arts Awards might not be included in the big prime-time Emmy extravaganza show, they were held in the very same theater as the one everyone was more familiar with. Win or lose, the highlight of her night, indeed her life, was being able to fly her mother to Los Angeles to be her date. Gloria Wells had not led an easy life. Jolene's father had been, there was no sanitized way to put it, a professional criminal and binge drinker. He'd grown and sold marijuana before it had been legalized, cut and sold timber from federal lands, illegally harvested oysters and clams that he then sold to Seattle restaurants and markets. And finally, while drunk, he'd decided it would be a good idea to take his S&W 38 to Port Angeles and rob the state liquor store. The episode had ended with him being incarcerated in the Clallam Bay Correction Center. 6 months later, he'd been killed when a huge tree limb from an old-growth Douglas fir had crashed down on him while he'd been clearing winter debris from hiking trails on a trusty prison work crew. Jolene and her mother had always been a team. despite the bullying from classmates who'd mock her for wearing clothes their wealthier parents had donated to the thrift shop, despite her father's criminal behavior and alcohol-sodden binges, despite never knowing when the police might be back knocking on the door. JoAnn had never doubted that her mother, who seemed more like an older sister than mom, had always loved her. Gloria had lost her own parents when she'd been a teenager, which had led her into the arms of Jake Wells, which, in turn, had resulted in her getting pregnant at 16 and becoming the married mother of a newborn at 17. Realizing that she'd never be able to count on her husband for steady support, Gloria graduated from high school and had managed to attend the community college, often taking JoAnn to class with her when she couldn't find anyone willing to babysit in exchange for highlights or a trim. After getting her degree, she began cutting hair in their trailer outside town. When men began showing up at all hours, after getting back from fishing or after their shifts at the old mill, rumors began to swirl around Honeymoon Harbor that Jake Wells' wife was doing tricks out of the trailer. That had never been true, but it hadn't stopped people, mostly former mean girls who'd grown up to be mean women, from talking. Still, JoAnn's mother brushed off the talk and worked long hours, barely supporting them by cutting and coloring hair without having paid for the state license that she couldn't afford. And no, she hadn't paid sales tax either, since she'd run a cash-only business. As soon as JoAnn landed her first job in LA, she started sending money home, despite her mother's objections. While the West Hollywood salon might not charge Rodeo Drive prices, the customer base was loyal, and with tips, JoAnn was able to make more in a week than her mother made in a month. Once she'd broken into Hollywood's entertainment echelons and began negotiating pay, even above the pay scale set by the Makeup Artists and Hairstylists Guild, she was able to help her mom upgrade to a manufactured home, with an extra bedroom where, now duly and legally licensed, Gloria had opened a salon. Because her mother was every bit as talented as many of the hairdressers JoAnn had worked with over the years, the salon had thrived, allowing her recently to sell the house and use the profits, along with a small business loan, to hire Seth Harper, Brianna's fiancé, to remodel the old Lighthouse keeper's house into a new salon and day spa. Although JoAnn had never returned to Honeymoon Harbor, instead paying for her mother to fly to Los Angeles once or twice a year, right before leaving for Ireland, Gloria had asked her to return home to help pick out colors for the building. And she'd asked if JoAnn would be willing to do the wedding makeup for Kylie Campbell, Mai Munamori, and Mai's mom. Although JoAnn and Kylie Campbell had never been all that close, two things they'd shared were their artistic creativity and their outsider status. That was why, as much as she hated going back to Honeymoon Harbor, JoAnn had reluctantly agreed. But she'd refused to charge for her work, declaring it her wedding gift to the couple. While she might not believe in love for herself, it had been impossible not to get swept up into the romantic moment when the two women had exchanged vows in the backyard of their darling, restored, folk Victorian home, beneath an arbor of white wisteria. Mai's mother, who'd flown in from Hawaii — Kylie had tragically lost hers in a car accident her first year of college — had carried Kylie and Mai's adopted daughter up the aisle immediately after the vows had been exchanged. At 4 months, baby Clara looked adorable in a white lace gown. The ceremony was part wedding, part christening, and 100% perfect. Except for one thing JoAnn hadn't counted on. Aidan Mannion, the last person on the planet she'd expected, or wanted to see, had been there. He'd changed from the last time she'd seen him so many years ago. He'd bulked up, his biceps like boulders beneath his suit jacket, and his shoulders seemed broader, wider, although that could be that he seemed to be standing at attention most of the time. His face was leaner, accenting a stubborn jaw and shadowed with what seemed to be either sadness or exhaustion. Lines he hadn't had before fanned out from eyes that had deep circles beneath them. But despite all those changes, those vivid blue eyes had for an instant, when they'd met hers, turned intense and dangerous. They'd also sent her hormones spiking in a way she knew had brought heat into her cheeks. Unfortunately, blushing was the bane of a redhead's existence. Then the shields came down and he turned away, walking off in the opposite direction. Apparently, he'd been no more eager to see her than she'd been to see him. That had admittedly stung. She reminded herself that the woman seated in the back seat of this limousine, headed to Beverly Hills, was no longer that young, messed-up teenager she'd been that night. Aiden, Honeymoon Harbor's bad boy, had rescued her from her own stupidity. Which was embarrassing enough. It was what had come after. No, don't think about that. She was strong, confident, and had been an Emmy nominee, damn it. She'd come a long way from the girl who'd provided constant fodder for gossip. The wounded girl who'd humiliated herself that fateful night. And damn, here she was, thinking about it again. Thinking about Aiden Mannion and those hot, dangerous eyes. Just when she was wishing she could have her memories erased, a new text dinged. From, of all people, Chad.
Sorry, I feel like shit. The news wasn't supposed to get out till I talked with you. Hope you're okay. We agreed no strings, right?
Right, she muttered, shaking her head. See, this was why she didn't allow herself to get emotionally involved. Because of guys like Chad Dillon, who, before he'd taken on those 2 first acting names, had been, wait for it, Norman Bates. Seriously, what kind of sadistic parents would stick their kid with a name like that? And how could he have possibly survived the inevitable schoolyard taunts and end up with an ego the size of Jupiter? My GPS says left, the driver, who must have thought she was talking to her, said. Sorry, I was talking to myself. I do that a lot. Charlene smiled up at Jolene in the rearview mirror. Casualty of spending so many hours alone in this car. Do you like your job? Personally, Jolene had always considered the California freeway system to be one of the lower circles of hell. Which was why she always was so grateful whenever she could score a ride. I do, surprisingly enough. I get to choose my hours. That lets me be home with my kids when they get up in the morning and go off to school. You have kids? That was, she'd always thought, a downside to her non-marriage vow. She enjoyed her friends' children and would love 1 or 2 of her own someday. Her boyfriendless, homeless life might be in flux right now, but the one thing Jolene was certain of was that she wasn't ever going to get married, and single motherhood wasn't anything she wanted to tackle. How could she ever manage being a mother in her line of work? It wasn't as if she could put them in boarding for however long she was working on a movie. 3, 2 boys and a girl, Charlene answered. Though I'm speeding too fast toward an empty nest. My twins are in middle school, and my oldest is a junior in high school going on 30. I'm going to curl up in a wet puddle of tears when she leaves home. I don't even want to think about coming home to an empty house once the twins leave. So, you're not married? No. In the cliché of all clichés, my investment banker husband took off with his secretary. They're currently enjoying the good life in Bali that, surprise, surprise, doesn't have an extradition treaty because he also absconded with a lot of money he'd been socking away in offshore accounts. Wow, I'm sorry. Didn't that story make her own breakup seem insignificant? Like whining about a head cold to someone with terminal cancer. Charlene's black-suited shoulders lifted in a shrug as she turned onto Santa Monica Avenue.
Don't be. Best thing that ever happened to me and the kids.
She glanced up in the rearview mirror again.
Seems like we both lucked out. You earlier than me. You escaped the mess and expense of a divorce.
One of the things JoAnn had always enjoyed about her job was that she was able to work in the movie business while staying beneath the radar, which was why she'd never dated any actors until Chad, who not only thrived on the paparazzi, but would initiate coverage. Earlier in his career, when he was down in the part of the credits when most people would have left the theater or clicked off the TV, he'd make a call to certain friendly and hungry paps to let them know where he was going to be. The first time it had happened, they'd gone to a movie in Westwood, standing in line for their tickets like everyone else. When they'd come out of the theater, they were met by a loud, buzzing swarm of 24 photographers.
They're like wasps,
he'd told her on the drive back to his rented house, because heaven forbid he ever been seen at her lowly apartment. Even with its 90210 zip code.
If 1 or 2 know you're going to be there, the rest show up.
You called them? JoAnn wasn't naive. She knew such things were done, but she'd never heard anyone admit it.
Sure, everyone does it,
he assured her.
In fact, my publicist is working to get me a paying yogurt gig. All I have to do is get myself photographed eating a lot of a certain brand of yogurt. Enough Instagram, Snapchat, and YouTube hits, and I'll be able to move out of the valley.
You can make that much? Just from having your picture taken while living your normal life?
You may have been in the business longer than me, sweet cheeks, but if you're on my side of the camera, yeah. It's like what studios used to pay publicists to do for their stars. If you play your cards right and get enough hits, fans, followers, and likes, you can shoot up to the top. Look at the Kardashians.
They're not actors.
Of course they are. Don't frown. It'll give you wrinkles.
Which was akin to leprosy in Hollywood. He reached over and rubbed a thumb on the lines that had furrowed on her forehead.
It's just part of the celebrity industrial complex.
But you're not exactly a celebrity. As soon as she'd heard the words come out of her mouth, JoAnn had known she'd said the wrong thing. But instead of getting annoyed, he'd flashed his light-up-the-screen, boyish grin and returned his hand to the leased Porsche's steering wheel.
But I will be. That's what those pops with the cameras are for. It's how it's done, baby.
Apparently, the publicity worked. It wasn't long before he'd gotten the role of Father What a Waste, and she'd found herself showing up on the cover of tabloids and carrying pepper spray because having a camera flash in your face in a dark parking garage could be freaking scary. They were driving past the Regent Beverly Wilshire that had served as the Pretty Woman Hotel and was bejeweled with holiday lights. Rodeo Drive had also rolled out the red carpet for holiday shoppers, with red ribbons adorning the trees, poinsettias, and a bazillion white lights.
Uh-oh,
her driver murmured. What's the problem?
We're blocked off.
JoAnn could see that for herself. Her heart and stomach sank when she viewed the police roadblock and the flashing lights of the phalanx of police and bright red fire trucks. Chapter 3. Charlene pulled over and they both stared at the 3-story building. The flashing red, blue, and white lights reminded her of the aluminum Christmas tree and color wheel her mother had bought for $2 at Goodwill. When she'd been 8 years old, JoAnn had found the revolving colors wonderfully festive. Tonight they were anything but.
What floor are you on?
The 3rd. JoAnn said, staring up at the gaping hole leading into her apartment. Because it was the top floor, she'd laughingly told friends who'd helped her move in that she was now living the Beverly Hills penthouse style.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry.
Me too. Fire hoses were spraying huge streams of water into the windows, But while she was not a firefighting professional, though she had done the makeup for a few episodes of Rescue Me that included creating fake burns on a victim's face and arms, she could tell that the entire floor was toast. Burnt toast. Could this day be any worse?
"I'll be right back,"
she said, opening the car door.
"I'm not going anywhere,"
Charlene said. She made her way toward the crowd of people huddled together watching the action. Many, she suspected, were looky-loos, drawn by the lights and sirens. Others she recognized as neighbors from the building. A police officer stopped her at the wooden barricade.
"Sorry, ma'am,"
he said,
"but no one's allowed in right now."
"That's my apartment." She pointed to the corner, though smoke was pouring out of the windows on that floor.
"I just wanted to ask a question."
Which, now that she was closer, she realized was not the time while everyone on the scene was working hard to save the building. Just then, a firefighter in yellow turnout gear and a helmet who was talking on a radio came walking toward her.
"Hey, JoAnn, I thought that was you."
The woman who'd moonlighted as an expert on one of those Rescue Me episodes JoAnn had worked on greeted her. Her badge revealed she'd worked her way up to captain.
"I remembered you telling me you lived here and was wondering on the way to the call if you still did."
"I do."
"Did,"
JoAnn corrected.
"I guess it's bad up there, huh?"
"The good news is that the fire detectors worked and everyone got out. The bad news is this building still hasn't upgraded to sprinklers, so I'm afraid you're looking at a total loss." Although there was nothing humorous about this situation, a laugh escaped.
"It figures."
"Yeah, I heard about your breakup when we were watching E.T. before the call came in. I'm sorry for your shitty day. Didn't it just figure that she, Chad, and Tiff had already made entertainment tonight?" JoAnn laughed again because it was better than crying.
"It's just stuff. I haven't lost anything that can't be replaced."
Including her cheating boyfriend.
"The important thing is that everyone's safe. Do you have any idea how soon I can get in?"
The short answer is you can't. The investigators need to go through after cleanup's done. But honestly, JoAnn, there's nothing there. The guys who went in clearing the floor, looking for people and pets, report that it's going to be cinders down to the insulation and charred studs.
Well,
despite, or perhaps because of the additional time in New York, yet more jet lag hit like a sledgehammer. Her mind was fuzzy, and not from all the smoke lingering over them.
"Thanks for saving the rest of the building. At least the other 2 floors are okay. Being homeless is tough any time."
Having slept in her car when she'd first arrived in the city, she knew that all too well.
But at the holidays, it's even worse.
"You've got that right. Unfortunately, it's one of the most common times for fires, what with all the lights and trees and candles people put up. We've already put a call into the Red Cross in case anyone needs help getting relocated. Oh, and you haven't asked, but you should be able to pick up your car tomorrow. Fortunately, with the garage being subterranean, it should be fine." That was something, JoAnn decided. The radio on the fire captain's jacket crackled. "Gotta go," she said. "Take care." JoAnn looked up at the building one more time, then turned and walked away. The Red Cross van was arriving as JoAnn reached the limo. Grateful that she had someplace to go, she called her best friend, a caterer she'd met 5 years ago on a Western movie shoot in Old Tucson.
"Are you okay?"
was the first thing Shelby Carpenter asked her.
"I'm fine, except for the fact that my apartment is now in ashes."
"Tell me you're kidding."
"I wish I could. The fire department's still here."
"Damn."
"Yeah."
trying to find a silver lining. Either the sight of the cop cars chased the gossip press away, or they decided not to risk getting arrested for interfering with an emergency response. Whichever, I don't have to answer questions about Chad and Tiffany. Unfortunately, since she wasn't a celebrity, she imagined the story would morph into the newly engaged couple's wedding plans in a day or so, and she'd happily disappear back into the crowd of invisible people who keep the industry humming. That could be, more likely, in stroke of good luck for you, a certain dick of a director who will go unnamed, but those of us who've worked on his dystopian teen movies know all too well, just got hit with a flood of sexual harassment accusations. They've all run like lemmings up to Bel Air to stake out his mega mansion. That's something. Jolene knew very well who Shelby was referring to. She'd once threatened to contact her guild rep if he dared pat her butt a second time. She'd also been vocal about warning others against working with him, with varying levels of success. "Are you sure you're okay?" Shelby asked again. "I'm fine, really. At least now I can confess I never liked Chad," Shelby said. "The two of them deserve each other. You won't get any argument from me about that." "So you're not in tears over him?" "Hardly. Since we won't have a night together until after Christmas, Etienne took tonight off and is cooking, but I can send him to the restaurant if you want to have a good cry and girl binge on junk food and ice cream." Etienne Gardinier, Shelby's fiancé, was a local chef who had a trendy bistro, Epicure, on Melrose. Every time Jolene ate there with her best friend, she half expected to see Heather Locklear walk in from the Melrose Place apartment complex. Etienne looked like a god, had a sexy French accent. His food was to die for, and amazingly, he was also a really good guy. Big girls don't cry. It had been Gloria's motto, passed down from mother to daughter. "We're having beef bourguignon, and unlike in the Julie and Julia movie, it's not going to be burned to a crisp. I swear, if you don't marry that man soon, I may break my no-commitment rule and try to steal him for myself." "Sorry," Shelby said with the easy confidence of a woman who didn't have to worry about her boyfriend getting engaged to another woman behind her back. "But I've got dibs. If you weren't my best friend, I'd have to hate you," Jolene said. 30 minutes later, she was at Shelby and Etienne's decked out in tasteful white fairy lights Venice Contemporary that boasted both ocean and mountain views and greeted with a glass of Cabernet and hug from Shelby, along with a continental two-cheek kiss from Etienne, who heartily assured her that the cacaboudin wasn't good enough for her. "Shit sausage," he translated when she lifted a questioning brow. Etienne was the complete package. Handsome, talented, wealthy, cooked like a dream, had an accent designed to make any woman with working ovaries want to bear his children, and he lacked the temper so many male chefs seemed to possess. And best yet, from the day they'd met at Food Fair, one of the most recognized and popular culinary fundraisers in Los Angeles, he'd treated Shelby like a queen. And tonight, he knew just what to say to make Jolene laugh. Proving yet again that French cuss words are superior to English, she said. The main floor was open concept, the kitchen boasting a wall of windows to show off the view, sleek black cabinets, a long marble slab for pastry, stainless steel countertops, and a French stove like the one Brianna had Seth put in Heron's Landing. But this one was even larger and matched the stainless steel of the countertops. A 12-foot-tall, white-flopped Christmas tree decorated with porcelain and blown glass food and cooking utensil ornaments added colorful whimsy to a modernist interior that could have easily been stark, but was instead inviting and cheered JoAnn up a bit. Although the tree might be pushing the season because it wasn't yet Thanksgiving, Shelby explained that since Epicure was booked every day and evening of December with Christmas parties, they were determined to celebrate their first Christmas together in their own time. The beef bourguignon filled the house with a mouth-watering aroma, served with a rich cauliflower soup, swirled with browned butter and a crusty bread that Etienne had Natch made himself, and baked winter pears with a caramel sauce were as delicious as expected, and soothed JoAnn after her terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. An hour later, jet lag had caught up with her, and after they both insisted she would not be allowed to help with the dishes after her horrible day, JoAnn stumbled upstairs with her luggage to one of the 2 guest suites, washed her face, brushed her teeth, changed into a tank and pajama pants, and collapsed into bed. She was just about to drift off to sleep when her phone rang. Reaching out for it in the dark, thinking it was more press, she was about to turn it off when she noticed the familiar Honeymoon Harbor area code. But it wasn't her mother's ringtone. "Hello? JoAnn?" the vaguely familiar voice asked. "It's me." She wondered if it was one of those cases where the spammers had faked the area code to look like one in her contacts list. "This is Sarah Mannion. I'm sorry to call so late, dear, but I left a message and was afraid you might have missed it." "Oh, okay. Sorry, Mrs. Mannion. I just got back to town a while ago and haven't checked them all." Wondering what the wife of Honeymoon Harbor's mayor could possibly be calling her about, JoAnn's fogged mind suddenly cleared as a terrible thought occurred to her. "Is it about Mom?" "In a way. Did something happen?" While Honeymoon Harbor wasn't in a snow zone, it did get its share of cold temperatures this time of year that, when combined with the rain, could turn the twisting Olympic Peninsula roads treacherous. Hadn't her mother lost her own parents on Hurricane Ridge one winter? "Is she okay?" "That's the thing." There was a long pause. Sarah Mannion was principal of Honeymoon High School, and the entire time she'd been a student there, JoAnn had never heard the woman at a loss for words. Until now. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to break a confidence," she said finally. "Okay. Could she just get to the damn point?" "There was a suspicious lump on your mother's mammogram." Now JoAnn was fully awake. She was sitting straight up, her heart beating like she'd just finished climbing Mount Olympus back home. "And?" "That's the problem. I don't know. She doesn't know, because she refuses to go in for the ultrasound the doctor ordered." Shit. Realizing she was talking to her former principal, JoAnn said, "Sorry." "Don't be. You're not alone. Caroline Harper and I are, as far as I know, the only ones she's told. And that was probably only because we were getting our hair done at the salon when she got the call. Caroline and Ben have been traveling around the country in their motorhome, but instead of staying somewhere warm and sunny like any sane Northwesterner would do, they came home for the holidays this week. Which was fortunate because she kept your mother busy showing off the new spa rooms while I got your number off Gloria's phone. It was on the front counter next to the computer, I suppose, so she can more easily book appointments that call in. The fact that the always composed Mrs. Mannion had uncharacteristically rambled those unimportant pieces of information revealed how upset she was. But we can't convince her that this isn't anything to take lightly. She hates hospitals. JoAnn's grandparents hadn't lived long enough for her to have ever met them, and her mother never talked about their deaths other than they hadn't died quickly after their accident. Her aversion to anything medical was so strong that she'd even had a midwife deliver Jolene at home rather than Harbor General's maternity wing. "I know, because of her parents," Sarah said. "That was a terrible time." Of course, Mrs. Mannion, who'd grown up with Jolene's mother, would know more about those days than she would. "But we've tried to convince her that she doesn't even know what she's dealing with. And the longer she puts it off, if there is anything to be concerned about, she'll have more problems." Jolene blew out a long breath. "I'll be on the first flight I can get out tomorrow. I hate to ask this of you because I've always prided myself on being a stickler for honesty, but if you could not mention my call..." "Don't worry. I won't say a word. I've been working 18 to 20-hour days on a location shoot in Ireland. Going home for a holiday break makes sense." Not that anything about today made sense, but Mrs. Mannion didn't need a play-by-play of unfortunate events. As she ended the call and opened her browser to look for flights, Jolene's losses suddenly came crashing down on her. Not Chad. He was already nearly forgotten. And wasn't she lucky to have escaped falling in love with a man who'd so easily and blithely cheat on her? But the fire scene, that she supposed her fuzzy, jet-lagged mind had tried to lock away, as was her habit with all things bad, suddenly came roaring back in a blaze. She could smell the smoke that her eyes and lungs still burned from. She could hear the roar of the flames, the pumper trucks pouring what had to be gallons of water through the hoses like gigantic water canyons. A loud generator was running portable outdoor lights, and in the glow, Jolene could see ashes floating in the air, like black falling snow. She heard shouts, the crackling of the radios, the explosion and shower of glass as her bedroom window burst out. There was a game movie crews often played sometime during their first week on the job. They'd sit around together at the end of the day, drinking, sharing stories about previous projects they'd worked on and asking, "If your home was on fire, what 3 things would you take?" Apparently, it had started years ago when one of the hairdressers had been going through therapy and had been given that to do as one of her exercises. It had been designed to get the hairdresser to realize what was truly valuable to her. On a new set, it allowed others on the crew to know a bit about you. That helped with bonding, which, in turn, was intended to create group cohesion. Of course, it was taken for granted that people would lie for fear of revealing too much. But it killed time, and as each crew member went on to work on other projects, then those people, in turn, moved on. The game had spread like a virus. And now, here she was, playing it all alone in the surreal moment running across the movie screen in her mind in full Dolby Vision HDR 3D. She was inside her apartment, surrounded by flames, but miraculously safe as she walked calmly around, choosing what she would save. The first thing was her DVDs of Gilmore Girls, including the revival. She'd started watching the show every week with her mom when it had first aired the year Jolene turned 13. Later, she'd bought 2 sets of DVDs. One she'd sent to her mother, and sometimes they'd watch them together, Jolene in L.A., Gloria in Honeymoon Harbor, synchronizing their DVD players and pausing them when one or the other had a comment. It seemed that each time they'd watched an episode, they found something new they hadn't noticed before. Jolene wondered if that was because their relationship, as close as it was, had never been static, and perhaps they focused only on events relevant to where they were in their lives at that time. There was no way she was going to leave those behind. The second thing she chose was a leather-covered makeup box filled with small bottles of essential oils for making her skincare products. It had taken her months to collect them, and she couldn't launch her new career without them. The third, which she had to pass through even higher flames into her bedroom to retrieve, was the needlepoint pillow her mother had surprised her with the day she'd gotten into that junker car and headed off to seek her fortune in California. Given the long hours Gloria worked, she knew it had been stitched late into the night while JoAnn had been sleeping. The background color was a cheery sky blue, usually seen only during the short summer on the Olympic Peninsula, and the words, stitched a contrasting sunshine yellow, read, "Home is where the heart is." Heart hadn't been stitched as a word, but as a cardinal red heart. "Just remember," Gloria had told her, "wherever you go in your life, you'll always know that you're loved and have a place to come home to." In her vision, JoAnn's eyes were clear, but in real life, she could feel them filling up. The scene cleared. The smoke blew away, presumably over the ocean. The fire sizzled and went out. The firefighters wrapped up their equipment and drove away, leaving the ground wet and covered with ash. And the building she'd lived in for 18 months, longer than she'd ever lived anywhere, was still standing with its third floor looking as if it had faded to black. "It's just stuff," she'd bravely told Shelby and Etienne, as she had everyone else she'd spoken with that night. "It can be replaced." But as she opened her phone app to search for a flight, she realized she'd been wrong. She could buy more oils, and she could undoubtedly find more DVDs online. But the pillow that she'd often hold to her breast while watching Gilmore Girls on the phone with her mom, or when her outwardly gilded life seemed dark or lonely, that homemade pillow that had epitomized all the sacrifices her mother had made with such unconditional love, had been turned to cedars and was truly gone forever. Which was when JoAnn's eyes flooded over, and not wanting the couple in the bedroom down the hall to hear, she buried her face in a down pillow and sobbed. Chapter 4. After a restless night's sleep and checking out flight schedules, JoAnn decided that now that she was back to being homeless, it made more sense to drive to Honeymoon Harbor so she'd have a car while she was there. Google Maps put the trip at 17 hours. If she stopped in Oregon for a night, she'd only have a 7-hour trip left, and that would only add a day to the trip. Also, that way, if her mother's recheck did show anything wrong, she wouldn't have to worry about a car rental or about searching for a new apartment until everything was settled in Washington. "It's a good plan," Shelby said the next morning. Etienne had already left to go shopping at the farmer's market, and the laundry JoAnn had brought home from Ireland was currently tumbling in the dryer to give her a clean start on her trip. "You said you wanted to take time off to concentrate on launching your beauty line. Knock on wood, your mom's lump is just a false alarm. But the cosmetics would be something the two of you could do together during any downtime she might have from any treatment she might end up needing. Also, you need to leverage your name recognition from the Emmy buzz. Just because so many people in the business know how excellent you are, you're not exactly a household name. My name may be mud after signing that #TimesUp harassment list. If they blacklist everyone who signed it, there'll be no more movies because there won't be anyone to work on them. But since the breakup and engagement is going to be tabloid and blogger fodder, it won't hurt to be out of town." True. I'm knocking on wood and crossing my fingers that Mom's situation is like you said, a false alarm. But I've been feeling guilty about never going home. She went through a lot to essentially raise me alone. I owe her. You went home this past summer for that wedding. Just for the weekend. And, if you discounted Aiden Mannion showing up at the wedding, had survived. You also fly Gloria down here and show her a great time at least once a year, Shelby reminded her. She had such fun when you took her shopping for a new glam dress for the Emmys. You also pitched in with the funds for her day spa. It's not as if you've deserted her. True. Though most of the money for the new salon and spa came from her never treating herself to anything and saving all her money instead. And if there's anything living in this city and working in our industry has taught us, it's that money doesn't guarantee happiness. Family is the most important thing. You won't get any argument from me on that. I don't think my sister could have gone back to work if Mom and Dad didn't live 10 minutes away to take care of her kids. As darling as the toddler triplets were, the few times JoAnn had met them, they'd worn her out with their energy, and she was 10 years younger than Shelby's sister. My mom's been hinting at being a grandmother, JoAnn said. And? Not going to happen. Never say never, Shelby said. Etienne and I had the talk. She put air quotes around the words. Last week. How did that go? I thought 2 sounded like a reasonable number because my sister and I have always gotten along so well. But he pointed out that 2 allows the kids to team up against us. He grew up with 5 siblings. JoAnn held up a hand. Please don't tell me you agreed to match that. Just because my eggs are aging as we speak doesn't mean I've lost my mind. Of course not. But he thought 3 might work better. But wouldn't 3 against 2 put you at even more of a disadvantage? That's what I asked, but he assured me that with multiples there are always power struggles going on. So their army, so to speak, is splintered, while we maintain a united front. You make it sound as if you'll be planning the D-Day invasion, or Henry V's battle against the French at Agincourt. JoAnn knew that one well, having headed up a 3-person makeup team for a performance at the Pasadena Playhouse. You're awfully young to be so cynical, Shelby returned. Perhaps, but it served me well. If I'd been crying my eyes out over Chad, I'd have crumbled when I saw the fire. Instead, here I am, a new plan already in the works. Not wanting to even allow a negative thought about her mother's possible condition, she bit into one of the buttery croissants Etienne had made before she'd even gotten out of the shower and nearly moaned. I swear, your man is a culinary god. I know. Shelby patted her washboard stomach. Even with all the sex we've been having, I had to add kickboxing to my workout routine to work off the extra calories I've been eating. I don't know which to be more jealous about. She took another bite. I take that back. It's his food. Definitely. I'd argue that, but I don't want to rub my good fortune in. And getting back to my point. If you stick around town, you'll probably end up getting sucked back into a project. Because if you were an actress in a Christmas romance novel or movie, you'd be cast as the workaholic city girl who gets swept off her feet by a small-town cowboy. Or better yet, a sheriff with a badge and a big gun on a leather belt slung low on his hip. Big gun being a metaphor. Exactly. But my point was, this way you'll be off the grid out in the middle of Nowheresville. Honeymoon Harbor has Wi-Fi. And cell service. Shelby Carpenter was a rare specimen. A native Los Angelian. So to her, anything beyond Santa Barbara might as well be on another planet. But I get the point, and it did occur to me. Hopefully, it'll be no big deal. Shelby sobered. That's what I'm hoping too. JoAnn couldn't imagine losing her mother. She also knew that she could well have a fight on her hands. One she was determined to win. After taking the clothes out of the dryer, showering and repacking, having been notified that she wouldn't be able to retrieve her car until late afternoon or early evening, she went shopping to pick up a duffel bag and a few toiletries and other essentials that she hadn't been able to bring back on the plane. Fortunately, she'd bought a jacket and rain boots in Ireland that would be perfect for the Pacific Northwest. Since she'd planned to spend the next few weeks creating new products and she'd lost everything in the fire, she also dropped into Earthwise Soap Mania, where she filled 2 boxes with basic organic ingredients. She and Shelby spent the rest of the day at the beach, eating a going-away lunch while admiring and scoring on a 1 to 10 scale tanned and buff surfers and volleyball players. The sun was already setting into the Pacific when JoAnn received the text that the investigators were through with the fire scene and she could retrieve her car, which she immediately did, then followed Shelby back to the Venice house. Since Etienne's working tonight, we're on our own. And I may or may not have the DVD to the best girlfriend movie ever. Let me guess. Beaches. Well, we could watch runner-up Romy and Michelle's high school reunion. That would probably be more suitable, given that you're going back to where you'll run into all those girls from high school. Please, I'm trying not to think about that. Beaches it is. Why don't you take those shopping bags up and finish packing while I set up the DVD player, change into jammies, and get out the ice cream? You're on. I think I'll also call Mom before it's too late. Besides, I don't want to talk with her when I'm crying like a baby after watching that tearjerker. We'll be strong, says the girl who cries at Sleepless in Seattle. That's an emotional love story. It's a crazy woman stalker story. Cynical, Shelby repeated. The movie's a classic, because unless you have a heart of stone, most of us secretly hope that something crazy and magical can happen, and we'll fall in love and live happily ever after. I'm honestly glad you found a man who'll give you that, JoAnn said. And I'm not so stone-hearted or cynical that I don't believe that you and Etienne are a rare couple that will make it. But, she shrugged, I guess I just don't have the love gene. Remind me of this when you invite me to be your matron of honor. JoAnn laughed. Not going to happen. Once upstairs, she changed, finished packing, then sat down on the bed to call her mother. Hey, Mom, she said when Gloria Wells answered. How are things going? I was just about to call you, Gloria said. I've been a little preoccupied lately. You know, getting the spa opened and working on my social network presence. Did I tell you I joined the Honeymoon Harbor Women's Business Association? No, but that's great. And hopefully might give her some allies in her battle to get her mother in for that recheck. I went to my first meeting yesterday. Brianna hosted this month's luncheon at Heron's Landing. And, by the way, she probably outdid Martha Stewart in Thanksgiving decorating. It was fun and informative. We voted to all have booths in the barn the Saturday after Thanksgiving at the Mannion's annual Christmas Farm Holiday Festival and give out numbered cards for people to fill with numbered stamps, one from each of our booth. Then, when it's filled, they put it in a big bowl. It doesn't cost anything to enter. Then at the end of the day, we're having a big drawing of products or services from each of our businesses. I'm giving away a spa day and hair and nails makeover for my share of the grand prize and selling sample kits of your skincare line to anyone who stops by my booth for a stamp. That's a wonderful idea and should boost Christmas sales. That's the plan. Brianna thought it up. She'd read about it in one of her books on ways a bed and breakfast can work with other businesses to create a cooperative environment. The Mannions are donating trees for various social groups to decorate by theme. They'll be finished the night before the festival and will be auctioned off to raise money for various community organizations like the Food Pantry, the Boys and Girls Club, and the After-School Program. Knowing that Brianna Mannion had left a high-profile job in Las Vegas as a hotel concierge who catered to high rollers to return to Honeymoon Harbor and open Heron's Landing, JoAnn figured she probably knew a lot about the hospitality business. I'm sure it'll be a smashing success. So, like I said, I've been really busy, which is how I didn't even hear about your breakup until gossipy Mildred Marshall came in for a cut and perm today. I think she loved being the first to tell me. I'm so sorry. It's no big deal. Seriously. Chad and I had reached our sell-by date anyway. Well, I'm glad you don't sound heartbroken. Of course, I'd never met him personally, but from how he was always getting himself in magazines and gossip columns, he didn't seem like the best husband material. You need to find a man good enough to spend your life with. This from the woman who'd married the entirely wrong man for all the wrong reasons, but now, as the women's lunch report proved, seemed to be doing just fine on her own, except for that damn breast lump that her mother didn't know JoAnn knew about. I'll try to fit that in, she said mildly, not wanting to get into a discussion that could go so wrong on the phone. Meanwhile, I called to tell you that I'm coming up for a visit. To Honeymoon Harbor? But you were just here a few months ago. An occasion as rare as snow in LA. What's wrong? Her mother had reason to be suspicious. But she also didn't sound as if she were doing cartwheels, probably because she realized that she'd never be able to keep her secret safe in a small town, whose Facebook page was probably the first thing most people turned to for their morning news. If it turned out she did need treatment, it would be all over town in a heartbeat. Nothing, JoAnn hoped. I was just thinking, while flying back from Ireland, how much fun we had when I was back home this summer. Weddings are always fun. If you discounted everyone coming up to assure you that one of these days you too would find your perfect match. Wear a princess gown and toss a bouquet of flowers at a group of women seeming willing to do anything to up their odds of finding their own Prince Charming. As happy as she'd been for Kylie and Mai, that particular wedding turned out to be especially uncomfortable, thanks to Aiden Mannion showing up. Anyway, I'm between projects and want to work on my business plan for my skincare line, so I was thinking until after the new year would be a perfect time to get away. And hey, maybe even some of the women in your group would have some marketing ideas. I'm sure they would. Yep. Her tone suggested she wasn't entirely on board with the program. JoAnn had planned to wait until she'd arrived to tell her about the fire, but decided she'd toss in the one thing she knew her mother wouldn't be able to resist. There's something else. Oh? There was a fire in my apartment building yesterday. Oh no! Why didn't you tell me right away instead of letting me babble about my silly businesswoman's lunch? It's not silly, and I'm truly happy about your networking. Forget the networking. Are you all right? I'm fine. I wasn't even home yet, but it appears to be a total loss. So essentially, I'm homeless. You'll never be homeless, Gloria said. Not as long as I'm alive. And didn't that cause a frisson of fear to skim up JoAnn's spine? She didn't even want to think about losing her mother. Of course you need to come home right away. It is, after all, your house. Mom, it's not my house. Well, technically not, since it's not the one you grew up in. Or the manufactured one you paid for, which I was able to get enough money from when it sold the very first day to pay Seth to remodel this place. So you helped pay for this one as well. With money I earned because you were such a great role model and encouraged me to take those beauty classes. So let's stop arguing about who owes what and Just enjoy the holidays." There was a long enough pause that had Jolene looking down at her phone to ensure they hadn't lost the connection. Although, as she'd told Shelby, Honeymoon Harbor did have cell service, it could be iffy. "That sounds like fun. I'll fix up your room and make pot roast." "Am I dying?" Her mother laughed at the line from the Gilmore Girls episode when Rory had questioned her grandmother about why she'd had her cook a pot roast, which had turned out to be because Emily Gilmore had invited the Reverend Boatwright to dinner to give 21-year-old Rory the sex talk. "Aren't I a little old for you to be worrying about my sex life?" They'd always laughed at the place where the Reverend explained to Rory that her virtue was her most precious gift, and how if she gave it away too soon to the wrong man, when the right man came along, she'd have no gift to give. So she'd have to buy him a sweater instead. As humorous as it had been, it had opened up a mother-daughter discussion about safe sex that included her mother assuring Jolene that despite having become a mother at 17, she was the best thing that had ever happened to her. "Well, as Rory told the good Reverend, my ultimate gift ship has long sailed, Mom." "I'm shocked. And are you accusing me of using pot roast as a ploy to bring up the topic of you someday getting pregnant?" "No, but you can't deny that you've been angling for grandchildren." "I have not," Gloria said, not quite truthfully. "You've made yourself very clear that the best I could hope for, preferably before I'm in my dotage living at Harbor Hill Nursing Home, is a grandpuppy." "It's assisted senior living." Jolene knew because while going to school, she'd done events there for the women residents. It had been amazing what a little blush, a new lipstick, and a haircut could do for morale. "Besides, you know I'd never put you in a nursing home." Yet, while she couldn't imagine her mother growing old, dotage was definitely more appealing than losing her to cancer. Jolene was going to get her to that damn recheck if she had to drag her there kicking and screaming. "And getting back to the pot roast," Gloria said, "I merely thought it'd be a nice dinner to have on rainy fall night. I can put it in the crock pot before I go to work." "That sounds good." The roast had always been saved for special occasions, causing a twinge of guilt that a visit home could be considered an event. Her mother had always been there for her, but by leaving Honeymoon Harbor, she'd essentially cut the most important person in her life out of her life. Now, forced to consider a future without her mother in it at all, Jolene worried that because she'd admittedly wanted a different, more secure life for herself than Gloria had experienced, she hoped her mom didn't think she looked down on her in any way, which wasn't the case. But how could she explain that returning to Honeymoon Harbor was like returning to the scene of a near-fatal accident? "What's your itinerary?" Gloria asked, dragging Jolene's mind away from a memory flash of Aiden, bruised fists clenched, a thunderstorm moving across his face. "I'm leaving early tomorrow morning. I thought I'd spend the night in Oregon. There's an organic floral farm in the Willamette Valley where I get a lot of precious oils." "Oh, I was so relieved you weren't hurt. I didn't think about your oils. I'm so sorry." "It's just stuff," she repeated, not like losing her mother. That she had no intention of doing anytime soon. After assuring her mother she'd call after she stopped once she settled into a motel room tomorrow night. And yes, she had the numbers for her mother's cell, and the landline she'd kept due to iffy cell service in spots on the peninsula. She went back downstairs, where Shelby was waiting with the DVD player on pause, and 2 pints of Ben & Jerry's chocolate caramel cheesecake. 2 hours and 3 minutes later, they'd nearly gone through a box of Kleenex and all the ice cream, along with a bag of white chocolate-covered pretzels Shelby had stashed away for PMS therapy. "If you ever got viral cardiomyopathy like Hillary, I'd give you my heart," Jolene said. "You couldn't. because then you'd be the one who dies in the end. But you're nicer, so you should be the one to live. You said it yourself. I'm cynical. Just like Cece. At least we'll always have today's sunset. I didn't want to say anything, but I'm pretty sure I heard Bette Midler singing Wind Beneath My Wings as the sun sank into the water. Jolene reached into the pocket of her pajama pants and pulled out her phone. We don't have a photo booth like Hillary and Cece, but we do have burst mode. She lifted the phone and, still weeping and laughing, shot the series of selfies. Hashtag BFFs forever. Chapter 5.
What the hell did you think you were doing?
Although it took every ounce of patience he possessed, Aiden reminded himself that blowing up at the deputy police chief he'd inherited from his predecessor wouldn't be a wise officer management move. I responded to a 911 call, accessed the situation, and handled it. You didn't do a damn thing. Don James shot out his jaw, which, once upon a time ago, when Aiden had been Honeymoon Harbor's teenage brawler, would have made a perfect target. Although the Marines had taught him discipline, there were times like now that professional police adulting sucked. The wife said she slipped. He backed her up. He shrugged. End of story. It was a 911 domestic abuse call. Washington law states there needs to be an arrest. Laws are written by politicians who've never spent a damn day on the street, Don countered. Like this guy had ever been on the street. Aiden suspected that if he spent an hour working in the tough spots in L.A., James would fold like a cheap lawn chair and go running home to his mommy. They're written to keep order, and we've been tasked with serving and protecting the public. Seems to be pretty one-sided these days, James muttered. Whatever happened to listening to the guy for a change? Donna Ormsby, who'd taken the call, broke in. Maybe when guys stop hitting women, we'll do that. Or at least admit it when they do. Donna had been working as both office manager and 911 operator for as long as Aiden could remember. When Honeymoon Harbor had its annual downtown Halloween trick-or-treat night, she'd always hand out home-baked cookies from the McGruff the Crime Dog jar on her desk. I don't remember anyone asking you, Don James shot back, to which Donna responded by running a hand through her long slide of silver hair, middle finger extended. The gesture's FU effect was minimized a bit by the sequined dancing turkey on the front of the orange sweater she was wearing as a lead-up to Thanksgiving. Aiden had thought being police chief of Honeymoon Harbor, which was the county seat of Salish County, would be a snap after what he'd been through. Humping his butt across the mountains of Afghanistan in temperatures hot enough to fry an egg on his armor had been no Sunday stroll in the park. Fighting gangs and gun runners in the second-largest city in the country had come with challenges that had nearly gotten him killed. But he was quickly learning that small-town police work came with its own challenges, especially when you'd been appointed to the job another guy had expected being promoted to. You're not being paid to hang around the office, Aiden said, deciding to lower the conflict level. Beefy hands moved to James's hips, fingers like Vienna sausages playing on his brown leather Sam Brown belt. You want me to go back to the Palmer place? No. That was the last thing Aiden wanted. I want you to go out and patrol the harbor and stop by the food bank on the way. We're delivering Thanksgiving dinner boxes. Steely brows climbed the wide forehead. Now you've turned me into a damn delivery boy? We have the vehicles. We're already driving around on patrol. The food pantry is slammed with work this time of year and needs all the volunteers they can get. Makes sense for us to do our civic duty and help out. Stop by the pantry office and Margie, who's in charge of the food drive, will give you some boxes and a list of addresses. I figure if all of us do our part, we can reach everyone who needs help this season. Muttering beneath his breath, James pulled on his gloves, yanked his hood over his brimmed hat, and stomped out into the slanting November rain. He's pissed off so many people over the years, I'm not at all surprised the city council didn't appoint him chief. Donna observed as they watched him pull out of the parking lot, tires squealing.
Yet there have to be people claiming nepotism with me having the job, given that the head of the council and my dad, who just happens to be mayor, have been fishing buddies all their lives.
Only a fool would think that, she scoffed. You're obviously the far more qualified candidate.
Aiden decided not to mention that he hadn't wanted to be a candidate in the first place.
I remember the chief being tough but fair. I'm surprised he never fired James.
He would have been if he hadn't been Chief Swenson's brother-in-law. Now that the chief and his wife have planned to retire to Costa Rica after their cruise, he's pretty much on his own. You could fire him in a New York minute if you wanted to.
Aiden did want to, but for the time being, he was only serving the remainder of the former chief's term. If he did fire the chief deputy, and he was leaning in that direction, given the politics of the situation, it might cause a fracture in the community. Or worse yet, maybe the guy had friends on the council who'd appoint him chief. That would be a disaster for not only the force, but also the town.
Aiden had been on the job only 6 weeks, but already he was surprised how much he was enjoying the work. And that he never would have expected. He figured a lot of people in Honeymoon Harbor found it ironic that former bad boy Aiden Mannion had ended up the town's police chief. They weren't alone. Most days, Aiden couldn't believe it either. He pulled on his jacket and dark blue baseball cap with the Honeymoon Harbor police shield embroidered on the front, because the wide-brimmed brown campaign hat he'd inherited with the job made him feel like Smokey the Bear, and headed over to the Wheel and Barrow, figuring he'd find Amanda Barrow, wife of Eric Palmer, at her plant nursery. That would give him a chance to talk to her without her husband. Like most states these days, Washington took allegations of domestic violence seriously, including having a mandatory arrest provision for police officers investigating incidents of potential violence. The problem was, that law required officers to arrest the primary aggressor if they had probable cause to believe that an assault or other serious domestic violence offense has taken place within the last 4 hours. And since James had screwed it up, Aiden was working against the clock. He found her in the shop, making a fall flower arrangement. "Hey, Miss Barrow." He greeted her in the same calm, steady tone he'd used to convince an Afghan goat farmer that the armed-to-the-teeth American Marine was friendly. "How's it going?"
Fine.
She wasn't showing any bruises, but Aiden knew that abusers learned early to hit where it didn't show. He did wonder about the scarf around her neck. "I don't know how things were where you lived before, but we watch out for one another here in Honeymoon Harbor. If you're worried—"
"I'm fine,"
she repeated, her eyes red-rimmed as if she'd recently been crying, met his, then quickly shifted away. As color rose in her cheeks, instinct and experience kicked in, telling Aiden that this wasn't her first rodeo. He'd run Eric Palmer's record, which showed some speeding tickets and a disturbance call at a sports bar that hadn't ended in an arrest, and 3 domestic disturbance calls in the last 18 months that hadn't gone anywhere because both husband and wife denied a problem. There was also a note in the file that said the Palo Alto cop responding to the calls had known something was hinky, but he couldn't do anything without Amanda willing to press charges. "Do you or your husband own any guns?" Her eyes widened.
"No."
That she knew of. In addition to facing fines and imprisonment, people convicted of domestic violence offenses were prohibited from owning firearms and couldn't qualify for a concealed weapons permit in the state. Violating the law was a felony and could lead to additional criminal penalties. Which didn't mean that bad guys, including wife abusers, couldn't easily work around that deterrence. "I know Deputy James spoke with both of you."
"And we both assured him that the call was a mistake."
She broke him off again. She'd turned pale when he'd walked into the shop, but now her cheeks were flushed with emotion. Fear? Embarrassment?
Probably both.
I'll admit I was angry. I'm sorry if I interfered with police business simply because I tripped over the coffee table while marching out to the door to drive away during an argument.
Aiden had been to enough domestic violence calls to know that coffee tables were commonly blamed for injuries. Even more than the cliched walking into a door, because a fall could explain broken bones and body bruising. Did the deputy inform you that a misdemeanor domestic violence conviction is punishable by up to 90 days in jail? He decided not to mention the fine, because while Amanda's landscape and floral business seemed to be flourishing, he didn't want to risk money worries keeping her from filing a charge against her husband.
He did. And although we didn't discuss the topic at length, I will point out that the relevant word is conviction.
And damn, right there, she'd told him exactly what he needed to know. But from the upward tilt of her chin and her steady gaze, he knew wasn't going to get anywhere today. It wasn't like he could drag her into the station, handcuff her to a chair, and interrogate her under a bright light until she caved and admitted to what they both knew was the truth.
I hate to be rude, Chief Mannion, but this is in my busy season, with Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year so close together. So, as much as I appreciate you dropping by, I really need to get back to work.
Right. I know from growing up on our Christmas tree farm how busy this time of year can be. Aiden reached into his pocket and took out a card. This has the station number as well as my cell, he said, handing it out toward her.
Your personal cell?
I told you, we care about each other here. I promise, if you ever need anything, anytime, day or night, I'll make things work out okay. She took the card, glanced down long enough to read it. The regular cards listed only the contact number for the station. Just as he had in L.A., Aiden had a special batch printed up with his personal information on it. Because, hey, you never knew.
Thank you.
Her brown eyes seemed to glisten, but it could have just been a trick of the beam of light from the sunbreak slanting through front windows.
Have a good day, Chief Mannion.
He touched his fingers to the brim of his hat. You too, Miss Barrow.
Amanda,
she murmured. Progress made. Baby steps, Aiden reminded himself. Amanda, he repeated. And I'm Aiden.
The mayor's son, who was a Marine and then worked for the police in Los Angeles.
That would be me. Small towns. She hadn't been in Honeymoon Harbor that long herself, but it seemed she already knew his history. He wondered if she knew how his career in California had ended, which might not give her a lot of confidence in his ability to live up to his promise to keep her safe if she did ever press charges. He was nearly to the door when she called after him.
Chief Mannion?
He turned back. Aiden, he reminded her. She turned around and took an arrangement of mums, autumn leaves, acorns, and some other flowers he didn't know the name of from the cooler.
For your mother, Aiden.
It wasn't what he'd come for, but like the use of first names, it was a start. He'd take it, for now. Thank you. She'll love it. She was talking about coming by for a Thanksgiving centerpiece. He didn't know if that was true, but since Sarah Mannion always decorated for any holiday as if she were staging a photo shoot for one of those slick country home magazines he saw in the magazine section of the market, she could have shown up at the nursery any day. As he pulled away from the nursery, off to deliver his own food boxes, Bodhi appeared in the passenger seat. When are you going to learn that you can't save the world? He asked. I know that. He'd learned it during his first deployment. But that doesn't mean I should stop trying. So, you going to keep that badge? I'm still weighing options. And your others would be, other than returning to L.A.? That's not an option. You were getting bored hanging around the coast house, cool as it was. Bodhi pointed out. The same way you got bored being drunk. Aiden couldn't argue with either of those things, so he didn't bother trying. Of course, on the other hand, you could also get bored playing the Sheriff of Mayberry. Or not. And I'm chief of police. The sheriff's jurisdiction is outside town. He turned onto Evergreen Way, headed out of town to deliver one of the boxes to the Marlows, a family of 5 living in a double-wide. Evan Marlowe had broken his back when his long skidder had overturned and slid down a muddy bank after a heavy rain. After 2 operations, he was still in a wheelchair, waiting for his disability to be approved. His wife, Ellen, had gone to work waitressing at the diner, but they'd definitely fallen on hard times with 3 kids under the age of 13. How many times did we manage to accomplish the protect part of protect and serve? Big picture or day-to-day? The second. Aiden knew they'd done good work getting bad guys off the street, but the one-on-one interactions usually involved altercations. Although he'd handed out more of those domestic violence cards that he'd care to count in L.A., the number of cases and calls involved moving on. And even though late at night, when he was staring up at the ceiling, listening to the white noise of the freeway traffic 2 blocks from his apartment building, unable to sleep, he'd think about those victimized women he'd left cards with. The majority he'd never had time to check back on. At least 2 he knew of had ended up dead. Amanda Barrow could be one of his success stories. Change that. She would be one. Honeymoon Harbor was small enough that he could keep an eye on her, watch out for her husband. Maybe if he made a habit of dropping into the nursery as a customer, buying flowers for his mom, his sister, or even Donna, who'd probably like prettying up her corner of the office, she'd feel more comfortable talking with him. He might be able to make a difference. That wouldn't be such a bad way to spend his life. Maybe he could even go out once in a while, and not just meeting Seth for wings and beer at his brother's pub, but with a woman, like a date. Brianna kept trying to fix him up with her friends. Maybe he'd take her up on that one of these days. Maybe he'd meet the one he could imagine building a future with, like Seth and Brianna, Kylie and Mai, his mom and dad. The idea of teaching his son to fish off the dock like his dad had taught him, or having tea parties with his daughter and grilling burgers in the backyard while his kids climbed on a playset and his wife planted posies in the garden that deer would eat and their dog would invariably dig up, once would have sent him running for the hills. Strangely, now that he was back in the very town he once couldn't wait to get out of, it was growing increasingly appealing. The only problem was, whenever he imagined it, there was only one woman in the picture. One he'd never have because he'd burned that bridge where Jolene Wells was concerned. We were busy being big bad undercover guys, Bodie pointed out, bringing his wandering mind back to the topic at hand. Once we made an arrest, our cover was blown with those bad guys, so we had to keep moving on. Yeah, that was my point. We were like sharks, always moving forward. And not looking back. Because the truth was, if you spent too much time dwelling on what you couldn't fix, it would eat you up. The adrenaline boost that had also contributed to those sleepless nights had been great in the beginning. Like Bodie said, they'd lived on the edge, just like all those buddy cop movies and TV shows. But it had lost its appeal, which was why he was transferring out of the undercover guns for drugs detail the day after the night that had changed everything. You know, this isn't such a bad place, Bodie said, looking out the window at the historic buildings, the jagged, snow-clad mountains and lush green forests, and the quaint harbor, all that could have been a set for a movie set in Victorian times. Remember Twin Peaks? Sure. The exterior scenes were filmed here in the state. Remember when Agent Cooper drove into town and told Diane that he'd never seen so many trees in his life? I didn't really appreciate it on TV, but man, the guy nailed it. These are frigging big trees, and the mountains are awesome too. Though I'll bet surfing in these waters would freeze your balls and shrink them the size of marbles. Since I don't surf, I wouldn't know. You've tried it while you were in California. You might not have burned out. I didn't burn out.
exactly. Dude, don't lie to your partner. I was just saying. Don't you have somewhere else to be? Like saving guys from jumping off a bridge or showing them images from their future life?
Aiden asked through gritted teeth. As soon as he asked the question, a thought occurred to him.
Can you see the future? Nah, that's fictional. Or maybe a higher level.
Bodhi swiped a hand through his shaggy surfer hair.
I'm still new at this stuff, which may be why I'm here.
He turned thoughtful, the way he'd do when they were working out a case.
At first, I thought I was here for you, to help you adjust and keep from doing something stupid like eating your gun. But hell, Aiden, what if it's just me? What if I'm not ready to quit you? Like, I'm supposed to have an answer for that? Nah, I was mostly wondering out loud. You'd think if a guy was going to continue to live in some parallel universe, he'd be set up with some kind of mentor.
He mused.
Like when you're a rookie cop and you're partnered with a more experienced officer who teaches you the ropes. Or at least, you should be given a handbook after you die. Dead for dummies.
Aiden laughed even as this conversation reminded him of the ones he'd have in Afghanistan. His fellow Marines tended to fall into two categories. Those who believed themselves invincible, who tended to lessen exponentially with each succeeding tour, when their thinking turned to more of an odds deal. Like how many tours could a guy do before his ticket was punched? Then there were those like Aiden, who every time he went beyond the wire knew it could be his last day on Earth. They were the ones who'd sit around talking about what happened when you died. They'd lost one of their team in a halo crash in the Kush Mountains, and it occurred to him that there hadn't been any discussion before or after the boots and helmet ceremony, where, if anywhere, that guy might have ended up. Despite his Catholic upbringing, Aiden had decided that dead was dead, and death was final, right? But maybe not. Damn. There were times when the pain was as raw as it had been that night. This was one of those times.
Died?
Bodhi prompted.
Yeah.
If Bodhi wasn't a hallucination, this was definitely the most existential conversation Aiden had ever had.
When that happened, was there that tunnel of light, like people who've been through near-death experiences talk about? Nope, not that I remember anyway. One of the last things I remember was thinking, holy fucking shit, we've been ambushed, and feeling like a sitting duck in the crosshairs. Then you were shot, and I figured both our asses were grass. Then the next thing I knew, I was on the ferry with you, where I ended up in your parents' rad beach house. If you went straight from being killed to landing on the ferry, then how would you know the music wherever you'd been between those times was cooler than harps? Having been a detective, Aiden could not only spot a clue when he heard one, he could also spot when someone's story changed. I said that? The first night. True, Aiden had been drunk a lot of the time, which was why he'd figured Bodhi was a hallucination. But he'd been sober for nearly 3 months, and here his partner was, back sitting shotgun, just like the old days. Huh, you've got me there.
As Bodhi appeared to be pondering that time gap, a please ticket me officer red Miata convertible raced by him, headed in the opposite direction.
Hey, it's just like old times,
Bodhi said as Aiden did a wheel-burning U-turn and sped up to get behind it.
Do we get to use the siren?
I doubt that will be necessary. The car had a California plate. Since they were the only vehicles on the road, he turned on his bar lights. The driver may have been speeding, but at least she was paying attention because her brake lights flashed. Then her turn signal as she pulled over to the side and waited. Chapter 6. As Jolene passed through scenery that changed from Venice Beach to the verdant miles of California's agricultural flatlands, north to the dazzling white peak of the Cascades Mountain Shasta, through the Siskiyou Mountains to Oregon's Willamette Valley's farms and vineyards, into the lush green of her home state, she realized that she'd done exactly the right thing to drive. All those hours of alone in the quiet of the car had given her time to think about her life, which had mostly been centered around work ever since she left home. Although a very strong part of her wanted to take one of the state's iconic ferries back home, if for no other reason than to stand on the deck, the wind tangling her hair, breathing in the scents of salt and fur. Too impatient to risk getting stuck in a long line of cars, she decided to keep driving to Honeymoon Harbor, which involved 2 bridges. The first was the Tacoma Narrows Art Deco-inspired suspension bridge, which many, including her, considered one of the most beautiful bridges in the world. Crossing over the high, gray-green span, she'd realized how much she'd missed this land of tall green trees and sparkling blue water. The weekend of Kylie and Mai's wedding had been so hectic she hadn't focused on the scenery. Her plan to save time was thwarted when the Hood Canal floating bridge opened to allow a Trident submarine pass through. And yes, she did get out of her car to watch, just like most of the occupants of cars stuck on both sides of the bridge. "It never gets old," a 60-something man standing with his wife beside her said. "No," JoAnn agreed. "It doesn't." Despite her initial annoyance at the delay, she found herself as thrilled as she'd been as a child the first time she'd seen an aircraft carrier cruise by Honeymoon Harbor to the sea. Seemingly everyone in town had come out to wave goodbye to the sailors lined up on deck. When one man showed up with a bugle and played Anchors Aweigh, the crowd had sung along. As memorable as the event was, the sub and support ship ended up costing her nearly an hour. She'd called her mother about the delay, but Gloria had said not to worry. She'd simply turn the crockpot down to low. As she'd turned on Water Street, heading toward Old Fort Road, which in turn led to her mother's new home on Lighthouse Lane, JoAnn realized she must have been speeding when she glanced up in the rearview mirror and saw the red, blue, and white lights flashing atop a Honeymoon Harbor police SUV. And wasn't that just what she needed? Flipping the arm on her turn signal, she pulled over to the side of the 2-lane road. Then, because she'd seen enough police-sponsored public service videos broadcast in L.A., she cut her engine, lowered the window down a quarter of the way, put her hands on the steering wheel, and tried to stop her heart from beating out of her chest. It certainly took him long enough. Deciding he must be running her plates, JoAnn took 3 deep breaths, closed her eyes, and practiced a visualization skill she'd learned from a yoga instructor the studio had hired for a TV actress for her daily meditation. The extra perk was that the instructor was more than willing to share guided meditation techniques with other members of the cast and crew. JoAnn imagined herself lying on her stomach on an impossibly empty tropical beach, while benevolent rays of sun overhead warmed her skin. And because it was her fantasy, she'd added a darkly tanned beach boy rubbing coconut oil onto her back. It was working. She could hear the rush of the waves, the softer sound of the frothy sea foam kissing the white sand, the slight rattling of palm fronds swaying in the wind, the distant music of a ukulele playing somewhere over the rainbow, and the knocking of knuckles on the car window. She opened her eyes with a yelp and covered her heart with her right hand before remembering to put it back on the steering wheel. "Are you all right, ma'am?" The deep voice asked. "Ma'am? Seriously?" She turned her head slowly, carefully, and found herself looking, holy guacamole, straight into a pair of neon blue eyes, set off by an indigo rim that were all too familiar. Impossibly, her already wildly beating heart kicked into overdrive. Not to mention her rebellious hormones that had always refused to behave themselves where this man was concerned. In a week of strange and unfortunate events, bad boy Aiden Mannion, wearing the uniform of a Honeymoon Harbor police officer, topped the list. Her mouth went as dry as the Santa Ana winds that roared in from the Mojave Desert, bringing all those wildfires to L.A. Hoping she could speak, she managed a not-too-shaky, "Aiden?" Those lips, she was horrified to realize that she could still taste after all these years, quirked a bit at the corners. "Yeah," he said, as if reading her mind.
It's a surprise to me, too.
So, you're a police officer now?
No, idiot. He's just wearing that uniform because he thinks it makes him look hot and dangerous.
Which, damn it did. Especially with that gun at his hip. Jolene didn't like guns at all, but she had to admit that Shelby's metaphor was right on the money. It did give him a sexy Western movie gunslinger look, like Denzel Washington in the remake of The Magnificent Seven.
Police chief.
He tapped the badge on his jacket. Wow. Realizing her disbelief echoed in her tone, she backtracked. I didn't mean... Well, that's great. So I guess you're living here now? Although, duh, that was obvious. He gave her a long, silent look, as if considering the question.
It seems so. Do you happen to know how fast you were driving?
No. Really? She said, when an ebony brow arched. Of course, he'd probably heard that excuse a bazillion times before. My mind was on my mom. If I was speeding, and I must have been, or you wouldn't have stopped me, it's because she may or may not have cancer.
That's one I've never heard before.
It's not an excuse, honest, it's the truth. Any trace of humor immediately faded from his face. She'd often thought that when God had been handing out good looks, while all the Mannion brothers had received more than their share, Aiden must have gone through the line twice. His black curls, incredibly blue eyes framed by long, sooty lashes and arched lips, above a finely chiseled jaw, were unfairly beautiful to have been given to a man. Jolene doubted there'd been a teenage girl in Honeymoon Harbor who hadn't crushed on him. With the exception of Kylie Campbell, who, although she hadn't come out yet, nearly everyone knew she was lesbian, and Zoe Robinson, who'd been inseparable from Seth Harper. Despite having never been part of the in-crowd, in this one case, Jolene had joined the Aiden Mannion fan club majority, and for a brief shining time until his arrest for stealing that beer, she'd been his secret girlfriend.
Your mom has cancer?
He asked, his expression turning serious. I don't know. And I truly didn't say that so you'd feel sorry for me and not give me a ticket, which I must deserve, and I probably shouldn't have told you about her because it's supposed to be a secret. Even I didn't know until your mom told me. One dark brow arched. How did he do that?
My mom told you that your mom may or may not have cancer? And you can take your hands off the wheel now.
Oh, thank you. Her hands were so wet and clammy they'd left marks on the black leather. Drawing in a deep breath, she tried to regain her zen, but this time the image of the beach boy with the wonder hands looked exactly like Aiden Mannion, which was no help at all. And no, your mother didn't tell me that Mom has cancer. She only called to tell me that Mom's mammogram showed a suspicious lump and the doctor wants her to come in for an ultrasound, which apparently she refuses to do. Now she was squeezing her hands so tightly together, her nails were biting into her skin. That's why your mom, broke a confidence and called me. And why I'm here. To convince her to go in for the test if I have to drag her there. And to stay with her in case something turns out to be wrong. To help her get through it.
It's probably a false alarm,
said a man who, despite having handled more than a few breasts over the years, undoubtedly didn't know anything about breast cancer. But she appreciated his attempt to reassure her. That was the thing about Aiden. Despite his reputation as a troublemaker, he'd always had a warm and caring heart. Like the time he'd come across a great horned owl with a broken wing. The way his sister had told the story, he'd risked his hand being mangled to wrap the wounded bird in his sleeping bag, then taken it to the Northwest Raptor and Wildlife Sanctuary, where he'd visited every day until it had been set free. Most of the fights he'd gotten detention for in high school had been for protecting kids who were being bullied. Aiden Mannion had been the champion of the weak and broken, including her. Until the wedding, It had been 14 years since she'd last seen him, since the night that had changed her life. And as horrific as it had been, those events had taken her onto a different path, one that had led to LA and the strong, competent woman she was today. And while she'd prided herself on all that she'd achieved, JoAnn had never forgotten that it was Aiden who'd made it all possible. Because if it hadn't been for him, she might not have lived to be here for her mother. "Thank you," she managed to say through those still, bone-dry lips. Without warning, all the events of the past days, along with the fear of losing her mother, came crashing down on her, and to her horror, JoAnn felt hot tears overflowing her eyes to begin flowing down her cheeks. "I'm sorry." She dashed at the moisture with the back of her hands. "I just can't bear the thought of losing her." "I understand. Here." He dug into his jacket pocket, pulled out a square of fabric and handed it through the top half of the window. "Thanks." Uneasy about blowing her nose in front of him, like you haven't done a lot worse. She dabbed at her wet cheeks and sniffed. "I've never known a guy who carried a real handkerchief, let alone one in camo print." "My dad sent me a bunch when I was deployed in Afghanistan. They came in handy to use as a mask to help from breathing in all the dust." "Oh, that makes sense." She'd learned from Brianna, whom she'd kept in touch with, that he'd been deployed twice over his enlistment. She'd worried about him the entire time. "I'm sorry, I'm usually not so emotional." Damn, her eyes were misting up again. "It's just been a rough week." "Been there," he said mildly. "I hope everything turns out okay with your mom." "That's it?" she asked as he tucked the citation book back into his inside jacket pocket. "You're not going to give me a ticket?" "You get a pass on the first one, especially since the speed limit has dropped 5 miles an hour since the last time you were here," he added, as if not wanting her to think he was giving her any special favors because he felt sorry for her. Or guilty. Not that he had all that much to feel guilty about. Yet he had gone out of his way to avoid her at Kylie and Mai's wedding. Was that because of the way she'd humiliated herself the last time they'd been together? "Well, okay. I appreciate the pass and promise to pay more attention to the posted limits while I'm here." The temperature was dropping as the streetlights turned on and the sun disappeared into the bay, making the water shine like a gleaming gold wedding band. "I guess I'll be seeing you around then." "I hope so," he said, his deep voice causing butterflies to flutter their wings in her stomach. Instead of hitting the ignition button and driving on, JoAnn sat there, looking up at Aiden, his blue eyes locked on hers, holding them prisoner. She couldn't have looked away if snow-capped volcanic Mount Baker that loomed from the north over the harbor suddenly erupted. The moment must have lasted only seconds, yet to JoAnn it felt as if the world had stopped turning. Finally, the whistle of a train approaching the nearby crossing shattered the suspended silence. His eyes shuddered, the same way they had at the wedding. "Tell your mom hi for me," he said, his tone turning brusque, as if informing her that they were done here. Whatever she'd thought she'd seen in his gaze was gone. Maybe embers of emotions she'd assured herself had cooled had been stirred, causing her to imagine his hot and hungry look. Because now she was looking up at the assumedly tough alpha male her mother had told her on the drive home from the reception had become an LA police detective after leaving the Marines. Knowing Aiden's propensity for protecting the underdog, he'd probably found his niche in police work. There'd been a time, back when she was in her teens and too romantic for her own good, she'd often imagined the two of them together. Probably not here in sleepy Honeymoon Harbor, because as her mom had often said, JoAnn had been born leaving, but in some bright and bustling city where their tarnished reputations wouldn't follow them, and they could start an exciting new life together. But she'd since come to realize that a young girl's dreams had as much substance as sea foam, evaporated by life's tides. Despite her mother's attempts to create some normalcy in their family, JoAnn had grown accustomed to rough waters. Until a tsunami had swept away the last of her innocence, leaving her not completely cynical, as Shelby so often accused, but definitely a realist. "I will," she said, "and tell your mom thanks for me." And with that, she drove away as he walked back to his black and white SUV. Although temptation tugged, JoAnn did not allow herself to look back. Chapter 7.
"Well, that was interesting."
Bodhi greeted Aiden as he climbed back into the cruiser.
"Just a traffic stop."
Aiden started the SUV, turned back in the original direction he'd been headed, and continued on to deliver the food basket.
"You didn't give her a ticket."
"She wasn't going much over the limit, and everyone's entitled to one break."
"Yet there was that moment. I've no idea what you're talking about."
But he did. Looking down into her green eyes, time had spun backward and he'd been back on the boat he'd shared with his brothers. The anchor dropped in Serenity Cove. Looking back, their surreptitious romance had been remarkably innocent, given the chemistry between them, and their bad boy, easy girl reputations. But perhaps that had been the point. For some reason, whenever they were together, the chip fell off his shoulders and he could be himself. He'd often wondered if she'd felt the same, but since teenage boys weren't known for their verbal skills with girls, especially ones that kept them in a constant state of arousal, he'd never asked.
"You look as if you'd been knocked off your feet by a sneaker wave when she rolled down that window."
"You're so full of it." Sneaker waves struck without warning, higher and stronger than typical waves, and were infamous for sweeping even the strongest swimmers out to sea. No way was he going to admit that the description was too close for comfort. And yet they'd somehow managed to have a conversation, of sorts. Of course, she hadn't exactly had a choice, given that he'd been wearing a badge of authority. He wondered if she seemed so nervous because of that badge. Or maybe her mom's cancer scare. Or maybe having to talk to him had brought back that night where everything got so fucked up. As if she'd been the one hit by the sneaker wave. It had been all his fault. If he hadn't broken up with her, she would never have been on that beach on that night, and with that douche of a guy. She would have been with him, safe, except for her heart, which he was bound to have broken eventually.
"She's the one, isn't she? The one you talked about that night we got drunk after the meth bust. The one who got away."
"We're not talking about her." Given her mom's possible health problems, JoAnn already had enough on her plate. The last thing she needed was to be reminded of what had to have been the worst night of her life. Did she blame him? Was that why she'd made a point of staying on the far side of the garden at the reception? Or maybe, although there was no reason for it, could she have been embarrassed by what she'd done? Given the screwed-up state of her mind that night, did she even remember what had happened? He'd certainly fallen through the trapdoor of an alcohol blackout after he'd first gotten home and had been trying to drink Washington State dry. He wished he could talk with someone, like his sister, who, being a woman, might know better what might be going through JoAnn Wells's mind. She and Brianna hadn't been close friends, but he vaguely remembered Brianna inviting JoAnn to her birthday party. But if he talked to his sister about it, he'd be breaking a promise to JoAnn that he'd made 14 years ago. So essentially, he was damned if he did and damned if he didn't.
"And now we're back to you being unable to accept that you're not responsible for everyone on this planet,"
Bodhi said. Then why the hell did it feel like he was? And even if that were true, if you wanted to get technical, as police chief, he was responsible for everyone in Honeymoon Harbor. Don't you have somewhere else to be? Maybe someone else to haunt?
"Not at the moment."
Bodhi leaned back and put his flip-flops up on the dash. He wasn't wearing his seatbelt, but Aiden figured it probably didn't matter.
"Why don't you stop by the Italian joint for some takeout?" he suggested. "Nothing like a big plate of lasagna and some crusty bread on a cold, rainy night." You don't eat." "No." Bodhi flashed a grin. "But I can vicariously through you." He patted his six-pack stomach that he hadn't lost to death. "Without having to worry about carbs." As he pulled into the crowded parking lot of Luca's kitchen, it occurred to Aiden that with JoAnn back in town, he'd just added one more name to his list of people and events haunting him. With her nerves still jangling as if she'd downed 3 triple-shot salted caramel lattes, JoAnn passed the Harper construction offices on the way to her mother's. Seth Harper, who'd taken over the family business that dated back to the 19th century, had remodeled the pretty folk Victorian where the wedding had taken place. Seth had also remodeled the Lighthouse keeper's home into her mother's new salon and spa. The original house, which had only been large enough for a bachelor lighthouse keeper, or the keeper and his wife if they didn't mind being crowded, was now a rental vacation home. Her mother, it appeared, had become an entrepreneur, growing wings in the years since her husband's death. Despite the grief he'd caused them, both JoAnn and Gloria had been heartbroken when the accident had taken his life. But in truth, the odds of him getting his act together had been slim to none. He'd tried to be a good husband. As far as JoAnn knew, he'd never cheated on her mother. But he'd always had a streak of larceny and a seeming inability to connect his actions to any consequence. Maybe it was because she'd just had that brief forced conversation with Aiden, but it occurred to JoAnn that both she and her mother had fallen for bad boys. The difference was that Aiden was now, and wow, wasn't she still trying to wrap her mind around that idea, Honeymoon Harbor's chief of police, while her mother's bad boy had ended his life as an imprisoned felon. The remodel had been completed while JoAnn was in Ireland, and her mother had moved into the second-floor apartment Seth had built above the salon. This second home had been built by the earlier lighthouse keeper as his family had started growing, eventually resulting in 8 children. It was, as so much of those in Honeymoon Harbor, on the National Register of Historic Places, making remodeling difficult. Still, Seth had kept to the original Victorian style, while adding red shutters to match the retiled red roof and a wide front porch with a decorative white railing. Her mother, who'd emailed her photos daily during the construction, had explained that before the 1850s, only southern homes had boasted verandas to help people escape the steamy heat. But the Victorian-era trend toward more picturesque architecture, combined with a passion for more naturalistic landscaping, had made the rocking chair porch an American icon by the end of the late 19th century, which was how Seth was able to get the additional design element past the review committee. Although the sign in the window read closed, all the lights were on and the Scandinavian blue door opened before JoAnn could even get out of the car. Not appearing the least bit ill, Gloria Wells ran out of the house, down the porch steps, and embraced JoAnn in a mama bear hug as if she were a prodigal daughter returning home after decades, rather than a few months. "I'm so glad you're here. That's too bad about the bridge closing. But how wonderful is it that the Navy welcomed you home?" Her mother had always been the most positive person she'd ever known. How else could she have put up with her husband all those years? He may not have cheated, or as far as JoAnn knew, lifted a hand to his wife, or spoken a cruel word to her, but as much as he'd proclaimed to love Gloria, and as often as he promised that someday she'd be living in a big house up on the bluff, overlooking all the people who'd ever snubbed her, he'd been a terrible husband. "Do you remember that time the carrier came past the harbor, and Giovanni Salvadori came out and played Anchors Away on his bugle? I was thinking about that when I was watching the sub. When she'd returned home for the wedding, she'd learned that Giovanni's son Luca, whom his parents had taken back to Italy his senior year of high school, had returned and opened his own restaurant, Luca's Kitchen, and had catered Kylie and Mai's wedding luncheon. "Your father should have joined the Navy." Gloria surprised JoAnn by saying,
This town was never big enough for him. He always dreamed of seeing the world, but never had the money. The military would have paid for it. That's a thought, JoAnn said mildly, not mentioning that she doubted her father would have gotten through boot camp without being court-martialed. While he could be charming and funny, he'd also never been one to follow the rules. Sometimes I really miss him, Gloria said. No way was JoAnn going to touch that statement. I love your hair, she said as she got her overnight and cosmetic bags out of the car. The duffel could wait. It wasn't like in the city where she might have worried about leaving it in the car overnight. Besides, who'd dare break the law with Aiden Mannion as chief of police? Thank you. Her mother preened and fluffed her shoulder-length layered bob that she'd changed from streaky, light summer blonde to a deep brunette base with bright magenta highlights. It's my new color. I'm calling it chocolate and cherry. Your new color for now. As the daughter of a hairstylist, JoAnn had gotten used to her mother's continual change of colors. She'd always thought it made her mom literally more colorful, except for that time when Gloria had double-bleached for an entire day to strip out a raven black that hadn't worked at all with her coloring, causing much of her hair to break off just inches from the roots. It had been at least 2 months before she could pass a mirror without crying. JoAnn assuring her that Rod Stewart rocked much the same look hadn't helped. True, it won't be that long until I'll want to go lighter for spring. The color changes were as much a part of her mother as her huge heart and optimism. And, JoAnn thought with a new concern that hadn't occurred to her, along with her fear of hospitals, she had to be worrying about potential baldness. No, don't think about that now. You can face it tomorrow, she told herself as she walked into the building and breathed in the rich, mouth-watering aroma of a braising beef and vegetables. I've fixed up the guest house for you, her mother said as they walked through the salon. I thought we could move you in after you have dinner. Although Gloria had asked JoAnn to help her with the decor, which is what had originally brought her back for the wedding, she hadn't really been needed. Sarah Mannion, Aiden's mother, who was studying for her interior design certificate after years of helping friends decorate their homes for free, had chosen a palette of whipped buttery yellow walls with indigo and white furniture and accents. Although designed to bring sunshine to the Pacific Northwest's gray winter days, the decor was casual enough for local clientele, while sophisticated enough for the occasional wealthier bride who'd come from Seattle. It also would have fit right into JoAnn's previous Rodeo Drive neighborhood. Sarah had used cohesive beach glass blues and greens that she described as secret garden meets seaside to encourage relaxation. Michael Mannion, whom JoAnn had met at a showing of his paintings at the gallery rodeo she'd attended with Shelby last year, had chipped in a mural of a tropical beach on the reception room wall of the spa. Other of his prints decorated the private massage and skincare rooms. That would be great, since I'd planned to try out some new skincare formulas and wouldn't have to take over your kitchen. But you didn't kick out any guests for me, did you? No, not that I wouldn't have in a heartbeat for my daughter. She opened the door leading up to the second-floor apartment. Bookings are always down this time of year. The Lighthouse View Hotel and Heron's Landing are getting the majority of the business. So I simply took the guest house off the rental calendar until after the new year. A second door at the top of the stairs led into the apartment that had only been unfinished sheetrock the last time JoAnn had been here. She and her mother had stayed in the small apartment Gloria was living in between houses. Seth had created it as an open concept, with kitchen, dining, and living room all in a large space. It reminded her much of Shelby and Etienne's, but more casual and cozy. JoAnn put down her bags, turned and hugged her mother hard, blinking back the threatening tears. I love you, Mom. Gloria hugged her back. I love you too, daughter. She leaned back and gave her a long, searching, motherly look. Are you sure you don't have a broken heart over the breakup? No, it's just that I think the reality of the fire is finally hitting home. That much was true. But it was the thought of losing her mother. People could die young. Look at her father and her mother's parents. That had caused the unexpected tears. It was going to be all right, she told herself. Hopefully the lump would turn out to be merely a false alarm. That happened all the time, right? And even if the worst did happen, they'd get through it together, as they had all storms. They fell easily into old routines, JoAnn setting the table, her mother dishing up the meat and vegetables into deep plates. So, JoAnn said, with a casualness she was a very long way from feeling. Aiden Mannion has come home to stay? Gloria looked up from where she was slicing a round loaf of crusty rosemary bread on the kitchen counter. Didn't I tell you that? I don't think so. Definitely not something JoAnn would have forgotten. His dad talked him into taking the job of police chief after Axel Swenson had a stroke. Oh no, Chief Swenson had a stroke? It wasn't all that bad as far as strokes go. Everyone pitched in to help with meals and pet sitting and such while he was in the hospital and rehab. I gifted Ethel with some massages and a mani-pedi so she could relax because she'd definitely been spending too much time at the hospital and hovering over him like a mother hen. Tori Duncan, a lovely young masseuse who left a spa in Sequim to work for me, said that when Ethel came in, her muscles were like boulders. I can imagine. JoAnn's own shoulders had felt like rocks since Sarah Mannion's call. There was currently a knot the size of a baseball at the back of her neck that hadn't been helped by her encounter with Aiden. But Tori has magic hands, so Ethel was doing much better when they left town on that Alaskan cruise they'd always promised each other to take. She held up a bottle of Pinot Noir. Wine? Thanks. Her mother looked around, brow furrowed. Something wrong? I know I got out the wine opener, but I don't see it. She rubbed the line between her brows. I've been so forgetful lately. I walk in a room and have no idea what I'm there for. Last week I ran to the market for cereal and filled up a cart with groceries and got home without any cereal. I hate the idea of getting old. You're not old, you're just busy. And JoAnn suspected, stressed out from worry. She went around the island and checked the counter. The only two things on it were a coffee maker and the vintage sunshine yellow Pyrex canisters that Gloria had inherited from her mother. A set designer, who'd bought a similar set for a TV pilot JoAnn had worked on, had told her they were back in vogue and it had cost a bunch to buy a set on eBay. It happens to me all the time. What were you doing right before you came out to see me? I was getting the bread out of the pantry. Gloria opened the pantry door, and there, next to a wire bin of loaves of sourdough and English muffins, was the wine opener. I tell you, my thoughts are like soap bubbles lately. They just come into my head, then either pop or float away. Which is frustrating because I've always been so organized. I nearly forgot to check on Mildred Marshall's perm. Fortunately, I'd remembered to set the timer so she didn't leave the salon looking like a Brillo pad. It happens to everyone. I'd be a mess without my planner and iCal. Thank you for the reassurance. After opening the wine, Gloria poured it into glasses etched with a picture of Heron's Landing. The weekend of the wedding, Brianna had mentioned that she'd had them specially made for the small gift shop she'd created in her B&B, so guests could buy souvenirs of their visit to the town. She'd told JoAnn she'd gotten the idea for the store from the guys at Cops and Coffee, and the pair of elderly twins who owned the boutique where Kylie and Mai had gotten their wedding dresses. So anyway, Gloria continued, the chief retired, and after a few weeks of physical therapy, which apparently he can continue to keep up on his own, they took the Alaskan cruise they'd always been promising themselves and are down in Costa Rica right now, house hunting. She set the wine glasses on the table and they sat down as if it were any other night. at least any more special night that called for pot roast. I heard from Donna, who essentially runs the police office, that Don James is angry about Aiden because he felt as deputy chief he should have been automatically promoted. I never understood why he was given the deputy job in the first place. Because he's Ethel Swenson's brother. But Donna says that he's been stupidly butting heads with Aiden, so he may be looking for new employment down the line now that his sister's no longer here to protect him. I remember him being a bully. He is. He's also lazy. The department's delivering Thanksgiving dinner boxes from the food pantry, and apparently he feels that's beneath him. Personally, JoAnn didn't think even a slug was beneath Don James. She remembered him once sucker-punching Aiden in the ribs after he'd pulled him out of the car when they'd been parked out by Mirror Lake, then shoved him in the back of the patrol car. He hadn't put a hand on JoAnn, but he'd kept his flashlight aimed at her breasts, which were covered in a pretty flowered demi-bra she'd brought with Aiden in mind, for far longer than necessary, allowing her to button her blouse. She was honestly afraid of what he'd do until a call came over his radio sending him to the harbor. So he'd literally yanked Aiden out of the patrol car, wrenching his elbows and throwing him to the ground, kicking him one last time for good measure before driving away. Looking back now, she realized that they should have reported him to the chief, but they'd been too worried about retaliation, perhaps even on their family members, so they kept silent. The following night, while out on his boat in Serenity Cove where the deputy chief couldn't spot them, JoAnn had kissed each and every bruise until Aiden had begged her to stop, warning her that he was on the brink of losing control. She still remembered the power she'd felt, knowing that she could make him feel that way, knowing that she'd created that bulge beneath those 5 metal buttons of his Levi's. She'd felt exactly the same way, but had been grateful that he'd kept his promise not to start fooling around below the waist. Because he understood her fear of ending up a teen mom like her mother. And he'd assured her becoming a dad at 18 wasn't something he aspired to either. It had gotten harder as the weeks went on. She often thought that keeping their relationship secret had added both to the romance of their situation and upped the sexual tension, because after all, the forbidden was always a siren call. "That's nice," she said, dragging her mind back to the present. "Not that Don James is causing a problem, but that the department is helping out like that." She remembered when her family had received a frozen turkey, yams, a can of cranberry sauce, potatoes, and dressing in a bag from the pantry for Thanksgiving dinner. Gloria had invited the 2 women who delivered the meal into the house, made them tea, and gotten out some Oreos she'd arranged on a flowered plate that had belonged to JoAnn's grandmother, who'd inherited it from her mother. It might not have had some fancy hallmark on the bottom, and it had probably originally been bought at the Newberries that had long since closed. But to JoAnn, it had always represented a family of strong women. Her father, she recalled, had spent that weekend in jail for a DUI after driving his pickup off the dock into the harbor. He'd survived. The truck, already rusty from years of rain, had been totaled. It was Aiden's idea. Gloria placed the bread on the same flowered plate, handed it across the table to JoAnn, then dished up the roast. And he didn't just assign it to the deputies. He's been out and about himself, delivering boxes all week. I don't care what people used to say about him. That boy always had a kind heart. And didn't JoAnn know that firsthand? She wondered, as she always had, what would have happened if she hadn't gotten mad at him for stealing that damn beer and getting arrested the night they'd both decided to go public as boyfriend and girlfriend. Even after he'd broken up with her, she hadn't given up on him, because she'd believed he'd only been thinking of her. As was totally his way. Which was why she'd planned to finally tell him the night before he left for basic training that she loved him with her entire heart and soul, and wanted to go all the way, because, Well, Marines got sent to war, and he could be killed before they'd ever made love. Then, that very afternoon, after Jennifer Cherry had told her, with a suggestive smirk, that she'd seen Aiden and Madison Drew all cozy together at the Big Dipper ice cream shop, and in a fit of teenage pique, JoAnn had made the mistake of her life. Shaking off the painful and unsettling memories seeing him again had caused to come flooding back, she took a bite of the bread. Wow, this is really good. It's from Ovenly. The new owner made Kylie and Mai's double Wonder Woman cake, and those delicious cookies on the buffet dessert table. I'm sure you must have met her at the wedding. Desiree Marchand? I did. She's stunning. And having spent so many years making beautiful women stunning for the camera, JoAnn didn't use that word lightly. During their brief conversation before the wedding, JoAnn had learned that Desiree was the daughter of a famous pastry chef, whose name even JoAnn recognized, and a Haitian mother who made hats for a living. Apparently, after she'd finished culinary school, Desiree's father had expected her to return to his restaurant, where she'd started rolling dough as soon as she could reach the marble counter by standing on a stool. But instead, wanting to escape his star power after applying for pastry chef positions in both Portland and Seattle, while she was waiting to be offered a job, she'd visited Honeymoon Harbor and felt an inner click. Less than a week later, she'd turned down 3 offers from prestigious restaurants and had bought out Fran, who owned Fran's Bakery seemingly forever, and immediately renamed the business. I've been stalking her cookies, Gloria said. They sell like hotcakes. No, her mother corrected with a smile that didn't give any hints that anything might be wrong. Like the best Madeleines ever. Is she another member of the business club? She's the one who got me into it. Our lunch yesterday was wonderful. It was catered by Leaf, a wonderful new vegetarian restaurant I'm going to have to take you to. The conversation moved on to other news. Who was getting married, who was getting divorced, who'd left town, and who'd arrived. Unimportant topics they hadn't had time for during the hustle and bustle preparing for the wedding. Not only had they done hair and makeup for the wedding party, but they'd also insisted on doing hair and makeup on all the women from Mai's extended family, which had turned out to be a crowd. Hawaiians, JoAnn had discovered, were very big on family. That was fun, Gloria said, making everyone beautiful for the wedding. It was, JoAnn agreed. I've been doing makeup for so long, I'd forgotten how much I enjoyed working with hair. I have some brides coming in Christmas week. Maybe you'd like to take a couple? Though I warn you, they're probably going to want upsweeps. The dreaded prom hair. She laughed. The thought took her back to that day her mother had banned Madison Drew, the senior class queen bee, from the salon after she'd said snarky things to JoAnn while she'd been washing Zoe Robinson's hair. Zoe had allowed her shiny black curls to tumble down her back, that along with the empire waist Grecian-style gown she'd just picked up from the shop and put on at Gloria's request, had made her look like Aphrodite descended from Mount Olympus. And not the one a few miles away, but the one in Greece where the gods and goddesses all lived. JoAnn sighed, thinking of Zoe's too young death. But fortunately, Seth had moved on, and last year had fallen in love with Brianna Mannion. Brianna's wearing her hair loose for her and Seth's summer wedding, Gloria said, as if reading JoAnn's mind. They're going very casual and comfortable, with just close friends, so I think it'll suit both her and the occasion perfectly. What's her dress like? She hasn't decided yet. Doris and Dottie, who own the Dancing Deer dress shop, ordered 3 different dresses she admired in one of their catalogs. They've been doing quite the business with their "You bring the groom, we'll supply the dress" slogan. JoAnn laughed. Back in the early 1900s, the town had voted to change its name to Honeymoon Harbor to celebrate a visit from the king and queen of the European Principality of Montaqua. They'd been friends with President Teddy Roosevelt, who'd declared what was now Olympic National Park a monument and recommended that the newly married royals add it to their honeymoon tour of America. The name change had created the uptick in tourism the townspeople had hoped for, including a bustling wedding destination business. "Well, that's not very subtle, but it makes a point," she said. "I suppose they're also part of the women's business group?" "They are, and I can only hope I have half their energy when I reach their age." JoAnn had met the elderly twins at the pre-wedding suite in Heron's Landing. They'd been bustling around the B&B, ensuring that the two brides would be turned out perfectly for their big day, smoothing skirts, buttoning buttons, zipping zippers, finishing each other's sentences as she suspected they'd been doing since birth. They'd been a new addition to the town, bringing in clothing women had once had to travel to Seattle to find. Although she'd planned to wait until tomorrow to have this discussion, her mother had just given her the perfect opening. Reaching out for the bottle on the table, she topped off both their wine glasses. "I can't imagine you not being equally energetic at their age," she said mildly, taking a drink, hoping it would soothe her suddenly jumping nerves. It didn't. "After all, you're still young with a lot of living left to do." "Knock on wood." Her mother rapped her knuckles on the table. Then, eyeing JoAnn over the rim of her own glass, asked, "Who told?" Chapter 8. There was no need for JoAnn to ask what they were talking about. "I can't say." It had to be Sarah, or Caroline Harper. She was in the salon too when I got the call. But Sarah and I have become closer since Caroline began traveling. She ran her fingers through her hair, which had always been a tell, something she only ever did when she was nervous. My doctor wouldn't have breached confidentiality, even though I did list you as my emergency contact and checked the privacy box allowing her to discuss my medical condition with you. But there's nothing to discuss. Isn't there? No. Her mother had never been a very good liar. She shrugged. It's no big deal. And Sarah had no damn right to interfere. I'm not saying it was Sarah. But whoever it was only told me because she cares about you. You need to get that ultrasound. I can't. They don't hurt. JoAnn had accompanied a pregnant fellow makeup artist whose husband had been working as a carpenter on a movie in New Zealand. I'll go with you. Gloria's eyes narrowed. That's why you're here, isn't it? It's not because you need a break. Or even because of the fire, because surely it wasn't the only apartment in Los Angeles you could rent. You think I'm dying. She'd never known her mother to be dramatic. Indeed, Gloria Wells had always been steady as a rock, able to handle all storms life had brought her way. Of course I don't. Which was true. JoAnn didn't have any idea of the seriousness of her mother's situation. But on the drive from LA, she'd decided to reject that option. And I honestly do need a break. She opted not to mention, also hiding out in case any press tried to descend on her after her signing that public statement that she saw on CNN at the airport was beginning to get some coverage. There was also the breakup, though she and Chad hadn't had anywhere near the star power as Brad and Angelina, a power couple breakup that continued after all these years to stoke new rumors. Both Chad and Tiffany loved the spotlight. But yes, I also want to be here for you, as you've always been for me. Including that night her mother had rushed to the hospital after Aiden's call, hugged JoAnn, who'd been hooked up to a rehydration IV, and assured her that everything would be all right. I'm scared, Gloria admitted. I doubt there's a woman in the world who wouldn't be. Not of the cancer, the treatment. Again, it's only natural to be scared. But if treatment is necessary, that's why I'm here. And I'll stay as long as you need. You don't understand. Her mother's green eyes, so much like Jolene's, brimmed with tears that spilled down her cheeks. The wine sloshed over the rim of her glass and caused a crimson puddle on the white wood table. "I don't want to lose my hair." It came out as a wail, drawn from the very depths of her being. Jolene knew many people would think she was being foolish, even vain. Who worried about hair when you were fighting for your life? She was also sure that her mother wasn't alone. For Gloria, hair, especially her own, had always been her life. And she'd been blessed with hair that any supermodel would envy. Hair she'd passed down to her daughter. Hair Aiden had once loved to comb his fingers through while she laid her head on his bare chest. That was as physically perfect as the rest of him. "I get it," she said, reaching across the table and taking her mother's hand. "I really do. I've done makeup for stars who've asked me how I get my hair to look like this. I always tell them I inherited lucky genes from my hairdresser mom." She'd often thought that's why her mother had gone into hairdressing in the first place. Because looking back through fading Polaroid photos, Gloria Wells, née Rogers, had begun trying out new styles before she'd started kindergarten. But here's the thing. Even if we get to that point, which we have no reason right now to believe we will, hair grows back, but I honestly can't bear the thought of losing you. If I die, I'll miss having grandchildren. She sniffled. Jolene stood up and got a box of tissue, reminding her of that camo handkerchief Aiden had given her. "You're not going to die." "Now you have a crystal ball?" Jolene blew her nose and tucked the tissue into the pocket of her sweater. "No, but I volunteered to do the makeup for last year's LA Pink Ribbon campaign and learned that the 5-year survival rate for patients with cancer in one breast is 99%. Which means there's still that 1% who don't survive. Mom, listen to me." She sat down, took hold of her mother's hand again, this time tighter, and held her damp gaze. "I'm not going to let you die, because I can't imagine going through life without my mom." Gloria took the tissue from her pocket and again dabbed at her moist eyes. "I wouldn't want to miss my grandchildren," she said again. "See?" No way was Jolene going to rain on her mother's parade by telling her yet again that she had no intention of getting married and having children. She'd witnessed firsthand how hard it was to be a single mom. Women did it every day, with success. She just didn't want to be one of them. She lifted her glass. "And never forget, we're the Wells girls. Whatever we tackle, we conquer." "I've never wanted to burst your bubble, Jolene, darling, but real life isn't the Gilmore Girls." "It isn't?" "Not even close." "Well, it should be." Jolene sobered. "Whatever happens, damn it, Mom, we tackle, we conquer. Together. The same way we've always done. If the situation were reversed, wouldn't you be telling me the same thing?" "Of course. And I'd still make the pot roast." "See?" Her mother blew out a long breath, ran a hand through her hair, then lifted her glass. "Whatever we tackle, we conquer." Relief, mingled with a very real fear she refused to reveal, flooded over Jolene. "So?" she said, stabbing a piece of beef so tender she doubted Tom Colicchio could top it in a quick-fire challenge. "We'll call Dr. Jones in the morning and make an appointment." He retired. Him too? What with Seth's father, Ben, retiring, then the police chief, and now the doctor who'd treated nearly everyone in Honeymoon Harbor, the town had definitely changed during her years away. Not that she'd expected to stay frozen in place like our town, that the theater and the Firs seemed to do nearly every year, but it was still a little unsettling, and Aiden, being police chief, was at the top of the list. Dr. Lauren Lancaster bought out his practice. She's a former Doctors Without Borders physician who inherited her grandmother's old house and set up her office in it. She lives above the store, so to speak, the same way I do. Do you remember Olivia Lancaster? Wasn't she one of the summer people from somewhere in the desert? Phoenix or Las Vegas or something, right? Close, Palm Springs. I remember her being mega rich. An heiress, so the story goes. Her father, who'd be Dr. Lancaster's great-grandfather, was an inventor who held hundreds of patents. One of the later ones had something to do with a machine that cut identical-size French fries and onion rings, which helped fast food restaurants become so popular. So the doctor inherited the inventor's fortune? Just the house. Apparently, Olivia donated the rest of her estate to charity. Her own daughter, Catherine, Lauren's mother, turned out to be one of those poor little rich girls who partied too much and went through multiple husbands, and to hear Olivia talk about her whenever I did her hair threw her life away. She didn't want to risk any of her future heirs growing up the same way. Sounds as if she needn't have worried about that with her granddaughter. A Doctors Without Borders physician was the polar opposite of an heiress party girl. True, I met Lauren once when she was about 14. She came to spend the summer with her grandmother while her mother was on an extended honeymoon in the Greek islands. She'd spent most of her life with nannies and in boarding schools and was a pretty but very serious girl then. I don't remember her. Her grandmother kept her on a very short leash. She was too old-school polite to say it, but since she was a terrible snob, I always suspected Olivia didn't want Lauren mingling with small-town riffraff. She did allow Brianna Mannion to visit for a sleepover a time or two. Given that Brianna was essentially the princess of Honeymoon Harbor, I suppose she was deemed socially acceptable. Jolene said without a hint of envy or malice. Brianna Mannion could have used her family's standing and historical importance in the town to have been a real bitch. But she'd been the kindest person Jolene had ever met. She'd never behaved as if she were above anyone, and she'd certainly never treated Jolene as if she'd been below her. Jolene bet all her guests at the newly opened Heron's Landing loved her. Her fiancé, Seth, had spent most of Kylie and Mai's wedding day gazing at her as if she hung the moon, and he couldn't believe his luck that she'd accepted his proposal, which Brianna had admitted during the hair and makeup session hadn't come easily and had involved some groveling on his part. Still, if anyone could have helped him recover from losing Zoe, who he'd loved since middle school, it would have been Brianna. So, getting back to the subject at hand, we'll make an appointment for the recheck. I don't need an appointment. Dr. Lancaster called in the referral, and the radiology department at the hospital is open 7 days a week. All I have to do is show up for an ultrasound, which I was assured doesn't involve any more boob squishing. She also promised that as soon as I got it done, she'd fit me into her schedule the moment she got the results back. It might take a day or two, since the film probably has to be sent to a radiologist in Seattle for a second opinion. But apparently they can do it over the internet now. Terrific. Tomorrow gave her mother less time to back out. We'll get it over with. Then how about going up to Lake Crescent and having lunch in the Roosevelt dining room? Lake Crescent, located in Olympic National Park, was famous for Franklin Roosevelt having hosted a political dinner in the lodge dining room, then spending the night in one of the cabins. Many tour books considered the lake the most beautiful in America. I need to work. It's my first day home, she pressed. And when I was here for the wedding, you'd already hired 2 stylists and manicurist, and that massage therapist you mentioned from Sequim. With the summer people gone, you can't be all that booked up, so surely your staff can handle things for one day. Jolene paused for effect. Did I mention my apartment burned down just 2 days ago, and I really need some self-care of my own? That's emotional blackmail. Jolene wasn't about to deny it. Is it working? Gloria shook her head. You knew it would. It's been forever since I've been up there. Jolene pulled out her phone, ignored all the texts and emails waiting, undoubtedly all still gossip breakup related, and tapped into the lodge's website. Oh, wow. They've updated the menu. How does a cup of Kino clam chowder with bacon, fresh thyme, red potatoes, and white wine sound for a starter. Then an organic Dungeness crab mixed green entree salad with sweet grape tomatoes, carrots, red onion, spiced pecans, and a lemon lavender vinaigrette sound. Delicious. And expensive. Nothing like it would cost in LA, even if the fresh oysters and crab were available. Besides, we're worth it. Wait, I have a better idea. I was just looking forward to the chowder. We'll have that. But tomorrow's Saturday. So? So the salon isn't open on Sunday, and you've already said they'll probably send your ultrasound to another radiologist for a second read. She'd read up on various possible procedures the night she'd gotten the call from Sarah Mannion. So, since we'll go with no news is good news until we can meet with Dr. Lancaster on Monday, why don't we spend the night and come back late Sunday afternoon? Because... Gloria paused, frowned. I honestly can't think of a reason. Other than the fact that JoAnn couldn't remember her mother ever doing anything for herself. Either she'd been trying to keep her husband out of trouble, or smoothing things over when he had gone on a tear, or doing her best to ensure that JoAnn's life was easier than her own had been. It's settled. JoAnn tapped some more on the phone's keyboard. Fortunately, it's off-season, so they have vacancies. You want separate rooms, or do you want to share? Why would we want separate rooms when we've been apart for so long and can catch up? Unless, of course, you'd prefer the privacy. A single it is. Hearing the hesitation in her mother's voice, JoAnn wondered if she thought she'd stayed away because she didn't want them to be together. Whenever her mom had visited her in California, JoAnn had packed the time with so many activities she thought her mom would like, but now realized that while she'd been showing off her exciting, big city life, they'd never really had that much quiet time together. Though she had seemed to enjoy the Emmy Awards and lunch, they'd sat at a table with a hairdresser who'd once done Meryl Streep's hair and had immediately hit it off, launching into a discussion of the actress's chameleon looks, able to take on the persona of whatever character she was playing, which, as they both agreed, was helped by hair and makeup, including Streep eschewing Anna Wintour's trademark brunette bob and insisting on imitating Helen Mirren's real-life hairstyle for The Devil Wears Prada. A bit of movie trivia even JoAnn hadn't known. Here's a great first-floor room with 2 queen beds, a private bath, and a porch. Views of the lake and mountains, and it's only 100 feet from the shoreline. JoAnn turned her phone so her mother could see the photo. It looks perfect. It doesn't have a TV. That's fine with me. Terrific. In truth, ever since she started working in the business, JoAnn found it hard to lose herself in a movie or TV story when she was constantly checking out and, yes, she'd have to admit, often criticizing the actor's makeup. It'll be like a grown-up slumber party. 2 clicks, her credit card charged, and they were set. After which, JoAnn stood up, went around the table, and gave her mother a hug. We've got this, she promised. I remember telling you the same thing when I picked you up at the hospital after Aiden Mannion's call that night. Aiden. There was no escaping the man. Then her mind jumped to that moment, just for a second, when she'd remembered all too well how those silky black curls had felt against her breasts, and how his beautifully shaped lips could be both strong and soft at the same time. Nope.
There's no rush. The story will wait. For now, let the music ease your mind and bring you into a calm rhythm. Thank you for being here with us.
not going there. I remember. Jolene shook off memories that had escaped the box she'd tried to lock them away in. And you were right. With her mom's support, hard work, and a lot of luck, Jolene had moved on. As they'd do with whatever that suspicious lump turned out to be. Whatever we tackle, we conquer. Chapter 9. It had been a quiet, uneventful morning, just the way Aiden liked it. After starting his morning with coffee and a Danish from Cops and Coffee, he'd checked into the office and found that Don James had called in sick. "If you ask me, he's faking," Donna said. "Just to get back at you for yesterday. And for the record, he's out of personal leave days." Aiden shrugged. Honestly, if it wouldn't be a waste of taxpayers' dollars, he'd be more than happy to have the guy stay home forever. It's not worth fighting over. Although the former chief's brother-in-law had always been a bully, when Aiden had first accepted the job, he'd been willing to give James the benefit of the doubt. After all, he himself was proof that people changed. Unfortunately, from the scattering of unofficial complaints he'd been told while having dinner at his brother Quinn's pub, or picking up bread and milk at the market, it seemed that James had never evolved. It wasn't that James had been reported using excessive force on anyone, though Aiden knew from personal experience that the deputy chief of police had done that on at least one occasion. And every kid in high school knew he got sadistic kicks harassing teens he'd caught making out, though as far as Aiden knew, he'd been the only one physically harmed. But even if his deputy chief didn't go around beating up Honeymoon Harbor's citizens, his swagger and the way he often rested his hand on the grip of the pistol holstered on his hip undoubtedly spoke volumes to those who didn't want to cross him. Donna passed him a small handful of message slips, which had him smiling, remembering the huge stack that would usually greet him in L.A., all marked urgent, and any day he hadn't had to start a new murder book was a good day, right? He glanced over and saw Bodie checking out the flyers for the upcoming Christmas festival on the community board, including the holiday court princesses wearing evening gowns and red sashes. "They're too young," he said when one of his partner's blonde brows rose at a particularly nubile student from the community college. "What did you say?" Donna asked, looking up from her knitting. Even as he scrambled for an answer, it occurred to Aiden that this was another thing about small towns. What jurisdiction in Los Angeles County would have a 911 operator spend a good portion of her day knitting blankets for Project Linus, a volunteer group that provided blankets for seriously ill or traumatized children? "I was just saying how young the princesses look compared to when I was in school." "They look younger as we get older," she said, her needles clicking away. This latest blanket was blue with yellow stripes. "That's the way of life. I still remember the first time the boy bagging my groceries at the market called me ma'am. I cried all the way home." "You'll never be old," he assured her, shooting a side eye at Bodie, who'd moved to sitting on the edge of his desk. "Because you've got a young heart." She laughed. "And aren't you the same silver-tongued devil you always were?" "Do people think that?" He asked what he'd been wondering since before he accepted the job. "That I'm the same smart-ass kid who was given the choice between juvie and the Marines?" "Some expressed doubts when they heard you'd come back from California." Donna believed in speaking the plain truth. Aiden appreciated that. It might be a small force, but he'd still been tasked with protecting and serving the people of Honeymoon Harbor. Which he couldn't do if his team, such as it was, shielded him from the facts. "After all, you were certainly a handful growing up. I recognized your behavior because my baby brother, a preacher's son no less, behaved much the same way. I'm almost afraid to ask how he turned out." She chuckled. After sowing his wild oats, finishing college and getting his divinity degree, He settled down as a Methodist minister down in Oregon. Grants Pass, to be specific. He married the woman who led the church choir, and they've got 2 smart, well-behaved kids who are in college themselves.
That's great.
It's a true happy ending, sure enough, though my mother always blamed her gray hair on him. Anyway, when you disappeared out to the coast house, there was talk about what might be going on out there.
Really?
At first, he was surprised anyone would even care. But then again, entertainment being what it was in the harbor town, he could see why there'd have been speculation. You know how it is. Same gossip that let you know right off the bat that it was the Rogers boy who tagged the railroad trestle with that red spray paint last weekend keeps folks buzzing about local happenings.
It hadn't taken all that many detecting skills to learn Ryan Rogers had been the one to paint Mary Lou Jennings is a heartbreaker, since apparently half the town and probably all of the high school knew that Mary Lou had broken up with Ryan for flirting with Jesse Reynolds at the Big Dipper. After a great deal of groveling and a pair of dangly shell earrings from the dancing deer, Ryan had won his way back into Mary Lou's good graces. Meanwhile, Aiden had made him clean the paint off the trestle and write an official apology to the Jennings family that was printed in a box in the Honeymoon Harbor Herald, right next to the weekly police report.
But Seth cleared things up when he told the people that you were just recovering from getting shot and losing your partner during a top-secret Homeland Security mission, which, tragic as that was, impressed a bunch of people, especially the guys down at the Veterans Elks and American Legion halls.
Hey, I gave you creds, Bodie said, blowing on his knuckles, then rubbing them over his heart. Or where it would be if he was still alive.
Given Seth's recommendation, along with the fact that Homeland Security trusted you, the town council decided to appoint you chief. To be honest, it was a no-brainer since the only other person who wanted the job was Don James.
Yeah, I figured I got this badge by default.
It doesn't matter how you got it because you're doing a good job. The only holdouts are mostly ones who grumble about nepotism, but then again, they're old goats who wouldn't have any reason to get up in the morning if they didn't have something to complain about. They're the same ones always griping in the comment section of the online Herald, so no one pays them any mind.
Anyone ever tell you that you're a treasure, Donna? Her plump cheeks colored.
Not that I recall, at least since I lost my Alton.
Well, you are. And while I might still be learning how this department works, I could spot the first day that you're the one who really runs the place.
Oh, stop that. You may have gained responsibility, but I'll bet there are a lot of women here in Honeymoon Harbor who are going to be glad you didn't lose your charm. I swear you remind me of your Uncle Mike when he was your age.
I meant it, Aiden said seriously before turning his attention to the messages. There was one reminding him of the monthly Chamber of Commerce meeting he'd been scheduled to give a speech at, another asking him to represent the Department for Career Day at the elementary school, one from his mother asking whether he'd rather have oyster or sausage dressing with the Thanksgiving turkey, and a final one from his father, letting him know that although the fire department was responsible for hanging the town's Christmas street ornaments, the police department traditionally had a decorated boat in the annual harbor parade. We have a boat in the parade? He asked Donna.
We always do, she said. Guess it's been a while since you've been to one.
Probably not since he was 12 and decided it was for kids, Aiden thought, but did not say.
Don't worry. Chief Swenson didn't do all that much, just strung up some lights and put up an artificial tree, which, truth be told, has gotten pretty ratty if you look at it up close on the bow. We've already got the decorations we've used for the past few years in storage. Though if you'd like to change things up...
No, whatever we've done will be fine. Seems a new administration should have a new, updated look, Bodie suggested. Just saying. He held up his hands when Aiden shot him a narrow-eyed look. It's a good way for you to put your own stamp on the department's image.
And wasn't that why they'd been such good partners? Because they'd each looked at things so differently, together they'd been almost invincible.
Maybe we'll change things up,
he said. Donna beamed, obviously pleased with that idea. That's a good idea. Not that I'd want to complain, but like I said, the old stuff is getting a bit ratty and dated, and everyone's seen it for at least a decade. Perhaps. She broke off as the 911 phone rang. Honeymoon Harbor Police Department, she answered. Is this an emergency? It is? Aiden's shoulders immediately stiffened. Oh, hello, Mrs. Gunderson. Yes, he's here. Yes, I understand. I'll send him right out. No problem. That's what we're here for.
Do you need to call fire or an ambulance?
No, it's just Mrs. Gunderson. Ever since she was widowed, she calls in with a problem every so often because she's lonely. You might remember her. She taught English at the high school.
Unfortunately, Aiden did remember. She'd also sent him to the principal's office on more than one occasion, which was weird, since the principal was, his mother. What's her problem this time?
Someone's stolen one of her gnomes.
He knew the bungalow well. It was part of a development that had been built as housing for mill workers' families back in the 1930s. Not wanting to move into his family's farmhouse, Aiden was currently renting an almost identical one 3 blocks away. A major difference was that his had a harbor view and the front yard didn't look like a gnome forest. How can she tell?
She's named them all. Apparently, Niece isn't guarding the gate where he belongs. She needs you to, and I quote, lock up the scoundrel who kidnapped him.
Make sure you bring your dusting kit to check for fingerprints, Bodhi said. Knowing when his chain was being yanked, Aiden didn't bother to roll his eyes. Tell her I'm on my way. The elderly woman, who had to be 80 if she was a day, was standing by the front gate, waiting for him, despite the fact that the rain was beginning to turn to sleet as the wind sweeping off the Olympics caused the temperature to drop dramatically. It wouldn't be long before the roads began to ice up, another problem he'd never had to deal with in L.A. It's about time you got here, she said as he got out of the SUV, although it had been all of 3 minutes since she'd called the station. Sorry, Mrs. Gunderson, he said. So Donna tells me you called in a property crime? A kidnapping. Or, I suppose, to be technical, you'd consider it a theft, she said. Niece was guarding the yard and house. It's obvious someone stole him to make us... She waved her mittened hand around to encompass all the other gnomes and her house. Vulnerable to a more dangerous crime, like breaking and entering. She pressed her hand on the outside of her puffy jacket over her heart. Or even worse. Can you give me a description of the missing gnome? He's about this high. She put her hands about 3 feet apart. That would have made him one of the larger of the community she'd created. With a white beard and a red hat. Her voice broke, and he thought he saw her eyes moisten behind her thick glasses. My Lars gave him to me for our first Christmas, 62 years ago next month. Okay. Damn, he hated waterworks, which had always been part of the job. Apparently, even here in Honeymoon Harbor. He was going to have to find the damn gnome if it took all day. Why don't you go into the house, Mrs. Gunderson? He suggested, while I look around for him. I already have, she insisted. I'm a professional, he assured her. I've been trained to locate missing objects. He's not a mere object. There's a spirit inside him. A spirit that tends to have a temper if things don't go exactly as they're supposed to. Whoever did this is in for a terrible time. All the more reason to find him," Aiden said in his official, "Don't worry, the police are on the job" voice. "Now please, go in before you catch pneumonia." "I wouldn't mind," she said as she nevertheless turned back toward the little house that didn't have lights up yet. It was still early, not yet being Thanksgiving, but if she didn't have them up in the next week or so, he'd stop by and put them up himself. He walked the yard, row by row. At least she was Scandinavian tidy and had them all placed in straight lines like a gnome army waiting for inspection. "This is a little creepy," Bodhi said. "She's right," Aiden said after making his way up and down each row. "It's not here, but..." He headed over to the thick blue spruce that had grown considerably since the last time he'd been here back in middle school. While the Rocky Mountain tree wasn't native to the peninsula, many people planted them for their Christmas tree shape and eye-catching grayish-blue year-round color. "Bingo." "How the hell did you find that?" Bodhi asked. "Didn't the afterlife give you super detective powers?" "Apparently not." "It wasn't detecting," Aiden admitted. "But a good guess. I hid one of the smaller gnomes in the tree back when I was 12. "Why?" And wasn't that the million-dollar question? "Because I was a shithead who hung out with other shitheads who thought it was cool to mess with people." One of those people being Mrs. Gunderson, which was one of the reasons he was going to put her lights up. "Because your dad was mayor. You were paying attention in those community policing seminars," Aiden said mildly, replacing the gnome where she'd pointed it belonged. The lace curtains at the windows twitched, and a moment later, the door opened. "You found him!" "I think he was sending out vibes," Aiden said, hoping her memory didn't go back that far to when he'd stuck a gnome in that same, much smaller tree. He hadn't gotten caught for that bit of delinquency. "I feel so much better. I made cocoa. You must come in and have a cup to warm up before you go back on patrol." "That isn't..." He began to assure her that wasn't necessary, then thought of her being alone during a time that was for families. She and Lars Gunderson had never had children, he remembered. But they'd always added skeletons and witches to the yard for Halloween, and although they'd given out apples from their backyard trees instead of candy, he now realized that they'd been good people, the kind who had built Honeymoon Harbor and cared about their neighbors, even ones like him who hadn't deserved it. "I'd appreciate that, Mrs. Gunderson," he said, resisting glancing at his watch. Time, after all, moved more slowly in Honeymoon Harbor. Which was how he ended up drinking a mug of homemade cocoa, the real stuff, cooked on the stove with milk, and not out of a package and nuked with water. Garnished with miniature marshmallows while he looked through a scrapbook of photos, each depicting some occasion when one of those gnomes had joined the family. So many Christmases, birthdays, anniversaries. The former teacher might be old, but her memory, at least when it came to personal events that mattered to her, was still as sharp as a tack. She reminded him of his grandparents, who still bickered occasionally, but whom he'd caught sharing a kiss on the front porch, watching the sunset one night last week he'd gone out to the farm for dinner. "This is Hallows, the gnome Lars bought me for Halloween one year." She pointed toward a plastic gnome with a black hat, flaming orange beard, and a hollowed-out stone mushroom for a basket. "That was the same year you and your friends papered our tree with toilet paper." Because of those damn apples, which were only a step above a box of raisins in his asinine 12-year-old mind. "I'm sorry about that." "So you said when your father brought you to the house to apologize." "I'll be honest, Aiden Mannion. I didn't have a lot of hope for you, especially since your behavior became even more delinquent in high school. But the Marines seem to have made quite an impression. I read in the paper that you received a Purple Heart." "It wasn't that big a deal, just a flesh wound. From flying rock when his team had come under fire.
And some other medal. For heroism, I believe.
More for losing my temper, he admitted. He'd run from behind the Humvee, blasting away like Audie Murphy in one of those old black and white westerns his grandpop liked to watch. And it wasn't that big a deal.
The older you get, the more you realize how precious life is, she said.
Damn, here come those effing tears again.
The fact that you saved one was a very big deal. I'm sure your father was very proud.
Probably more relieved I'd gotten my act together, he said, knowing otherwise. He handed her a handkerchief.
My Lars always carried a handkerchief, she said as she dabbed at her tears. But his were always white. I'd iron stacks of them, so he'd always have a fresh one. I don't think I know any men who still stick to a gentlemanly tradition like that. We were never blessed with children, Lars and I. But I know I'd be proud if I were your mother. Truth be told, the entire town was proud of you, Aiden Mannion. And I know I'm not alone in being glad that you're our chief of police.
Thank you, Mrs. Gunderson. That means a lot to me.
More than she could ever know. Finishing off the cocoa, he stood up.
And thank you for the cocoa and cookies.
Take a cookie with you, she said. For later. She walked him to the door, and as he climbed back into the SUV, he saw her patting Niece's red hat, who was back to standing sentry.
You really were a shithead, Bodhi said. I told you I was. I didn't know about the medal. It wasn't a big deal. Yeah, so you said. What was it? So there's not some big permanent record of my life you can look it up in? Aiden asked. If there were, I wouldn't tell you because you're not supposed to know. Why not? Because duh, you're still alive. It's all a mystery, even to me sometimes, but I figure that'll change eventually, or maybe not. Anyway, why don't you tell me so I don't have to waste time grilling you? It was a silver star. A sniper shot a couple of my teammates. Since I was the closest, I ran out from behind cover. Under fire. Like I told Mrs. Gunderson, I was mad. So yeah, I dragged them back. One made it. The other didn't.
But fortunately, he hadn't been physically haunted by the young Marine who'd been killed on his third day of deployment. He only showed up in dreams reliving the event, often in slow motion.
Then I got a shot off that got the shooter, but not before getting a bunch of gravel stuck in my leg after the grenade he'd been holding blew the arena around us to hell. And earn an automatic Purple Heart. End of story. Now you've got me wondering if there are other times you lied to me, Bodhi said. Why? Because you're obviously lying now. I seriously doubt a day like that ever really ends. I lucked out and never had to kill anyone. But I'd bet I'd sure as hell never forget if I had.
Aiden was saved from answering when a black Porsche Cayenne SUV roared past in the opposite direction. Although he hadn't done traffic duty in California, he'd gotten good at estimating speed, and this guy had to be going 70. On a road with a 30-mile-per-hour limit that was beginning to dangerously ice up. He pulled a U-turn, floored the gas, turned on his flasher and caught up with the SUV when his speedometer passed 75. Fortunately, traffic was light, and only 4 cars had needed to pull over. Unfortunately, the driver of the car either didn't notice or didn't care about the flashing red, white, and blue lights he must have seen in his rearview mirror.
You're going to have to use the siren.
Yeah. His call to Donna to find out if there'd been any black Cayenne stolen had come up with zilch, which made sense. Although they weren't uncommon in LA, where a lot of soccer moms bought them because they were flashier than the former top runner Kid Holler Mercedes. And you might see one up here on the peninsula during summer tourist season, it wasn't a vehicle many locals could afford to drive. Since the guy didn't rabbit, just kept driving the same too-fast speed, he probably wasn't fleeing a crime scene, which, again, meant he wasn't paying attention. That could be as dangerous as the speeding. Or he was simply an asshole. He went with a short yelp of the siren. Nothing. Another. Still nothing. Hell. He had 3 options: another shorter yelp, a longer wail that he doubted the driver would pay any attention to, or a high-low sound. In the city, he also had a PA system he could use to blast out kids grooving to their gazillion-watt sound systems. Because studies showed drivers didn't hear sirens after a short time, he knew a few patrol officers who had up to 25 sounds to choose from. As they approached a hill, he flipped back and forth between the wail and the high-low. That would hopefully get the attention of any approaching vehicle that couldn't see the Porsche and him coming. Next to him, Bodie started singing the opening Bad Boys theme song from Cops. Not funny. Finally, the guy pulled over. Without signaling, but at this point, Aiden was just relieved to get him off the road. He ran the license plate and recognized the name immediately. Thane Covington IV was the son of a realtor whose father had bought out the blocks of bungalows that had been company housing before the closure of the mill. The same ones Mrs. Gunderson and Aiden lived in. Covington III had done as little as possible to bring them up to code, but was now making a big profit as the market for craftsman-style homes had gotten hot, thanks in part, Seth had told him, to all those TV reno shows. Back when Aiden had been in high school, Thane's father bought a waterfront folk Victorian just outside the historic district, tore it down to the shock of everyone in town, and replaced it with a 3-story, 5,000-foot McMansion that blocked the water views of the houses behind it. Since he'd seen some Covington real estate signs scattered around town, Aiden figured Thane Covington IV had taken over the family's firm, or at least joined it. Aiden reached the driver's side door that boasted an extra dark gangbanger-style window tint that wasn't only impractical in this land where sun was welcome, but also illegal under state law. Although too dark tinting was a primary offense that could get you pulled over all by itself, Aiden wasn't in the mood to get into explanations with a guy who'd been on the debating team with his older brother Quinn. He also recalled how Quinn, the most easygoing of the 4 brothers, had been furious when the entire team had been disqualified after Thane Covington IV had falsified evidence in the Lincoln-Douglas division of the state finals. He made the motion for the guy to roll down his window, instructing him to stop when it was halfway down. It took longer than necessary for compliance, but then again, he didn't have to worry about getting shot. Of course, he'd made that mistake once before.
Hey, Aiden, the 4th said. I heard your dad got you appointed chief of police. Congratulations. That's quite a plum, given that the most crime you're probably going to run into is mailbox bashing and jaywalking.
Aiden thought about wanting to get Amanda Barrow out of danger before her obviously sociopathic husband killed her, and how Jolene had been so emotionally and physically wounded by assholes like this guy, but didn't bother debating the topic of big city versus small-time crime.
Do you have any idea how fast you were going? No, but I'll bet you're going to tell me. I clocked you at 73 in a 30-mile-per-hour zone, and that's in good weather, which this isn't. Wow, I hadn't realized.
White teeth that would have fit right in with the Hollywood crowd flashed.
This Porsche has more horsepower than I sometimes realize. I promise to watch my speed more closely, officer.
The last word was heavy with snark.
That would be my suggestion. May I see your license and registration, please? Come on, Mannion, I really don't have time for this. I'm late to meet a client for a listing. You probably know the house. The Victorian old lady Lancaster left to her granddaughter.
Your identification?
Hell.
Impatience radiating from him. Thane reached into the center console, pulled out the registration and an alligator wallet with his initials stamped in it.
Hey, you don't have to get all official on my ass, man.
This is an official stop, therefore I'm going to behave officially. And damn it, not let the dick get under his skin. Aiden had dealt with a lot worse slime and vice and the gun racketeering team. But at least they'd fully acknowledged they were bad guys. It was the ones who pretended otherwise who chapped his hide. Huffing out a breath, Thane yanked the license out the wallet and handed it over, along with a well-worn cardboard card. A courtesy card? Aiden read the bold, dark blue print at the top of the card. I contribute to the Friends of Police Fund, Thane said with what appeared to be a sense of pride, or more likely entitlement as the meaning of the card sunk in. Which happens to be headed up by you? Nah, I just contribute. You know, it's a way of supporting the police, while the police, in turn, support the citizens. One hand washes the other. Do you see that SUV behind you? The one with the bar lights? Of course. That's my rig. Along with the lights and siren, it also happens to have Protect and Serve written on both doors below the town seal. Nowhere on that vehicle does it specify which citizens get protected or served. Well, sure. I mean, if someone gets their house broken into, of course you're going to show up to dust for prints or whatever other CSI stuff you do. But maybe no one told you when they gave you this job. The courtesy card is more like a get out of jail free, or, in this case, get out of a ticket card. Exactly. Another flash of smile, as if to reward Aiden for having gotten the right answer. It also reminded him of another time 2 rich guys got out of jail free because their rich daddies got them out of town before the police could make the arrest. Well, I hate to be the one to break it to you, but there's a new police chief in town, and my department doesn't run a protection racket. He ripped the card in half, then tucked it in his jacket pocket. Hey, you can't do that. It's an official department card. Not my department, not in my town, but you can try telling it to the judge. Although he normally hated traffic stops, Aiden was beginning to enjoy this one. He pulled his light transmission meter out of his belt and held it up to the window. I'm also ticketing you for the window. What the fuck? The legal limit is 24% tint for the front side windows of an SUV. You're considerably over that. He turned the meter so Thane could read it. I've never heard of that. I'll bet it's a bullshit charge you just made up. It happens to be the law. You might want to pick up a booklet at the License Bureau. They hand them out free. However, since you managed not to kill anyone, I'm going to let you off without tacking on a reckless driving charge that could have gotten you a year suspension and added an extra $5,000 into the city's budget. Not to mention jacking up your insurance costs. You always were a son of a bitch, Mannion. You'd think a debater would choose his words more carefully, Aiden said as he wrote up the ticket. I may have been a delinquent, but unlike some people who will go unmentioned, since this is an official stop and I don't believe in insulting citizens, I was also known for my charm, which helped me get out of my own share of trouble without having to carry around a fake courtesy card. It was his turn to smile as he tore off the ticket and handed it back through the window, along with the 4th's license. Have yourself a nice day. And drive carefully. You wouldn't want to wrap this shiny black Porsche around a tree on the way to your listing. You should have hit him with the reckless driving, Bodhi said as Aiden turned the police SUV back around. Not worth it. His dad would have shown up at the next city council meeting and tried to get me fired, and my dad too. Then he'd probably take on the school board to go after my mom. Besides, I'm handling the situation. He radioed the office. Donna, please contact everyone on the duty roster. We're having a meeting tomorrow morning at 07 hours sharp. Even the volunteers? Even them. Wow. He knew she was dying to ask. He also knew that she was probably one of the few people in town who didn't gossip. That was why he'd kept her on as 911 operator and office manager. Because people went through a lot of stuff they deserved to keep private, like Amanda Barrow, who was going to stick in his craw until he figured out what to do about that situation.
Yes, Chief. I'll send out texts now. Anyone who doesn't respond right away, I'll call.
Thanks. What are you going to do? Bodhi asked, looking interested for the first time since Aiden had called his dad to accept the job. Aiden grinned. I have a hunch, but if I told you, it wouldn't be as much fun to watch. Right now, I have some calls to make, and if I'm right, we're visiting a judge, then my family's bank. Chapter 10. The following morning, all 10 full and part-time members of his police force filed into his office, carrying tall cups from Cops and Coffee and donuts that Donna, who'd been the first to arrive, taking over from the Salish County 911 operator, contracted to handle the night shift, had brought. They filled the room to the walls, which showed how small an office had come with the job. Aiden wasn't surprised when the deputy chief was the last to show up. Since we've all got things to do, I'm going to cut to the chase, he said. That stopped the various murmured conversations in their tracks. I've called you all in to talk about courtesy cards. The silence was deafening. He also noticed that not a single officer looked at any of the others. Here's the deal, he said. I don't care how things were done in the past. This is now, and this department doesn't take bribes. They're not bribes, James shot back. They're exactly what they say they are. Courtesy cards. Aiden folded his arms. So would that mean you give them out to everyone in town? Maybe throw them from the 4th of July police float like Mardi Gras beads? His voice was mild. The iced anger in his eyes was not. I'm saying that if someone in town wants to support the police department, then the police department is going to appreciate them back. Appreciation might be a ticket to the annual fire and police fundraising spaghetti dinner, Aiden said. But courtesy cards don't just represent bribery. They're embezzlement. More looks. You just hit a nerve, dude, Bodhi said. You've got those two guys in the back sweating. It was James's turn to fold arms beefy from weightlifting over the beer gut that strained at the buttons of his blue uniform shirt. No fucking way. Way, Aiden said. He waited a moment, aware that the next 2 minutes would define his tenure as chief. Give me the fine amounts for each increment of speeding infraction. Why the hell should I know? I'm not a damn judge. The town can be grateful for that. Aiden, who'd studied the fines preparing for his first day, rattled them off. That's not chump change. It means that every time you hand out a courtesy card, you're possibly costing the town hundreds of dollars. You may not have your hand directly in the till, James, but you and anyone else who hands them out in lieu of ticketing actual infractions is stealing from the coffers that fund every single agency in town. When there's less money to apportion, less gets spent on roads, the library, the school, the harbor, fire department, every single bit of business, including funding us, which is why you all would have had to buy your own bulletproof vests last year if the school kids hadn't come up with the idea to have an online fundraiser. No shit. The kids did that? Bodhi said. You don't get it, James said on a dangerous growl. You think you can come here from California? He heaped an extra helping of scorn on the state's name. And bring your big city ways to our town? Since you're taking this personal, we're taking the conversation into the back room, which served as a supply and coffee room. Hell no. You have anything else to say to me, you can damn well say it here in front of witnesses, so you can't go spreading lies around town. It was obvious, as his hard gaze swept over the others, He was counting on them supporting him over the guy from L.A., whose father got him the position James believed was his right. Your choice. Aiden shrugged. James wasn't going to be able to say he hadn't been warned. Like all bullies, he believed that bluster was a sign of power. He was about to be proven wrong. I was born here, Aiden reminded him. My family were early settlers, so that makes it my town too. You left, while the rest of us stayed. The job of chief damn well should have gone to me when Axel retired. There was a pause. He promised it to me right before that stroke. Experience had taught Aiden to read a lie, but since it wasn't relevant, he wasn't going to call the other man on it. I left to fight for and defend my country, as a U.S. Marine. And let me tell you here and now that one thing you don't want to do is mess with a Marine. But that's not why I'm firing you. What? His mouth gaped open like a landed trout. You can't fire me. I can, and I am. Not because you spent a good deal of your shift hanging out at the casino, and not because you've been using your courtesy cards as Christmas presents to all your relatives. That's a lie. But it did have some of fellow officers who'd remained as mute as stones, exchanging looks. Aiden arched a black brow and waited. Apparently, the deputy chief was as bad at interrogation as he was everything else, because as the silence stretched out, he caved. Sort of. You have no damn way of knowing what the hell I give my relatives for Christmas. I called your wife's cousin, who happens to be one of the cafeteria ladies at the high school and belongs to my mother's book club. Small towns, Aiden thought. No wonder they always had higher crime-solving statistic rates than cities. There were no secrets. Since news spread in Honeymoon Harbor faster than it took to drive from one end of town to the other, what happened here in the office definitely wasn't going to stay here. Which was why, although it damn well hadn't been the way things had worked in L.A., he was glad James didn't take him up on his offer to have this conversation in private. This way, there'd be less speculation and lies woven in with the gossip, and the facts about what happened would be right out there on the table. She told me she and her husband each get one every year, Aiden said. She also told me they toss them out because they don't approve. Maybe she doesn't keep them because she's a good, law-abiding woman. Or maybe because she gets paid from the town coffers and hasn't had a pay raise in 3 years. Partly because of the money you and the others handing them out have cost the town. Whatever her reason, you're busted. A wave of low muttering moved through the ranks. He could tell from the ones whose complexions went gray who else he was dealing with. I could check with more relatives, he told James. But we both know that'd be a waste of my time and theirs, and there's no point in causing family dissension. The reason you're fired is because you've skimmed from a fund that was set up to help both serving and retired officers and their families. That's a lie. You may have forgotten my family founded the bank that financed most of the town's early buildings and still does. And although my grandfather's mostly retired, he keeps a hand in the business. Enough that once I got a warrant yesterday, he was more than willing to go through the fund's account. And guess what? Some of those payments for services went to dummy accounts set up in the names of various online businesses, all that list your wife as the owner. And didn't that cause more muttering? None of it seeming to go James's way. I donated $50 we couldn't afford to that fund, one of the retired volunteers offered. Supposedly to help a fellow cop who needed transportation to the VA hospital. And my wife insisted we donate because it said on the website officers' kids needed school supplies, another said. The dam broke, with a lot of troops complaining, listing one or more of the reasons they'd chipped in. Being public servants in a small town, the salaried cops didn't make all that much, and the volunteers had dug into their own savings and retirement accounts. This is a waste of time. I'm getting out of here and going the hell back to work. James turned and began marching toward the door. Aiden could feel everyone else in the room holding their collective breaths to see how this was going to play out. "You're not going anywhere, because I'm placing you under arrest." Don James spun around and fisted his beefy hands on his broad hips. His face was as red as a boiled Dungeness crab. "You can't do that." "I can, and I am. And since I don't have much confidence you've bothered to memorize them, I'm going to read you your rights." "I fucking know them." Aiden ignored him. "You have the right to remain silent and to refuse to answer questions. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult an attorney before speaking to the police, and to have an attorney present during questioning now or in the future. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without an attorney present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to an attorney." "This is bullshit." "Like I said, tell it to the judge. I called the DA, who called Judge Baker, and your bail hearing is at 10 tomorrow morning. Since you've more or less served the community for 16 years, I suspect the DA might be willing to cut a deal with your attorney that keeps you out of jail. Meanwhile, you'll be staying here as a guest of Honeymoon Harbor." The room had gone as quiet as St. Peter the Fisherman's Church on a Monday morning. "I want a lawyer." Aiden shrugged. "Your choice. Meanwhile, I'll need your weapon and your badge." James slammed the Glock down on the desk and threw his badge hard enough to send it skidding over the top of the desk where it landed on the floor. "Owens." Aiden turned toward one of the newer recruits, a recent graduate of Clearwater Community College, who he assumed didn't have a personal history with the former deputy police chief. "Would you please escort our guest to a cell?" If James's face got any redder, his head would have burst into flames. Aiden wondered about his blood pressure and realized he was going to have to assign someone to watch him during the night. "Okay." He blew out a breath as the two men walked through the door to what was laughingly referred to as the cell block, which had all of 3 cells, which had never been filled since he'd been here, and so far had only been used for a couple of drunk-to-the-gills fishermen who'd gotten into a fistfight at the harbor over crab traps. "Here's the deal. I'm not going to investigate who's been handing out the cards. But that practice stops now. And if you know any person who happens to have one, then you'd better retrieve it, because I'm not going to look on it at all kindly if I hear of anyone trying to use one. And in the event a citizen does hand you one, you're to confiscate it and politely explain that they've expired." He paused and glanced around, noting a few shifty back-and-forth glances that gave him an even better idea who'd been taking advantage of the situation. "Now let's get back to work." As everyone filed out, one officer, Jennifer Stone, lingered behind. According to her file, she had been on the force for the 5 years since graduating from UW with a degree in criminal justice. Her dad had been a cop who'd had the dubious distinction of being the one and only Honeymoon Harbor officer ever killed in the line of duty. Sergeant Ken Stone had been shot during what he'd expected to be a routine traffic stop. Tragically, that event occurred only 6 months after his wife had died in a 10-car pileup when a truck had dropped a load of logs on a wet and slick mountain road. Although Jennifer had already started law school, she dropped out, returned home, and joined the force while parenting her then 8-year-old brother. "May I say something without you thinking I'm sucking up?" she asked after everyone else had left. "Sure." "I think you're doing a great job," she said, "and you make me proud to be a police officer." "Thank you." Even if she was sucking up, it was good to hear. "I'm relieved you did something about those cards," she said. "I've stopped people who've complained when I wouldn't accept them. That hasn't gone over real well with some of the guys." "I can imagine. You could have come to me." "I didn't know Don was skimming," she said. "So it seemed like a gray area. Plus, you've never said anything about them, so I thought maybe you approved. And quite honestly, because of my home situation with my brother and all, I really need this job. So I didn't want to rock the boat.
Did you know your father arrested me?
Aiden asked. Color bled from her face, but her brown eyes stayed steady on his. No, I didn't know that, sir.
More than once. One time for papering Mrs. Gunderson's house on Halloween.
Small towns, she said, with a bit of a smile quirking at the corner of her lips. Did he officially charge you?
No, but he did bring me in and make me sit in the cell while I waited for my dad to come pick me up. I was in my rebellious stage at the time, and he said he wanted to show me where I might end up if I didn't straighten out.
That sounds like Dad. The smile broke free for a quick moment. We had our own clashes during my teens. His first date lecture scared off a lot of potential boyfriends. Her eyes softened with a faint sheen. There may or may not have been some slamming of doors over house rules.
He was tough.
Aiden agreed.
But always fair. He was also the one who got me sent to the Marines for boosting the beer.
Oh. When her brow furrowed, Aiden wondered if she was worrying about the stability of her job again. I guess I should say I'm sorry?
Not necessary. I deserved it. Judge Burns, who'd gotten sick and tired of seeing me in front of his bench, gave me a choice. The military as soon as I turned 18 and graduated, or juvie. I chose the Marines, which taught me a lot about discipline. And honor. That's only one reason why those cards pissed me off.
My dad was a Marine.
That's partly why I chose to be one, because it took me a while to realize it, but in a way, along with my dad, who I'd been rebelling against, mostly because with my dad being mayor and my mom the school principal, my brothers, sister, and I were expected to be better behaved than the other kids in town. Your father was a role model.
This time the smile warmed, and for a fleeting moment, they could have been two friends reminiscing about a special person they'd lost.
So, getting to the point, I'm appointing you deputy chief.
Me?
Her hand flew to the front of her uniform over her heart,
as if to settle its wild beating. But I'm only 26.
True, and that's going to earn some grumbles from the old retired guys who deep down may not have evolved enough to have fully accepted women into the ranks. But you're older than your years, and due to your upbringing and how you've handled all life's thrown at you, you're the most responsible member of the force. Donna agrees, by the way.
She does? The new Deputy Chief Stone glanced toward the glass door, where Donna Ormsby was doing a piss-poor job of pretending not to watch them.
In 40 years working here, she's seen a lot of cops come and go. She said that in your case, the apple didn't fall far from the tree, and you're one of the best who's ever worn the Honeymoon Harbor uniform. You're also the only member of the force I get emails about. Not a single one is a complaint. Just appreciation for having gone out of your way to help them in some situation.
I was just doing my job.
We agree on that, but not everyone takes it as seriously as you do.
As Aiden himself did, which surprised him. He'd taken the Marines seriously in his days working for LAPD, but he'd honestly never expected to feel that same sense of responsibility and even pride heading up this force that wasn't big enough to even need a fancy or organizational flowchart.
So it's settled? You'll take the job?
Yes, sir, if you're sure I'm up to it.
If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have offered it to you. It also comes with a raise. Not as much as you'd get in Seattle, Tacoma, or even Olympia, but every bit helps, right?
It does. My brother wants to play baseball again this summer. He's going to need a new uniform because he outgrew his old one.
A complaint I remember hearing from my mother a lot. My oldest brother Quinn and my sister Brianna were the only kids in our family who always got new clothes.
She laughed, then sobered. I'll do my best to live up to your confidence, sir, she said.
I've not a single doubt. I'll have Donna put in a requisition for a new badge," he said. "Meanwhile, I'll make the announcement at tomorrow morning's roll call." "Good call," Bodhi said as they both watched her walk out of the office. "Of course, now you're not going to be able to date her." "That wasn't even on my mind." "Of course it wasn't, because you're a straight arrow who'd never end up on a #MeToo social media outing. But in case you didn't notice, she's damn fine. All I'm interested in is that she'll be a damn fine deputy chief. You do realize that while talking to that douche with the Porsche and those cops that you referred to this little burg in the remote corner of the country as your town?" "Yeah, I heard that too." Which had been a surprise. Aiden had taken this job to humor his father, get his mother to stop cooking all that damn food and worrying about him, and for something to fill his days for the next few months while he decided what he was going to do with the next stage of his life. Sometime, when he hadn't been paying attention, apparently, being chief of police of his old hometown had become the next stage. Chapter 11. After a light breakfast of Greek yogurt and blueberries, JoAnn drove Gloria to Honeymoon Harbor General Hospital. Having downloaded a map of the hospital the night before, she felt as prepared as she could be. What she hadn't been prepared for was Aiden, who arrived at the double glass doors the same time they had. "Small world," he said. "Hello, Mrs. Wells." "Your mother's a close friend, Aiden. You've certainly called me by my first name whenever I've cut your hair." "Sorry, I'm here in my official capacity, so it's automatic." He glanced over at JoAnn. "Good to see you again." Gloria's eyes narrowed as they went back and forth between the two. "I hadn't realized you two had run into each other so soon." "Chief Mannion pulled me over for speeding when I first arrived." "Oh, dear." "But I didn't give her a ticket since she hadn't known the limit had been changed." "Well, that was very nice of you. I hope what brings you here today isn't due to family trouble." "No, like I said, it's official business." "I'm glad to hear that. I also hope it's not very serious." "That makes two of us." Although he was polite, JoAnn noticed him taking a surreptitious glance at his watch. "Well, we'd better get going," she said. "Mom's just here for a routine test. I came along to keep her company." "That's good." Another glance at his watch, this time revealing a tinge of impatience. Which was just as well, since JoAnn wasn't in any mood to be chatty, especially with Aiden Mannion. "It's nothing." Gloria waved a hand that had been tightly clenched with her other all the way to the hospital. "Just routine." She smiled. "A pesky woman's thing." "Okay then, I'd better get back to work." He gave JoAnn what appeared to be an almost sympathetic look. "Good luck." Then his expression hardened in a way she'd only ever seen from him once before, as he headed toward the ER on a long, determined stride. Nothing like the reckless bad boy swagger that had drawn such long sighs from nearly every girl in high school. He'd definitely changed over the years he'd been away, just as she had. But damn it, he still strummed chords she didn't want strummed. And that powerful tug of attraction was something she didn't want. It could only lead to something even more dangerous. Following the downloaded map and the signs on the walls, they went through another door into the radiology department, where the receptionist took Gloria's information, then directed her to a waiting room in the breast cancer center. "I did some reading about the hospital last night," JoAnn told her mother, who was once again clenching her hands together so tightly her knuckles whitened. "It's public, and part of a large state coalition. It's rated higher than some of the bigger named ones." "That's good to know," her mother said absently as she watched the pioneer woman slicing up an orange butternut squash for a Thanksgiving side dish on the flat-screen TV attached to the wall. "It's not only a critical care hospital, it has top-rated surgical services.
and an oncology clinic. Which I won't be needing because I don't have cancer. Pioneer Woman had begun peeling the outer layer off a mountain of Brussels sprouts. I wasn't suggesting you did. It was just one of the clinics highlighted on the website. It also has an orthopedics unit, a wellness program, and has been diagnosed baby-friendly by the World Health Organization. I don't plan on having any more babies, either, Gloria said, her eyes glued to the TV as if the most important thing in her world was this dish, which looked pretty good. I was just saying. Since she could tell she wasn't going to get anywhere, JoAnn gave up trying to reassure her mother as they both watched Pioneer Woman put the squash and sprouts on a baking sheet with sliced red onions, sprinkle with chili powder, salt and pepper, then drizzle it all with olive oil before sticking it in the oven. The TV personality chef had moved on to mashed potatoes 2 ways when her mother was called into a back room. "Do you want me to come with you?" JoAnn asked. "I'll be fine," Gloria said, color returning to her cheeks as she stood up and squared her shoulders, as JoAnn had witnessed her doing so many times in her life. Some might view Gloria Wells as a victim, both of circumstances and an unreliable criminal husband who'd made her a widow thanks to his unwise choices. JoAnn knew that inside her mother was Wonder Woman. If the tests did find bad cells, her mother would kick cancer's butt. As she watched the TV cook stirring enough cream cheese and butter into the potatoes to clog all her guests' arteries before they even got to dessert, JoAnn said a silent prayer that she and her mom would have something to be thankful for this Thanksgiving. Then she texted Shelby to update her on the situation and received 3 high fives and 5 multicolor hearts in return. There were times JoAnn idly wondered what her best friend had done before the invention of emojis. Although there were still 4 more days before Thanksgiving, Honeymoon Harbor General Hospital was getting a head start on Christmas decorating by putting up the artificial tree in the lobby. For as long as Aiden could remember, the ornaments were all cards and pictures made by children who'd been former patients over the year. They were all sent home with craft kits. Then their parents would either mail or, more likely, drop them off at the reception desk, where they'd be added to the collection. Aiden remembered Brianna helping his then 7-year-old brother Burke make a construction paper red-nosed reindeer after he'd broken his arm jumping off the barn roof in an attempt to fly. After Christmas, like all the ornaments, the reindeer had been returned to his family to use in future years on their own tree. Despite the grim task he was facing, as Aiden exchanged a wave with the woman behind the reception desk, he idly wondered if his parents still had Burke's reindeer. Dr. Lancaster was waiting for Aiden as he reached the ER.
"What's the story, and where is she?"
"Amanda Barrow is in treatment room 4. She has a periorbital hematoma that's going to turn into a killer of a black eye, a probable concussion since the neighbor who'd been raking leaves and called 911 said that she was unconscious for at least a minute, maybe longer. He wasn't close enough to tell when it first occurred." Aiden cursed under his breath. "Her shoulder was wrenched out of the socket," Dr. Lancaster continued. "But Dr. Honeycutt, the ER attending, injected ketorolac for pain and maneuvered it back into place. She has another hematoma the size of my spread hand on her hip that undoubtedly occurred when she hit the concrete driveway. And probably a cracked rib, but we won't know for sure until we get an X-ray. Because the patient was insisting on going home, Dr. Honeycutt called me knowing that I'm her family doctor, hoping I'd be able to talk her into staying. Unfortunately, I got nowhere. Hopefully, you'll be able to get her to see the light." She paused. According to the neighbor, her husband kicked her in the ribs before driving away. Apparently, she managed to roll out of the way before he ran over her. Aiden ran his hand through his hair.
"I've already talked with her about this. It's going to be a lot more difficult for her to cover up for the guy now that we have a witness. I'll have someone take the neighbor's statement right away."
"Good." She gave him the name and Amanda's address, adding that she didn't know which house was the neighbor's. But the EMT said it was the brown rancher with white trim. Ms. Barrow's house is the blue split level with white shutters. The witness, Mr. Cooper, is waiting for someone to come by. Meanwhile, Dr. Honeycutt assigned a nurse to stand guard outside the door in case she tries to leave before you got here. Or in the unlikely event, her husband has the balls to show up. Despite the circumstances, her lips curved in a half-smile. In a way, I wouldn't mind if he did, since the nurse just happened to have played fullback for UW, and it would be a shame if anything happened to the husband while trying to take her out of here. You're not alone in that thought. After trading hellos with the nurse, who looked like he could hold his own with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Aiden tapped on the door.
"Who is it?"
A shaky voice asked. "Chief Mannion?" Although he'd told her to call him Aiden, he needed her to understand the seriousness of this official police visit. He opened the door and went in. Despite being in what had to be a great deal of pain, Amanda had ditched her hospital gown and dressed again in her jeans and a blue t-shirt, sporting a red wheelbarrow full of flowers that read, "I'll be in my office." Apparently, she still fully intended to go home.
"Hello, Chief Mannion."
She didn't look surprised, which told him what he'd already figured out the first time they'd talked. This wasn't her first rodeo. "Hello, Ms. Barrow," he responded. "Would you rather I call you Ms. Barrow or Amanda?"
"It's still Amanda. And as you probably already know, Barrow is my maiden name. Since my business was already established when I got married, I kept it for name recognition."
Her hands were clasped tightly together, and beneath what was obviously a struggle for composure, she appeared embarrassed, fearful, and a host of other emotions Aiden had witnessed too many times before during his patrol days. "Dr. Lancaster told me you'd like to go home."
"I want to leave,"
she qualified.
"After that."
She shrugged, and he could tell that despite the local painkiller, the movement hurt her shoulder.
"I haven't decided."
"You do know you're not safe at home right now," he said gently. A single tear overflowed her eyes and trailed down her cheek.
"I know, but—"
"No buts this time, Amanda. I read the file from the Palo Alto Police Department. How many other cities would have similar reports?" Her dark lashes glistened with moisture. She shook her head and flinched, giving credence to Lauren Lancaster's suspicion of a concussion.
"Does it really matter?"
"Not at the moment. It might when it came time for prosecution, if whatever judge pulled the trial would allow past incidences. But this wasn't the time to push too hard. I suspect it's been a few."
"He can't help it," she said. "Eric's not well."
And didn't that have Aiden hoping Eric hadn't gotten his hands on a gun? He didn't ask why she'd stayed. He'd learned that reasons were complex and individual to each circumstance, to each battered spouse. He'd also learned from a seminar he'd attended given by the police psychologist, along with women who'd escaped their situations and had gone on to live happy, productive lives, that asking that question implied guilt, and could inadvertently suggest that the wife, partner, or girlfriend had somehow encouraged the violence. "How not well?" he asked.
"He's bipolar. In the beginning, when he was taking his meds regularly, everything was fine. He was sweet and funny in a nerdy kind of way. In fact, it wasn't until after we married that he even told me about having the disease. I hadn't suspected a thing. We met in California when he was working at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. I was installing landscaping outside a restaurant where he'd go for lunch. His job was so top secret, we dated a month before he even admitted he worked there. To be honest, I had to Google it, where I learned that it's a premier research and development institution
whose principal responsibility is ensuring the safety, security, and reliability of the nation's nuclear weapons. She put air quotes around the description.
I've heard of it.
Aiden also wondered how a bipolar guy who obviously had a trigger temper had landed a job dealing with nuclear weapons. Then, shortly before our first anniversary, he was working on a project and kept complaining that he was missing a vital point in the equation. I didn't realize it at the time, but that was when he decided that the very same medicine that was keeping his mind and our marriage stable was also taking away the mental edge that had always made him brilliant. He didn't eat. He didn't sleep. For a while, I thought maybe he might be on drugs. Or, since he also started going to the gym in the mornings after only 3 or 4 hours sleep, maybe anabolic steroids. I'd come downstairs in the morning and find formulas written all over our dining room walls.
He'd gone off his meds.
Yes. That was when he started becoming impatient with me and all the rest of us with our moronically dull minds. It started with sarcasm, then temper. She paused. Then one day, when I didn't have dinner ready when he got home, he slapped me. I'd gotten hung up at the nursery waiting for a delivery of azaleas. She lifted a hand to her bruised cheek, as if remembering that previous pain. I was stunned and didn't know what to do. But he immediately apologized and promised me he'd never, ever hurt me again. That the pressure at work was too much, that it was breaking him. He had quit that day. She drew in a breath, flinched from the pain in her ribs. I found out later he'd actually been fired, but he went back on his meds, and I supported us for a time until he found another job in El Segundo, working as a propulsion engineer for the NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office. Again, I had no idea what he was doing, but it had something to do with rockets to send spy satellites into space.
Your husband is an actual rocket scientist?
A brilliant one, she said. I've always felt inferior, which I suppose is partly how I landed here. She waved a limp hand around the room. He's also into controlling everyone around him, who would be me, which is laughable when you think about it because he can't even control himself. She laughed, but the ragged sound held no humor. Anyway, the cycle's been going around and around for 8 years with the time between episodes getting shorter. Finally, when we were in Palo Alto, I decided to file for divorce. But then he came home and said he wanted to move here because he decided that he was being held back by working in those rigidly controlled labs where everyone behaved like robots, programmed not to ever think outside the box. He thought that living in a small town in such a beautiful place would calm his mind and give him the opportunity to achieve what he was meant to do. He literally got down on his knees, promised to stay on his meds, even to go to counseling, and begged me to give him one more chance.
Which you gave him.
Aiden had heard that story too many times. He showed me Honeymoon Harbor's website, and it looked like a wonderful place for both of us. And for a while, it was. I'm always closed on Mondays, so we'd spent the day hiking, taking sailing and canoeing lessons, and even went over to the coast for a long weekend. He was unusually quiet during that trip, but when I asked if anything was wrong, he said he was just thinking about his work. Then this past summer, he announced that he'd decided to set up his own research company.
To send satellites into space?
Aiden didn't know anything about rocket propulsion or satellites or nuclear weapons. But with all the scientists around the world engaged in a war to be the biggest, best, and first, he had trouble imagining anyone creating a unique, never-been-tried system in the dining room of a 1930s bungalow on Washington's Olympic Peninsula. No, to send people into space. His intention is to have the first colony established on Mars by 2025. He's now decided he can only plan that off the grid in Alaska. That was why he got furious at me this morning. I love it here. I have employees depending on me, and who fires people at Christmas? So I refused to go with him this time.
Wise call.
Aiden didn't believe she'd stay alive that long if she allowed him to isolate her somewhere in the wilds of Alaska.
You do realize you have to get out of that cycle, he said, because it's only going to escalate.
I know, but
We can help you,
he said quietly, but firmly. He looked at his watch.
We only have a 4-hour arrest window in Washington state from the time of the abuse, and the clock is ticking. So we'll need to do that now.
Whether or not she agreed, but she'd already given up so much power in her marriage. He didn't want to tell her that she had no choice in this situation. All right. Her eyes were still glazed from pain, and he thought regret for all that had gone wrong in a marriage she'd undoubtedly entered with such high hopes.
We'll pick him up. Then, because you say he's brilliant.
He is.
Our jail is pretty much like what Otis used to sleep off Benders and Mayberry, so I'll have the county sheriff's department take over from there. They have the facilities to keep him incarcerated until the trial. And he'll have a psych evaluation, and I expect the doctor assigned to his case will get him back on meds.
What if he gets released on bail? Or on his own recognizance? She'd either looked up the process of arrest to trial previously, or watched a lot of Law & Order Special Victims Unit. When I leave here, I'm taking copies of your medical files and photos, along with other information I managed to collect, to the DA, who I called on the way here after talking with Dr. Lancaster. He'll be ready to press charges this afternoon, which, in this state, gives us 72 hours before he has to appear before a judge for the bail hearing. Both Dr. Lancaster and Dr. Honeycutt will be there to testify, if necessary. And the prosecutor, who's going to be appointed to the case, just happens to be a woman whose mission in life is to put bad guys away, and she has a particular distaste for husbands who beat their wives. Probably because her sister was one of them, who didn't escape in time to avoid being killed. He felt bad about causing what little color she'd had in her face to fade to white. But he'd feel a lot worse having her end up on a slab in the morgue. Not in his town, Aiden thought again. If you can give us other towns where the police have been called, the DA can start creating a case. Then, if he doesn't plead guilty on the spot, we'll gather even more for the trial. You still have to catch him. As I said, he's brilliant, and has gotten really good at survivalist stuff. She dragged a hand through her hair, which was stiff from dried blood. She paused, and he watched as realization dawned in those sad, tired eyes. All that time we were hiking and camping, he could have been practicing for this. Maybe to escape and hide after he killed me.
You may be right, but we'll find him. Meanwhile, after you're released, we'll take you to a safe house run by a former Portland homicide detective and her Navy SEAL husband.
But the nursery... As I said, this is a busy time for me, and although I could absorb the loss, I have employees who would be hurt by a closure.
Can they run the place for a few days?
Emily and Jen can handle the inside business, she said slowly. And most of the seasonal greenery will probably be sold at your family's farm anyway. Jesus, Emilio, Greg, and Tom take care of stock and planning, which we don't have that much of this time of year, except I expect we'll get some calls to plant some of the potted Christmas trees. Your dad offered to hand out my cards to people who buy them.
So you're set on that front?
I guess I am. At least for a few days.
Okay, good. I'll let them know what's going on. You're not going to be able to keep what happened a secret in this town anyway. It makes sense to give everyone the Thanksgiving weekend off since, honestly, from Friday to Monday, my family's going to get most of the floral decorating business, and that way, none of them will have to deal with an angry husband looking for you.
I wouldn't want any of them to get hurt.
Her eyes filled at the thought. That's not going to happen. He hoped. Hell, he'd put one of the volunteer cops on nursery duty if they hadn't apprehended the husband by Monday. I'll handle the police business while Dr. Lancaster takes care of the tests you need. After that, she'll take you up to the surgery recovery floor. That way, even if your husband decides to show up here, he won't find you in the ER. As soon as the doctors say you're good to go, we'll move you. If you give me a key, I'll have Jennifer Stone, the department's new deputy chief, get some personal things out of the house for you. Anything special you need?
Just my purse and some clothes and underwear.
She blushed a bit at that.
And shampoos and toothpaste and stuff.
Consider it done. They're good people. I think you'll like them. And I know they'll like you and keep you safe.
The tears she'd been trying to hold back broke free and streamed down her face. I'm sorry.
She wiped at the tears with the back of her hands. As a cop, he'd gotten used to tears, but they still tore him up inside. He decided the day he got so numb to the results of crime that they didn't, it'd be time to get into another line of work. You've got nothing to feel sorry about, he assured her, handing her a handkerchief. She dabbed at her eyes, then looked up at him.
I've never met a man who carries a handkerchief.
Yeah, Aiden said. I hear that a lot. Chapter 12. Gloria's hands shook with nerves she'd been trying to hide from Jolene as she unhooked her bra after taking off her shirt behind the closed curtain of the dressing stall. The lab tech had given her a little pep talk about she didn't have to worry and explained that the ultrasound was safe and painless, that she'd have some gel placed on her skin, then high-frequency sound waves would be transmitted from a probe through the gel into her body, which would bounce back to allow a computer to view them as sound waves to create an image. No different from the kind every pregnant woman received. Yada, 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 as if Gloria hadn't already read every article she could find online. She might be the empress of denial, but now that she'd started on this unwanted path, she intended to be prepared for whatever might happen. Despite her outwardly brave words, she'd learned early in life that it was better to expect the best, but prepare for the worst. Like the old saying went, if you're going through hell, just keep on going. That was how she'd always lived her life, and she'd had no intention of changing. As the machine started beeping, which the tech assured her was merely the Doppler evaluating blood flow, again, something she'd already learned online, she also vowed that she was not going to die, at least not anytime soon. Not when she still had her daughter's wedding to attend someday, and hopefully grandbabies to look forward to down the road. She was imagining a future festive family Christmas with stockings hung from the mantel, when the tech broke into her daydream by cheerfully announcing that they were all done, and that the radiologist would read the images and have them at her physician's by Monday morning. After dressing, fluffing out her hair that had been flattened while lying on the table and touching up her lipstick in a mirror beneath a fluorescent light that wasn't the least bit flattering, Gloria returned to the waiting room where Jolene was reading a romance novel. Ironic, she thought, for a woman who insisted she didn't believe in true love or happily ever afters. "All done," she announced. On the TV Jolene had been ignoring, Pioneer Woman had given way to Trisha Yearwood, who was making a pecan pie for the upcoming holiday. Gloria hadn't been counting on doing much for Thanksgiving herself. Perhaps picking up one of those already made dinners Mildred Marshall sold at the market. Or, since there wasn't going to be anyone to share it with, nuking a frozen turkey dinner and baking a Sara Lee pie. But now, with her daughter home, she was going to have to rethink that plan. "Great." Jolene stuffed the book in her bag and stood up. "We've plenty of time to make brunch." "This is wonderful," Gloria said as she and Jolene sat in front of a stone fireplace tall enough for a grown man to stand in.
After brunch, they'd taken their wine to a pair of chairs overlooking the lake that was just misty enough after today's earlier rain to look like the entrance to a magic watery kingdom. I'm so glad you thought of it, despite the reason. We should have done it earlier, JoAnn said. I should have come home more often. I always knew why you didn't and understood. I also can't deny that I enjoyed those fancy LA restaurants and that Emmy party. Who would have thought that I'd ever be in the same restaurant with George Clooney? That makes two of us, JoAnn said. She'd never been fortunate enough to do the makeup for the superstar who always arrived with his own entourage, but had heard from friends who'd worked on his movies that he was as warm and funny as he appeared in interviews, but a terrible practical joker. I am worried I'm keeping you from work, Gloria said. Don't worry, I'd honestly already planned to take the time off to work on my skincare line. I have some new things I want to try. I thought you were just making that up so I wouldn't feel guilty. Well, I wasn't. And let's make a deal. Whatever happens Monday, we're going to be honest with each other. We're not going to hold back any thoughts or feelings, and we're definitely not going to lie just to make the other person feel better. So if I get bald, you'll tell me that I'm beautiful? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But you're already beautiful. Besides, lots of movie stars have buzzed their hair. Cate Blanchett, Natalie Portman, Charlize Theron. For a post-apocalyptic movie set in a desert, even she couldn't have kept her hair looking good in a situation like that. Toni Collette, who played a woman with breast cancer in that movie with Drew Barrymore. Oh, right. Okay, that might not have been the best example. Demi Moore. In G.I. Jane. This may surprise you, but I've never wanted to be a Navy SEAL. See, you're keeping your sense of humor. That's a good thing. And let's not forget Jada Pinkett Smith. Will certainly seems to find her sexy. Since I'm not interested in any men finding me sexy, that's not an issue. You're being stubborn. I'm entitled. I may have cancer. I shouldn't be mocked by my own daughter. Sneaky how you're now using the outside possibility of cancer to your advantage. One uses the tools one has. And this is where I point out that I do know how to use the internet enough to Google stars with bald heads. As you undoubtedly did after Sarah told you about my mammogram. No one, even a woman who works in Hollywood, could have rattled off that list so quickly. I was preparing to be supportive. I know. I need to admit something I never told you. Gloria said, looking out over the lake. A man was in a wooden boat, fishing from the bow. With the mist over the lake and the lushly wooded mountains looming up in front of him, he could have been a watercolor painting. JoAnn glanced over at her. Okay. When I found out I was pregnant, I was so scared. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to be pregnant at 16. Who would? That was why those vicious, mean-spirited rumors about her mother were so hurtful. Also, knowing how difficult life had been for Gloria, there was no way she was going to make the same mistake. Of course, keeping her virginity wasn't that difficult when there wasn't any guy in school that she wanted to have sex with. Except Aidan Mannion. But they'd both had reasons to keep their secret relationship, romance, whatever it had been, from ever going that far. Except for that day. The last time she'd seen him before he left for basic training, when she'd clung to him like moss on a tree and begged him to make love to her. He'd turned her down flat, devastating her. I didn't know what to do. Her mom, unaware of JoAnn's thoughts, continued. My parents had just been killed and I was all alone, which was probably why I had sex with your father in the first place. Comfort sex, JoAnn murmured. That's understandable. I suppose so, Gloria sighed. Social services sent me to live with my grandmother. who'd be your great-grandmother on my mother's side.
You never talk about her.
Because I don't want to think of those days. She didn't live long enough for you to meet her. But believe me, you didn't miss anything. She was a harridan who treated me like an indentured servant. I probably wouldn't have minded that so much if she hadn't spent all our time together complaining about how my mother and father eloped because my mother turned out to be a slut who got herself ruined by a smooth-talking boy.
I didn't know that.
JoAnn only knew her grandparents had eloped. To save the money and all the fuss of a wedding, her mother had always told her. I never saw any point in sharing it, Gloria said, because my mother was certainly no slut, and it was obvious that they were madly in love, and even if the reason for the elopement was true, which I doubt because I could do the math and my mother would have had to get pregnant immediately, they still would have gotten married. My father was the sweetest, most romantic man. I wish you could have known him. He was taking Mama to a lodge on the coast, not far from where the Manions have their summer home, to celebrate their anniversary. He'd run all his plans by me first to make sure she'd really love it, including having chocolate-covered strawberries waiting in the Seaview room with a bottle of champagne and an anniversary cake. After dinner in the restaurant, with Dennis Loves Janice piped on in pink frosting. Pink was her favorite color. The only thing that kept me from falling apart when the trooper came to tell me that they'd been killed was the fact that they'd been on their way home from the trip when the accident had happened. Mama had called me from the lodge that morning, telling me how beautiful everything was and how they'd just come back from beachcombing, and she had a bag of shells and another of agates and sea glass. She'd decided that we could buy one of those rock tumblers to polish the rocks and glass and make jewelry together. She was so excited and happy. That was the last time we ever talked.
That's so sad. But it's a nice memory.
Yet so bittersweet. The car was totaled. I never got the shells or the rocks.
Is that why you make your jewelry?
Necklaces, rings, and bracelets from stones and sea glass her mother found on the beaches she'd once sold on eBay for extra money. She'd continued to make them, but now they were sold in her salon, a boutique in the Dancing Deer dress shop and at the Heron's Landing gift shop. It is. Every necklace or bracelet I make has me feeling as if a part of her is still with me. It helps keep her memory alive. She quieted, as if lost in thoughts JoAnn didn't want to intrude on. "What do you think happens when we die?" she asked finally.
"You're not going to die."
"We're all dying, darling. You, me, that good-looking young man who waited on us in the dining room, who, I noticed, had his eye on you."
"I didn't notice."
"He did, as did Aiden when we ran into him at the hospital."
"He did not."
"He did too. He looked at you the same way he did at Kylie and Mai's wedding, like you were a frosted cupcake he'd like to eat up. But you kept moving as far away as you could from him."
"Maybe you should have had a brain scan while you were in radiology," JoAnn said. "Because you were obviously hallucinating."
"I know what I saw, and I saw that Aiden was more than a little interested, and you were trying not to be."
"Mother..."
"There were sparks," Gloria insisted. "And I wasn't the only one who saw them. Sarah and I discussed it afterward, and she agreed there was definitely a mutual attraction."
"Even if there was, and I'm not saying that's true, there's no way I'd get involved with Aiden Manion."
"Surely not because of that night."
"Partly."
"But he was the good guy, the one who rescued you."
"I know, but you weren't there. A lot of that night is blacked out, but I definitely remember throwing myself at him, begging him to have sex with me."
Years later, she'd looked up ecstasy, and learned that increased libido was one of the reasons some seriously scummy guys used it to drug girls' drinks, which had happened at that party she never should have gone to. Oh, well, you had been given drugs, so you can't feel responsible for what you did under the influence. And the doctor who did the rape exam at the hospital told me you were still a virgin. Only because Aiden and Seth arrived in time. And after beating those boys up and chasing them off, Aiden turned me down. Of course he did. Because despite all the trouble he'd get into, he was, at heart, a good boy who grew up to be a good man. He was always a good boy. He just hid it well. He'd also been the only person she could talk with back in those days. She still had no idea why he'd kept sneaking out with her, since she'd made it clear that he'd never get past second base, when she knew other girls in town who'd brag about having gone all the way with him. Though I have to admit that I never in a million years would have expected him to become Honeymoon Harbor's police chief. He's turned out to be an excellent one. Gloria sipped her wine. He only agreed to take the job temporarily, but Sarah says she thinks he'll stay. All the more reason for me to not get involved with him, because it couldn't go anywhere. Why not? Because I don't do long-term relationships. That's because you've never been with the right man, the one you can't imagine a life without. Your relationship with Chad just ended. I'd say you're entitled to have a rebound fling to get over the cheater. I don't need to get over Chad, because I was never emotionally invested. Although this is probably not something to share with a parent, our relationship was mostly sex, and a way to avoid becoming one of those women who takes some strange guy she's just met home from the bar for the night because she's lonely. I happen to be a serial monogamist. We're both adults. I hope there's never anything you feel you can't share with me. Gloria said mildly. So, be a serial monogamist with Aiden while you're here. You are leaving after New Year's. Meanwhile, it could brighten the holidays. Jolene had already considered that idea after a particularly hot dream involving Aiden and those handcuffs he wore on his belt, and had rejected it as being nothing more than an adult version of her youthful fantasies. I don't think it'd be possible to have a fling with him. Maybe once, back when he was wild, but he seems so grounded now. He might not even know it yet, but my guess is that he's going to stay here in Honeymoon Harbor, keep his job, and choose himself a woman for the long term. One he can marry and have kids with. And of course, they'd undoubtedly get a dog. While I was getting my ultrasound, I imagined a family Christmas at the Lighthouse, with children's stockings hanging from the mantel. Not happening. Jolene took a longer gulp of her wine. I'd been thinking of taking a lover. Her mother volunteered. The unexpected statement almost had Jolene spitting out her wine. Then she remembered that her mother was still in her 40s and had been widowed for years. I think that's an excellent idea. And although some people might consider thinking about their parents having sex as icky, she'd rather talk about that than her own sex life, or more specifically, lack of it. Oh, I can't now, at least not until we get the tests back and they're all clear, because what man would ever want to go to bed with a bald woman with only one breast? Overreacting much? Jolene asked her mother. And to answer your question, I'd say maybe a man who doesn't reduce women to body parts. Also, I've never known you to be such a negative thinker. I've never looked cancer in the face. Or, to be more accurate, in the breast. Though you're right about the negativity. Caroline told me that negativity only draws negative forces and suggested meditation and imagining white lights and such. It's all a bit woo-woo for my taste, but I appreciated the gesture, and I am trying to think positively. I tried meditation, but my mind wanders. It takes practice. JoAnn felt a sizzle run through her as she thought back to the image she'd conjured up while waiting for her ticket. The one where Aiden had replaced her Hawaiian beach boy. That's what she told me, but it's hard. She dabbed at her eyes with the corner of the linen napkin. Not just the meditation, but this feeling of having my life swerve so out of control. I know. JoAnn took her mother's hand in hers. And we'll get that control back as soon as we know what we're dealing with. So, returning to the original, far more interesting topic, who did you have in mind for your lover? You'll laugh. Scout's honor, I will not. You were never a Girl Scout. Lucky thing, I never would have sold any cookies because we'd have eaten them all ourselves. Good point. Okay. Michael Mannion. Brianna's uncle? JoAnn barely remembered him. Michael Mannion was a painter and a world traveler who'd breeze through town every few years, the closest thing Honeymoon Harbor had to an actual celebrity. She'd seen his paintings during a gallery showing she and Shelby had gone to. She remembered him looking a lot like Pierce Brosnan, with his dark hair and those riveting blue eyes most of the Mannion men seemed to have inherited. He came back to town a year or so ago. I cut his hair, and sometimes I get the feeling that he might be a tad bit interested. But then again, he's such a charmer, it's hard to tell. You told me he painted that mural on your spa wall for free. He was probably just being nice, Gloria said, because his sister-in-law and I are friends. A sketch is being nice, JoAnn argued. That's one big-ass wall, Mom. A wall that now took spa guests to a visual Tahiti or Hawaii, which, damn it, caused that fantasy to flash back again. When you put it that way. For a while, he and Caroline looked like they were going to be a thing, back when Ben and Caroline were separated. Seth's parents were separated? For a short time earlier in the year. But Ben got his act together and Caroline went back to him, and they've been traveling the country in a motorhome. She swore to me that she hadn't let her relationship with Michael go any further than friendship and him teaching her painting. But it was obvious to a lot of us who were watching that he wouldn't have minded if she'd chosen him. Wow, talk about a soap opera. I really felt for her. She didn't want to leave Ben, but he'd become such a negative old stick in the mud. She'd just gotten to her breaking point. Then she had her heart attack. Brianna mentioned that at the wedding. That must have been what scared him into doing whatever it took to win her back. It probably made him realize what he'd lose if he'd lost her. Gloria agreed. But she told me he'd already been working on fixing things before that. They even had a date in Port Townsend, and he brought her flowers. That's sweet. It was. I was so happy for them. But that's when I started thinking that maybe it was time to get back out there. Although I haven't been on a date since I was 15, so I've no idea how it's done these days. It's probably not a movie and milkshakes afterward at the Big Dipper. Michael Mannion's a world traveler. He might take you to Seattle. Or even Hawaii. Can you imagine spending January lounging on a tropical beach instead of wind, rain, and gray skies? I said I'd been thinking about the idea of a lover. Gloria said. Not that he'd probably ever ask me. So ask him. It's a new world, Mom. I realize you haven't dated since you were a teenager, but women can initiate things now. So Caroline and Sarah keep telling me. And easy for them to say since they're both happily married. Sarah keeps offering to set us up, but it's a moot point now. Why? I told you. Because I may have cancer. And you may not. But still, Even having a suspicious lump means that it may be lurking inside, just waiting to break out.
I don't remember you ever being so pessimistic.
Even all those years with Jolene's father, her mother had always believed he'd change.
I know. I just don't feel at all like myself anymore. I've been overly emotional all year. Dr. Lancaster diagnosed it as probable perimenopause and put me on a low-dose estrogen. I asked her about the risk now, with the lump, but she suggested we just wait for the tests. Then we could discuss taking me off the pills gradually, or quitting cold turkey.
She sounds sensible.
She is, and very nice. Did I tell you she has a daughter? There doesn't seem to be a husband in the picture, so I'm guessing that she's divorced, but of course, it's not the type of conversation that comes up in a well-woman checkup.
Well, my vote is that you should move Mike Mannion to the top of your list of potential lovers.
I don't have a list. This is a small town. There aren't that many eligible men. At least, not that I'd be interested in.
Certainly none as good-looking as him.
He has a haircut scheduled next week. He said that Harriet Harper, Sarah's mother and the matriarch of the family, informed him that his shaggy, and personally I think sexy, hair might be appropriate for a bohemian European artist, but he's in Honeymoon Harbor now and she expects him to look respectable for their family Thanksgiving.
Jolene laughed. Her mother joined in, and for that frozen moment, sitting here together, watching the sunset into the lake in a fiery blaze as the fishing boat puttered back to the dock, life was as perfect as it had been in a very long while. Chapter 13. The weekend away turned out to be everything Jolene had hoped for. By mutual, unspoken consent, neither she nor her mother talked again about the cancer scare Saturday night or Sunday morning, nor when they made a side trip to Port Townsend, where they stopped at a craft store where they bought several sample-sized bottles and jars Gloria could use in her Christmas booth. To add to the presentation value, Jolene tossed a roll of gold-edged labels, 2 gold calligraphy gel pens, since all hers had been lost in the fire, and thinking optimistically, she put 100 gold organza drawstring bags for the sample collections into their cart. Then, on impulse, threw in another 100.
Surely that's too many,
Gloria protested. We're in optimism mode, remember? Jolene reminded her mother. So we're thinking large. After staying long enough for a lunch overlooking the water, real life started to intrude on their drive back home to Honeymoon Harbor when Sarah Mannion called Gloria's cell, inviting her and Jolene to Thanksgiving dinner.
I should get a result from my ultrasound tomorrow, Gloria mused. I don't know if it's going to end up a biopsy or surgery or
nothing, Jolene heard Sarah say through the car's Bluetooth speaker. I have a cousin in Denver who had a biopsy, and I flew over to be with her, although it's not like a full surgery, and was fairly painless for her. She was sore for a few days due to bruising. It wasn't terrible, and she was able to go back to work, but I wouldn't have wanted her cooking a holiday dinner. I have Jolene to help. Jolene wondered if her mother remembered she didn't know how to cook. Her hours had been so erratic in the past few years if her meals didn't come off a catering truck on set. They were takeout or frozen lean cuisine, except for those glorious gourmet days when she'd go over to Shelby and Etienne's. I'm so glad she's come home to be with you. But seriously, if you do end up needing a biopsy, I know you well enough to know that you won't stay lying down. You'll be up trying to do it all. Hi, Mrs. Mannion. Jolene broke into the conversation. You don't have to worry. I'll make sure she stays put.
I'm sure you would, dear,
Sarah Mannion said in her velvet bulldozer voice, the same one she'd used for years to maintain order with a school full of teenagers. But Brianna would love a chance to see you. Everyone was so busy at the wedding. the two of you didn't get much time to talk. It's not that big a crowd, just family. Quinn's closing the pub that day, but unfortunately, Thanksgiving isn't the calmest of days for some families, and there's more drinking, so Aiden will be on duty. Then, of course, Brianna and Seth, and his parents, Caroline and Ben, my mother and father, John and me, and John's brother Michael, who'll be joining us for the first time in years, which is a treat. We'll come, JoAnn said quickly before her mother could reject the invitation. What can we bring? She was thinking along the lines of wine or a veggie plate from the market. Just yourselves, Sarah responded. We insist, Gloria said, ignoring her daughter's sharp look. I'll bring my cranberry apple pie, and JoAnn would love to bring a side dish. JoAnn felt a stab of panic. Although potatoes were a vegetable, she doubted a bag of chips counted as a side dish. Wonderful. We'll count on you coming. We'll eat at 3, so why don't you plan to show up any time after noon? That way we'll have plenty of time for chatting while the turkey's roasting. And don't worry, Caroline and Ben and John and I will be the only ones there who will know about your health situation, so it won't become part of the conversation. Thanks, and we'll see you then, JoAnn said, holding up her hand before her mother could try another objection. She hit the phone icon on the steering wheel, ending the call. You did that because she said Michael will be there, Gloria accused, and put me in a box because if I'd refused after you'd accepted, I'd sound rude. I cannot lie. I absolutely did accept on purpose. It'll be like a first date, but you'll be surrounded by people, so you won't have to worry about keeping up your end of the conversation the way you would if you were out to dinner alone. It'll also let you see if there are any sparks. There is a slight problem that, except for my pot roast, which would be superfluous given the roast turkey, neither of us can cook anything up to Sarah's standards. Sarah Mannion was a home cook whose fried chicken always won both county and state fair blue ribbons, year after year. At least you can bake. My mother taught me to make that pie the Thanksgiving before she died. When I make it every year, I feel as if she's in the kitchen with me. That's lovely. It also made JoAnn realize again what her life would be like without her mother, which had her feeling guilty for not returning home all these past years. But that was going to change. She was no longer a girl who could be taunted, bullied, drugged, and assaulted. She was a kick-ass Emmy nominee who was on her way to having her own cosmetics business. Look out, Paltrow and Kardashians. JoAnn Wells is coming for you. But even if her business took off like a rocket, next year, when her mother made that pie, no matter where she was or what she was doing, she'd be back in Honeymoon Harbor in the kitchen with her, and every Thanksgiving after that. I'll text Shelby and have her ask her fiancé for a side dish recipe that I can make without risking poisoning everyone. Isn't he the one who owns the restaurant you took me to last time I visited? That's him. Her mother shot her a skeptical look. There was nothing on that menu either of us could make. I didn't even know what half of it was. I know. He could probably be an Iron Chef if he wanted. But he likes me, and he'll come up with something I can handle because he loves Shelby, who's my best friend, and will do anything to make her happy. We can only hope, Gloria said, as JoAnn hit the phone symbol again on the steering wheel and called Shelby, explaining her situation. They were just turning onto Lighthouse Lane when Shelby texted back a recipe she swore Etienne said had sold like hotcakes when he'd had a food truck, saving his money to open Epicure. That was fast, Gloria said after the phone read the text. It was. Maybe we should go shopping for the ingredients for it and the pie now, just in case life gets complicated. See, you think my test is going to go badly too. No, I truly don't, but It's good to be prepared, and by shopping ahead of time, we'll miss the Thanksgiving Eve market wars. That's a treacherous day at the market. Gloria agreed. I remember one time Helen Jackson and Ruth Hunsaker nearly got in a hair-pulling battle over the last can of cranberry sauce. Perhaps we should buy double the ingredients for the cheesy corn in case I screw it up the first time. Like a test run. Exactly. JoAnn nodded. And if it works out, we can eat it for dinner. I always knew I'd raised a brilliant daughter, Gloria said as JoAnn turned the car around and headed toward Marshall's Market. Etienne said that he used grilled corn, JoAnn said, reading from the text again. But that I can get away with canned. She put 4 cans into the cart that already held a box of panko breadcrumbs, bacon, and 3 different types of cheeses. Good, since this isn't exactly grilling weather. I still need garlic and a jalapeno. What do you need for the pie? I already have the flour, salt, and butter at home, so I only need 4 different kinds of apples and a bag of frozen cranberries. The frozen foods are just 2 aisles over, so we might as well get them first. Okay. Where's the wine? The far wall. We'll pick up 2 bottles. 1 for us and 1 to take. You can never have enough wine at a dinner party, Gloria agreed. And it just may give me enough courage to speak to Michael. Surely you 2 speak when you're cutting his hair. True, but that's professional. As you pointed out, this will be almost like a date. Her eyes widened. Oh my God. What if he thinks it's a fix-up? It's a family dinner. JoAnn wasn't about to admit that she'd had the same conversations with Shelby over the years about ways to fix each other up for test meetings without appearing too obvious. That hadn't been a problem in high school, given that JoAnn had never dated, except for Aiden. And those weren't exactly dates, but secret rendezvous, which, at the time, seemed wonderfully romantic. Like a young noblewoman sneaking out of the family country house for a tryst with the stable master in a romance novel. Though, to be more accurate, given the social structure of Honeymoon Harbor, Aiden would have been a duke, and she'd have been a scullery maid. She'd just turned the corner at the frozen food aisle when she nearly ran into the man she'd been imagining in his bedchamber. His royal blue silk Regency period dressing gown open to the waist, revealing a mouth-watering ripped chest, about to ravish her. Rather than embracing JoAnn in his manly arms, he was taking a stack of Hungry Man dinners out of the freezer. "Why, Aiden!" Gloria greeted him with a warm smile. What a coincidence. Your mother just invited us for Thanksgiving, so we're gathering up ingredients for my pie. She opened the freezer and took out a bag of cranberries. JoAnn's bringing a side dish. He turned his attention to JoAnn. Really? Was that skepticism she heard in his tone? She's using a recipe she got from a famous Los Angeles chef. Sounds fancy, he said, giving JoAnn an accessing look. Yes, that was definitely skepticism. What, did he think she ate out at Spago, the Chateau Marmont, or Epicure with movie stars every night? She could cook. Sort of. In a pinch. Like the blue box of bright orange mac and cheese Etienne had instructed her to never again mention in his presence. She'd gotten the feeling he wasn't kidding. It looks pretty easy, she admitted. But Etienne, he's my best friend's fiancé, who worked his way up from a food truck to an insanely popular restaurant on Melrose, assures me everyone loves it. Does it have bacon in it? As a matter of fact, it does. He smiled. That slow, easy smile that brought out those dimples he used to use to his advantage back in high school, and made JoAnn glad she was holding on to the cart handle because she could feel her knees going weak. Well, Her mother glanced back and forth between them, the same way she had at the hospital. Since your mother says you won't be able to be at Thanksgiving dinner because you have to work, why don't I leave you two to catch up while I get the apples for my pie and jalapeno for the side dish? Oh, and the wine. JoAnn blew out a breath as her mother headed off with the cart. That wasn't obvious or anything. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that once their kids hit a certain age, all mothers start thinking of marrying them off and having grandchildren. Tell me about it, JoAnn muttered. She told me she'd be lucky to get a grandpuppy, which, to be honest, is probably closer to the truth given my work. And her decision to stay single, like other women who'd redefined old maid spinsterhood. Like Diane Keaton, Oprah, Queen Latifah. Her brain scrambled for another example. Mother Teresa probably didn't count since she'd also remained celibate all her life. Brianna's taken a little heat off my brothers and me, he said. For now, but if she and Seth don't get married and pop out a kid really soon, we'll all be back in Mom's bullseye. That's understandable from a woman brave enough to have 5 children herself. JoAnn suddenly realized what a crowd of Mannion grandchildren that one family could produce. Wow, if each of you were to have 5 children, then each of them had 5? Yeah, I've done the math, but I wouldn't hold my breath on any of us going that overboard. Though it would give Seth a lot of work expanding Mom and Dad's farmhouse for family sleepovers. JoAnn glanced down at the 6-pack of his Winter Blizzard Brew, a non-alcoholic beer from his brother Quinn's microbrewery, and the boxes of frozen meals. FYI, he said, despite how this looks, I do eat real food. In fact, Luca has a pepperoni and sausage pizza waiting for me when I finish up here. Your meal choice suggests you're not staying at the farm. She couldn't see anything in that cart his farm-to-table mother would approve of. Even Sarah Mannion's famed fried chicken was sourced from a local organic farmer. She did wonder about the non-alcoholic beer. As much as I love my family, that's more closeness than I'd care to have. I did spend some time at the Coast House when I first got back. JoAnn had been to the Coast House once, right before their breakup. They'd each told their parents the cliched teenage lie that they were staying with friends and had escaped for an overnight to the coast. It was a beautiful house set on the cliff overlooking the sea. Even then, they hadn't really done anything but some petting with their tops off. In fact, he'd given her the master bedroom and slept in his room down the hall. To avoid temptation, he'd said at the time. Part of her had been relieved. Another part had wanted to make love with Aiden Mannion so badly, she could practically feel her hormones shouting at her to just get out of bed and walk down that hall. Do you think they knew about us back then? She asked. It was one thing to avoid the topic at the wedding. Another for it to be between them if they were going to keep running into each other, which was inevitable in a small town. I thought we were being brilliantly surreptitious at the time, but yeah, looking back, my mom at least probably suspected, since she spent all day at the school and I swear had eyes in the back of her head because no one ever got away with anything. So she probably would have told your mom. As for Dad, he can be typically guy clueless about that kind of thing, so who knows? This is a tough place to keep secrets. He said what she'd learned long ago. Seth told me he'd thought he and Brianna were keeping their relationship under wraps until he discovered that nearly half the town knew about them before they went public. And not casting any shade, but you made it even more obvious something was going on between us when you went out of your way to ignore me at Kylie and Mai's wedding. You ignored me first. Me? He shot back, with what appeared to be honest, baffled male frustration. Dark curls her fingers literally itched to touch fell over his forehead when he shook his head. Hell, JoAnn, I was only following your lead. I'm not the kind of guy who pushes myself on a woman who's throwing out a don't you dare get within 100 yards of me vibe. Okay. JoAnn blew out a long breath. Maybe I was trying to avoid you. There'd been no maybe about it, and they both knew it. But not because I was mad about you breaking up with me, but because I was embarrassed.
Seriously? Not about that night.
This isn't any place to talk about that night, she hissed as Madison Drew, who had supposedly been publicly cozy with Aiden that day that had changed her life, paused down the aisle at the ice cream section. From the toddlers seated in the cart, it appeared that she, at least, had provided her mother with grandkids. JoAnn remembered Madison had always had to be better than anyone else. That she'd somewhat accomplished that with twins, had some small snarky and obvious insane part of JoAnn, who remembered the bullying all too well, wanting to give her own mother triplets just to one-up Madison.
I agree this isn't the place, but don't you think you should just let it go after all this time?
His face was nearly as serious as she vaguely remembered it being that night.
Believe me, I've learned that some stuff will eat away at you if you hold on too long.
She glanced over at Madison, who wasn't even trying to pretend she wasn't watching them. Where was her mother with those damn apples? I hardly ever think about it, except... No, she was about to mention those nightmares that too often turned into erotic dreams with Aiden, like Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, but without the claws arriving to save the day. Which was weird because she hated the damsel in distress romance trope. Then again, she had been in serious distress, and he had saved her day, or more specifically, night.
Except when you're here in Honeymoon Harbor,
he finished for her.
That's why you've always flown your mom down to California for visits instead of coming home.
How did you know that, if you've only recently been back yourself?
I always came home for Thanksgiving or Christmas, except when I was in Afghanistan. I think Seth may have mentioned you never coming back.
Proving yet again that guys gossip too.
It's not gossip. It's sharing information.
Information about her. Why? Had Seth volunteered the information? Or had Aiden asked? And didn't that send her right back to high school? Next, she'd be passing a note to Brianna to ask Seth to ask Aiden if he liked her. It's not all that easy being back, she admitted, remembering that he'd been the only person in town she could talk with. She hadn't shared the cruel conjectures about what might have been going on in that trailer with her mother, because she hadn't wanted to hurt her. She'd later realized Gloria had undoubtedly known about the gossip for years. Especially with you here, too.
It'll only be hard if you make it that way. And my vote is for moving on, since I'm not going anywhere and you said you're staying until New Year's.
Or longer if Mom... Well, I'm trying not to go down a scary road I don't even know might be there.
I know that feeling. But here's the thing. We need to talk.
I really don't want to relive that night with you.
Not that night. Well, maybe some of it, but the other thing that happened.
When you stood me up for the prom? And didn't that sound silly all these years later? But it was going to be the first time they'd have gone public. And when the night had gotten later and he still hadn't shown up at the trailer, she'd become convinced that he hadn't wanted to be seen with her.
Because I got arrested.
For stealing that beer. Then the next day you broke up with me. But we were just kids, and now we're not. Like you said, I've moved on. I don't ever think about that. In fact, before you brought it up, I'd forgotten all about you dumping me.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. We need to talk,
he repeated.
Clear the air. Because life doesn't tell you your end date ahead of time.
Talking about end dates isn't very helpful when my mother's possibly facing a cancer diagnosis.
Yeah, okay, so that wasn't my best example.
He dragged his hands through those curls again.
But the Marines and the cops have taught me that life can be cut short, and sometimes you don't get a chance to say the things you've been wanting to say for a long time.
And suddenly, out of nowhere, that wickedly familiar smile flashed its dimples. But as charming as it was, it didn't reach his eyes. "You wouldn't refuse me a chance to try to explain and grovel for past misdeeds, would you?" "You don't have anything to grovel for." Teenagers tended to have relations that lasted as long as spindrift blown from the crest of a wave. They broke up every day. So did adults, as she and Chad proved. "Sweetheart, we couldn't begin to count the ways." A bit of the light she remembered so vividly appeared in his eyes like storm lighting on the water. Hot, dangerous, and gone in seconds. JoAnn also assured herself that sweetheart hadn't been a true term of endearment, but something guys said automatically. "All right." She threw up her hands. "You're probably right, because it's obvious we've both moved on." She wondered if he was seeing, aka having hot sex with anyone. But wouldn't her mother have mentioned that? "But Mom's getting the news about her ultrasound tomorrow. I can't even think of anything else until at least after that."
"I totally get that."
He handed her his phone.
"Put in your number, and unless you think I'm going to harass you with dick pics..."
"Don't even say that." She'd already had more than her share of those. So many men in Hollywood, it seemed, were prone to want to share their junk. That was one of the reasons she'd signed that petition. Then, surprising herself by laughing at the idea of Aiden, of all people, doing such a repulsive thing, exchanged phones.
"See?"
he said as their fingers touched, sending off such a shower of sparks and heat. She was surprised didn't set off the store fire detector sprinklers.
"We still have it. Whatever the hell it is."
"I really have to go," she said.
"Okay. And although your mom will probably call mine after her doctor's report, give me a call or text and let me know how you're both doing. Because I care."
It couldn't be this easy, JoAnn thought as she walked away, unable to resist pausing in front of the frozen vegetables. While she pretended to ponder whether to get the mixed carrots and peas or stir-fry veggies, Madison had apparently finally decided on her ice cream and steered her cart directly to Aiden. The way she was looking up at him, through her lashes as she avidly chatted away, seemed inappropriate for a mother of twin toddlers.
"Hussy,"
her mother said, who'd just returned as Madison brushed his arm with the side of her breast as she leaned into the freezer to retrieve a box of Lean Cuisine spring rolls. Gloria dumped a plastic bag of apples and another with jalapenos into the cart. I've never liked her. Neither had JoAnn. Not only had Madison Drew led the Mean Girls taunts, she'd been the one to declare who was in and who was out. During those years, the only two people who'd sit with JoAnn at the cafeteria had been Brianna, who might have only been doing it because her goal in life seemed to make everyone feel comfortable, and Kylie, who still hadn't come out of the closet, which made her an outsider. JoAnn had always considered Kylie fabulously talented and ridiculously gorgeous in a ginger spice way, but individuality wasn't exactly embraced in high school. Isn't she married? For some reason, the editor of the alumni newsletter had unearthed JoAnn's email address after she'd gotten nominated for the Emmy and had sent her a copy. Although the last thing she wanted to think about were her high school days, curiosity about how people's lives had turned out had her occasionally skimming it. Madison's twins had been big news, along with the fact that she had, natch, gotten down to her pre-birth size, too, in just 6 weeks. She married Thane Covington. You know, his family owns that real estate company, and he was only around in the summer because he went to prep school back east somewhere. Until then, she'd been working as a teller in the Mannion's bank. But marriage doesn't always stop people from fooling around. And no, she tacked on as JoAnn's eyes narrowed with a question. Your father, for all his flaws, never ran around on me. He had incredibly poor judgment, and Not the best group of friends, but he was always faithful. I'm glad. Aiden would never hook up with a married woman. She recalled him telling her about being hit on by a housewife whose lawn he'd mowed one summer. Of course he wouldn't. He was never the bad boy he wanted everyone to think he was. Back then,